My name's Bob Sierra. This is Colleen Farmer. We're holding a public hearing for the ballot initiative, and we're mostly here to get your input to the bill. We can answer a few general questions, but the details of the bill are really readily available on our website and on the State Election Committee website. We also passed out kind of a brief overview of the bill. So if everyone's all right with that, I'll just read a quick opening statement to kind of give us some context, and then just get public comments for the rest of the time. We have an hour scheduled in the room, so given there's about 10 or 12 people, maybe if you can keep your comments to 3 minutes or so each, just so we have enough time for everybody. But it should be good. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to read something we prepared. So we're here because we're concerned citizens who know that Utah has a few problems that we all need to face. So in rural areas, we have economic problems. We need economic development that will create new jobs. The truth is that many of the traditional employment opportunities in rural Utah, mining, manufacturing, coal, are declining because of automation and shifting economic conditions. Coal in particular is being displaced by cheap natural gas and the increasing affordability of renewable energy. And even if coal is still around 10 years from now, much of the work is going to be done with self-driving trucks and other labor-saving technologies. One possible path forward is to follow Wyoming. After Rocky Mountain Power announced a plan to shut down coal plants in Wyoming, they're no longer economical to operate. The state legislature responded with a Hail Mary coal bailout bill that could cost utility ratepayers hundreds of millions of dollars. A better path forward is to invest in new economic opportunities in rural Utah. Our bill provides $25 million a year to do just that. For contrast, the state spent about $500,000 on rural economic development in 2017, according to the Office of the Governor. Along the Wasatch Front and elsewhere in the state, we also have an air pollution problem. In the winter, you can literally see the threat that air pollution poses to our health, our children, our families, and our economy. Much of the state also suffers from invisible air pollution during the summer, and that 1-2 punch explains why the American Lung Association recently gave much of Utah an F grade. We need to clean the darn air. Our bill provides $75 million a year to clean up dirty school buses and dirty locomotives, to provide incentive for homeowners to switch to electric lawn and garden equipment, and to fund other efforts that will reduce air pollution across the state. There's one more problem that affects our entire state, and in fact the entire world: climate change. We're not going to say too much about that because either you agree or you don't, but we believe it's a serious problem, and so does Mitt Romney, and so does John Huntsman Jr., and so do scientists across the state and across the world. And it turns out that the biggest contributor to that problem, burning fossil fuels, is also the biggest contributor to our local air pollution problems. We can tackle both of these problems. We can, to use a very not environmentally friendly phrase, kill two birds with one stone by providing economic incentives for everyone to pollute less. This bill does that with a modest carbon tax, a tax on fossil fuels, and it uses the revenue from the carbon tax to fund air pollution cleanup and rural economic development. The bill also addresses the pocketbook impacts of a carbon tax so everyday Utahns won't feel a big hit. Most of the revenue goes to reducing existing taxes, including eliminating the state sales tax on grocery store food. The basic idea here is it's better to tax pollution than to tax potatoes. The bill also extends and expands the retirement tax credit that benefits low and middle income seniors, and it creates a state-level match of the earned retirement income tax credit that benefits low-income working families. There are also provisions in the bill that aim to ensure that Utah businesses, especially energy-intensive businesses like agriculture, mining, and manufacturing, stay competitive with business outside of the state. If you're curious about how the bill would affect your family's bottom line, we have a worksheet on our website that will estimate your savings and additional taxes under our proposal. That's a lot for one bill, and we're delighted to be holding this hearing to take your questions and your feedback. We know that this is about jobs and it's about pocketbook issues. It's also about our families and about the air pollution that damages our lungs and threatens our children's future. So thank you for coming today. Before we open to public comment, let me just spend a few minutes to describe the bill in a bit more detail. It includes a modest carbon tax, with 20% of the revenue generated going to clean up local air pollution and fund rural economic development, and 80% of the revenue generated to reduce existing taxes, including eliminating the state tax on grocery store food. The carbon tax would start at $11 per metric ton of CO2, which is about 10 cents per gallon of gasoline, or about 0.8 cents per kilowatt hour electricity. It would start in 2022, go up slowly over time, and fund $75 million a year for cleaning up local air pollution from wood-burning stoves, gas-powered lawnmowers, freight switcher locomotives, tourist school buses, and more. $25 million a year for rural economic development. elimination of the state sales tax on grocery store food and other regressive sales taxes, a 20% match of the federal earned income tax credit for low-income working families, an expansion and extension of the retirement tax credit, a phase-in of the carbon tax rate for agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and other energy-intensive, trade-exposed businesses to help them stay competitive. We believe that this is a smart way to address clean air, climate change, and rural economic development. And I want to finish my remarks by pointing out two elements of the policy that emphasize the small government, market-based, pocketbook-friendly approach that we're talking. First, if there's any money left over, if there's additional carbon tax revenue, even after paying for everything we just mentioned, then that revenue will go to additional tax cuts to be determined by the state legislature, with a focus on low and middle income families and energy-intensive trade-exposed businesses. Second, after we clean up our air pollution problem, meaning that the state meets federal Clean Air Act standards, the $75 million a year for air pollution goes down, and there's money for additional tax cuts, again with a focus on low and middle income families and energy-intensive trade-exposed businesses. With that, I'd love to open the floor for public comment. Please state your name and where you live, and thanks for coming today. And when you speak, I'll just move the phone towards you to make sure your voice is recorded. Gentleman in the back, you can just state your name and where you live, please.
I'm Gordon Jensen. I live here in Price. What guarantee is there that grocery store tax would be nullified?
Well, it's in the text of the bill, so if it's accepted by, if it's voted in by the electorate, the state has option to change some of it, but they probably wouldn't deviate from that too much.
And you mentioned wood-burning stoves. Wood-burning stoves do not add to the carbon cycle.
But they do add to air pollution in some valleys.
In some valleys, but not here. And another thing, up in Salt Lake, I've lived there several years. For me, one of the biggest issues is coordinating traffic with construction. Right off the U of U, going down Foothill Boulevard. I've been stuck in there for 20, 30 minutes.
Me too.
That, I think, would do a lot more for cleaning up the air. You know, there's other ways than a tax.
Thank you.
What was your name again?
Yeah, Bob Sierra.
Bob Sierra?
Yeah.
And who do you belong to? Organization?
I'm a student at the University of Utah.
And you're here representing?
The Ballot Initiative.
The Ballot Initiative is by?
It's the five of us. It's a citizens group.
And your citizens group's name is?
Clean the darn air.
That's
Yeah.
this right here, okay.
That's right.
And spell me your last name?
Cieri.
And a couple of things, because I did a little bit of research on what I found is the carbon tax authorized in this bill could cost taxpayers, and well, if it would have gone through in 2018, in 2020 it would have been $281 million. In 2021 it would cost taxpayers $712 million, and that's right out of the bill. So imposing a carbon tax, besides everything that's in this bill, is lost in translation on your carbon emission tax as far as I'm concerned, because there's other things going on with this whole bill. And to tax carbon emissions in Carbon County to clean the air in Salt Lake City, why would you think in that direction? We should be paying for a cleanup up there. And also, research has shown that when the Indians came here to Utah, there was an inversion problem up there as well. So if you guys, another point I want to make real quick is there was a $1 trillion surplus for Utah. Why don't you use that to clean your air in Salt Lake instead of taxing everything out of business? Because this is no different than what California's done, and look where they're at now. So putting taxes on things that, for myself, because I'm a consumer of electricity, I should have a say in what I want for my electricity. And I want coal-generated power. I don't want windmills and I don't want solar panels. They have their place, but I want coal.
Thanks. Did you mention your name and where you
Oh,
live?
excuse me, Cheryl Lupo. I live in Spring Glen.
Thank you.
And so to me, there's a lot of problems. This never made it out of session in 2018. And I don't know if you guys are gonna try and make momentum, but I know that you're trying to use the sales food tax thing to gain momentum. So everybody's talking, oh wow, we won't have to pay tax on our food anymore. Well, be realistic with the people when you're producing this, when you're talking about this, because there's over 4,400 lines of information on this bill. So-
I know the bill is hard to
Sure.
work through, but we have to keep, because other people want to talk, but let me just mention, there is a calculator on that website, so you can see how this will hit your pocketbook. And we'd be really interested in hearing from you. If you work through your personal circumstances and say, I think this is gonna cost me $1,000 a year. This is
Well,
gonna cost
I
me
don't
200.
necessarily need to do one-on-one. It's already
But
calculated.
we would be interested in.
Yeah, but
knowing
it's
as
already
practically-
calculated for the consumers of the state of Utah that in 2021, they would be paying $712 million.
And to follow
It's
up on
already
that, the
calculated.
fiscal
I
input.
don't need to do that.
There's a fiscal impact statement released by the governor's office. That was supposed to come out yesterday. We haven't seen it yet. Maybe it'll come out today, and we'll make that publicly available when it's released.
And there's also some one-time costs associated with it, and then some annual costs that are also associated with it, besides what it would cost us. So how, you've got this tax emission, and we're all happy because we don't have to pay sales tax on food, but it's gonna, how many millions of people live in the state of Utah, divide that by your $713 million that we're gonna have to be paying out, that can pretty much tell you what your household's gonna be paying.
Okay,
So-
thanks. We're gonna have to move somebody else, but I appreciate your comments. Who is next?
I'll go next.
We want to recognize Kendra as the brand-new Utah Geographic Secretary.
Take your name and where you live, please, first.
My name's Kendra Seeley. I'm from Price, and I'm representing myself, not the Republican Party. But I do have some questions about this legislation. It's called the Clean Air Carbon Tax Act, but it looks like only 10% goes to clean the air. Is that an accurate statement?
Roughly.
So 28%.
I mean, we're not.
I'm just
we're
asking.
just to,
I'm not an
we don't know the
economist.
details, we didn't write this, right? So
Right,
we're
right, right.
as
So you're just-
volunteers to.
You're fine. I'm just trying to understand. So yeah, but it seems like 28%, the bulk of it is to eliminate the tax on sales of food. Wouldn't it make more sense to have it be a bill or the act that eliminates that instead of burying 10% of it only is going to clean the air? So the title's a little misleading in my book. Is that?
Well, one of the things that I personally like about this bill is the
Sure.
rural development.
Yeah, the rural development is 3%. So there,
1/4?
million.
yeah, so there's
Oh, that's
3%
nothing.
of this.
Nothing.
Well, there was only 500,000 spent last year, so that.
Oh.
Oh,
Whoa,
That's what was our.
You're talking
you've
to a
been
legislator here.
misinformed.
How much was spent last year from the governor's office? That's the number we got.
I alone got 500,000. That's just one bill. There were many others, and you have to remember that there's like 21 rural counties. That's not very much money.
I'm sorry, I must have misspoke.
Can you
Yeah,
get your
no.
name and location?
Christine Watkins, I live in Carbon County. So,
And she is a seated representative
but I
for
have,
here.
I just have a couple more questions.
Sure,
Yeah.
of course. I just want
Sorry.
to make sure I do
So,
my requirements. Yeah.
We talked about how much it's going to cost the bottom line. So I think it says that it's about 10 cents a gallon on gasoline, correct?
That's yes.
But for the carbon producing counties like ours, it's hard to quantify what that's going to cost us as families and households, because you're taking the money from these carbon-based industries. And so you can't just say that it's on the gasoline for these carbon-based communities. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement. I mean, there's, it's gonna impact natural gas.
Correct.
utility, and
diesel.
So the
it's
the
not-
balance.
It isn't just gas, what?
Why are we paying for the Wasatch problem? We don't have a problem here.
Can I just get your name and location, please?
Again, it doesn't.
Basically, nobody.
We're not paying for the Wasatch problem because only 10% of this is going to clean the air. 28% is for the food sales tax. legislative discretion. I'm not sure what that means. Can you explain that?
The tax fund, I think, of the legislative discretion. If you want more details, you should look at the text of the bill, which is available on our website.
So, okay, so 21%.
HB 403 Utah, and you can see that real bill.
So we're not sure what 21% goes to there. Ag, mining, and manufacturing is 19%. What is that for?
It's a phase-in of the carbon tax on certain energy-intensive businesses.
Oh,
So rural Utah will be hit hard by that.
By having to pay higher for agriculture, for mining?
What the text means is,
It's also going to hit like Komatsu.
Yeah,
It's gonna
right.
hit cement
Mhm.
facilities.
There goes
It's-
Delta Utah down the drain.
Yeah.
And we've already started the process of buses. We passed a bill this year, I think it passed, to start with some of the railroad, I can't remember the terminology,
Distributions.
well, there's the switch things. So we're already starting on that, but you have to remember, what we do here in Utah, and you would live, this bill would literally destroy rural Utah. As far as, you can say, $25 million, nothing. And we have foreign countries who in a few hours do more than we ever even think of doing. So it's just kind of ridiculous. And if you want to do clean air, and I agree with Kendra, you got 10%, it's Salt Lake's cars that are doing most of their pollution. And part of their problem is the fact that they live in a bowl. And so, as she said, and that's true, they've got a problem that's been there forever. And you're putting it on the backs of rural people. $25 million is nothing. And you'll destroy our way of life.
I would just say that, like, really, this doesn't make sense how you've packaged it. Meaning, if you really want to clean the air, which may be your goal, then let's talk about that. But don't package a lot of different things into one act, trying to accomplish one goal, and kind of slate it that way.
And people wouldn't vote for 10 cents in gas for education.
I was gonna say that.
So why would they do it
Just-
for Salt Lake City?
I hear from you. Sure. Name. You want to go? Who wants to speak next?
Everybody's raising their hand.
Yeah. Try
Yeah.
just name and location first, please.
Jerry Anderson, I live here in Price. But first of all, let me tell you, I grew up in the bowl. And when I was young, when I'd go outside to play in the snow, my mother said, "Do not eat the gray snow." That was back in the 40s and 50s. We had very bad air back then, and it has very much improved. Tons improved since then. When I was going to school, we used to hear, we're going into a cold period, we're going to freeze to death. And then a few years later, they were going to burn to death. And Robert Frost said it quite well. He said it's either fire or ice. We're going to die by one of them. And I can tell you right now that the air is very much improved in the valley up there. You wouldn't believe the difference in 50 years or 70 years. Now down here, if you look up our coal plants, you find out that we have a lot of people dying every year, and with hundreds of people having asthma problems. Those figures are pure fiction. They are not true. I worked with the hospital a lot of time trying to find somebody that was having air problems down here. Yet we get blamed by having the coal-fired power plant of having people die all over the place. It is not true. We don't have that pollution.
Yeah, it's
We do have people dying.
Your name and location first.
Mayor Joan Powell from Wellington, Utah, lifetime resident of Carbon County, coal miner's daughter. What I wanted to say is, what he just said, I want to back him up, because we had a public hearing out in Wellington a few years back, and the doctor that testified at that public hearing said, "Keep on smoking, so I'll have clients." That was his comparison to the pollution that we have. We don't have it. And I want people like this to get the hell out of Utah and leave Carbon County and Emory County alone. We don't have the problem.
Yeah.
They do.
Mhm.
And we're sick and tired of people coming knocking on our doors and telling us how bad of people we are down here.
Casey Hopes, I agree with a lot of what has been said here. One thing, I'm a little bit frustrated at the time of day that you've had this hearing, because the majority of our people are working in the power plants and in the industries that you're trying to impact. And you're holding it in the middle of the day when they're all at work. If you wanted a true public hearing, you should have held it in the evening when our constituents could have been here. Okay?
And one more thing, I'd like to know who's gonna control this money. Where's it going?
Oh,
Who's
yeah.
gonna be in control of it?
The bill says they aren't gonna put a new department together. There won't be a new department. So how are you gonna manage all of this money?
The other thing that I want to bring up, and I know it doesn't affect your winter air, but during the summertime, if air pollution was truly a problem, we would do something about our national forests. They burn, and they cause so much air pollution that it's crazy. But we don't talk about that in your initiatives, about how do we get up there and start logging and thinning out our forests. Instead,
Managing
a lot
better.
of those same groups, and I'm not trying to be stereotypical, but a lot of those same groups are the same ones that are fighting the logging and the thinning of our forests to create a healthy, manageable forest. And that's causing our problem, our overpopulation of trees that are now burning and causing devastation across the state. And it's not just air pollution, it's causing damage to homes and lives and roads, infrastructure. We've spent over $5 million in our community fixing flooding problems caused by the Sealy fire that happened 5 years ago.
And Emory County spent way more than that. because of
Can you
that.
just state where you live too?
Price.
Next.
Ralph Hunter from Helper, Utah. I was saying, well, I'm looking at this one, your next to last bullet on this thing, and it phase out carbon tax rate for agriculture. You know, if you start taking out agriculture, you've pretty well wiped out all of Carbon County. You take out mining, well, there goes the rest of Carbon County. You take out manufacturing, we don't have a lot of manufacturing.
It's coming.
It's coming, I hope.
It is.
And other energy intensive, what are you gonna do when you're a rural area, you're trying to produce, keep your kids from, you look at our young folks, we have a real drug problem here for one reason. They're under a lot of despair. They don't look down the road and say, hey, I can go to work in a coal mine or I can get a good wage. You'd rather take and put up a windmill that's built in China. And you think that's a clean atmosphere? You don't think and if you'll take all that carbon monoxide that they're putting in the air and carbon footprint that they're putting in the air, if you look at that, the way our storms come in, that comes from China. And they're blowing it right over here because you're over there making them photocells and they're over there making these windmills. So, you know, what's the story? Why you're not getting any pollution from Helper, Utah? You're getting it you're probably getting more from China than you are from Helper, or the mines we have down there in the Huntington mine. They don't the Huntington power plant. They don't put out a whole bunch of pollution. I work down there, right there beside it, and I never come with teary eyes or not being able to breathe. I have great breathing.
That was Salt Lake. That's when you visited Salt Lake.
You can try to go down to Salt Lake during the wintertime and see how you breathe. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
I'm Jim Darter. I live in Spring Glen, not too far from Slupo. I got 4 points. Obama pushed, he said, just before he was elected the first time, that he wanted to push gas to $5 a gallon range, just like Europe. Now think in terms of France and what's going on there. In terms of they are rebelling against the carbon tax that they've been imposed. We don't need that here. All right, there's a when you get into Salt Lake, and I have driven across Salt Lake at 6 o'clock in the morning in January and February, and I see the crap that's going up out of the air. It's a Salt Lake problem with the pollution. We, and I don't, and the EPA, for all their stumbles and blunders, they do keep the smokestack emissions down. When you see smokestack emission, what is it? It's not smoke. It's not particulate. It's steam, because that air is scrubbed. And I have a lot of information I can be more than happy to give to you, but we're not, 3 minutes is not going to cut it. Beijing, China has a problem. Beijing, China shut down industry for 100 miles around Beijing prior to the Beijing hosting the Olympics. This affected us here because we had bought parts from China that we could not get replacement parts for until a year later, after they've gone back online. Beijing, China has, the entire country of China has been going after coal production, coal generated electricity, to the tune of building a power plant a month, and now they're beginning to realize that they didn't build the pollution controls into it that the United States has developed, and so they're moving towards nuclear. Are we happy with that? With all the issues with Japan? Japan was an anomaly because that was a 1950s, 1960s built design plant. The nuclear is much cleaner, more effective now. There is a movie called Smallville, and Lana Lang would say to Superman, "You're killing me, Smalls." This whole direction is disproportionately damaging rural Utah, the coal industry, the mining industry, the oil, natural gas production. For, you know, you say, oh, we have to move from coal to natural gas. Excuse me, natural gas is carbon based. So you're going to penalize that. Then you're saying, okay, well, we're not going to tax electricity, but at the same time, we've built into the legislature has passed that we're going to phase in an increase in the price of electricity. Why? Allegedly because Rocky Mountain Energy can't produce power as cheaply as they used to, and that's primarily because of their mismanagement. We can get into that for an hour, because I know what I'm talking about because I worked for Rocky Mountain Energy. I worked for a coal mine. I could see what was going on. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
So the rate increase for the power, is that going to be pushed through the Public Service Commission, or is that going to be back charged to the electricity producer?
I don't know. You'd have to check the text of the bill. Can I get your name and location too?
Chris Evans, Price. Because to get that through the Public Service Commission is going to be a pretty big wait. Hard to get rate increases through them.
Does anyone else have a comment?
Just a quick comment.
Could you just restate your name?
Gordon Jensen from Price.
Great.
If you push the farmers out of business, farmers grow things. Around here, most of it is alfalfa. They grow things that take carbon out of the air. So if you push them out of business, not only do we have less food, but now the carbon, you just took out one of the mechanisms for taking carbon out of the air.
I don't know where Rush Limbaugh got this, but he made a comment several years ago, and I don't know how he proves this, but he said there are more trees growing in the continental United States today than there were in the 1600s.
Anybody else that hasn't spoken yet want to make a comment before we go around again? Just get your name one more time, just so.
Jerry Anderson again. We all are carbon-based living systems. And if we don't have the carbon dioxide, life would cease on this earth. Now, there's such a teeny particle of CO2 in the air, it's unbelievable of all the discussion we get. When I talked favorably about carbon dioxide in the legislature, I made Huffington Post that night. It was that immediate. And they were having all kinds of rude things to say about it. couldn't believe the emails I got from mothers saying, I'm sure glad my kids weren't in your class. Well, if we don't have carbon dioxide, we don't have any life. And that's just basically what it amounts to. There's so much that we get these days that's misinformation. We get people that base their ideas on things that are happening. We all heard about how the coral reefs were dying because of carbon dioxide going into the seawater. Well, they found out it wasn't carbon dioxide. It's the stuff you put on your skin to keep the sun off. So all kinds of problems like that. And like I said, Salt Lake had very poor pollution years ago. It's gotten so much better, but there's still room for improvement. But things have gotten so much better with our energy and production in this country. Nobody in the world is anywhere near the life we have here in the United States because of the energy production. 48 out of the 50 states have coal-fired power plants. They depend on that energy. It's a major source of energy for the United States. We hope we always keep it.
Times are changing.
Okay, you first.
Jim Darter again.
Uh-huh.
Two items come to, but one of the foremost was UAMPS was here making a presentation at Bear in this room about a year and a half ago. Their comment was that it was the solar industry that was killing the power industry in California, and that's when I immediately raised my arm, handed up and said, why? And this is because when the sun goes down, solar production quits, and you cannot instantly replace that electricity, and people want their lights to work at night. Okay. How do you do that? It's by steam generated power. Where does that come from? You are burning natural gas. You're creating steam with nuclear. You're burning coal. So now you're going to take natural gas and coal out of the equation. That's only going to leave nuclear for the sundown to sunrise. And you can't depend on the wind. I looked at this on Saturday. I looked at a wind generator that didn't work. It was there turning, but not producing anything because there's a whole lot of issues with that. Thank you.
So speaking to your windmill.
Name one more time, sorry.
Oh, my name is Cheryl Lupo. And part of the windmill, the IPP plant, for instance, my father was the electrical engineer for the Department of Water and Power that put that plant together in 1984. So I was able to, fortunate enough, have lunch with the gentleman that actually runs that and manages that IPP plant. They scrapped windmills 5 years ago because they're not reliable, they're not efficient, they're too expensive. Solar panels.
And they're all made in China and
Yeah.
elsewhere out of the country.
Yeah.
They can't be made in the United States.
And the other thing with solar panels, it takes coal to make solar panels. So you get rid of any kind of emissions, any kind of fossil fuel, you won't be able to make any kind of energy. So the real problem, and I know part of all of this is about your pollution in Salt Lake City, but when you get right down to it with electricity, creating energy, the biggest problem that the United States has and the world has, and it's not global warming and it's not greenhouse gases, it's the grid. And we cannot buy a transformer in the United States. We purchase them out of the United States. They're on a backlog for a year. Our transmission station goes down. How many people it will kill in 1 year is over 2 million. So this is a fart in the wind, basically. And to destroy a rural community like what happened in Roanoke, Virginia, is a shame, because our United States administration did what you're doing here, and we got to get rid of these emissions and put them out of business. They had the most opioid prescriptions wrote in an 8,000 people population than the rest of the United States. Is that what you guys want to see happen in our little community? I don't want to see that happen.
Christine Watkins, I just want to go with what Kendra said. let's call a spade a spade. If this is about food tax, then let's call it what it is, and not be out here deceiving people, because a lot of what happened with some of our propositions and some other things is, if people don't understand them, then they don't vote for them. But if you tell them something that's really not there, and I mean, I'll go out, and I'll be very willing to knock on doors to say, don't vote for this and don't fall for this, because it's not real.
It's not.
It's not real. It's a mirage.
I have a question. Kendra Seeley. So can you tell us about the ballot initiative process? Where are you guys at in that process? What does this look like?
The details of it can be found on the state election website, but essentially we have to submit a proposal to the Lieutenant Governor's office, get a fiscal impact statement, hold hearings, and then gather signatures.
How many signatures do you need?
It depends on the Senate district, but you need to get them in, I think, 26 of 28 Senate districts.
How many total? Like
I don't
statewide?
know the number.
Okay. And you haven't done that yet?
No.
Okay.
This is before all of that.
So we can stand out there by people doing signatures and tell people
Yeah.
it's not real.
And what you submitted to the Lieutenant Governor's office is the final product, or you can make changes
We
somewhere
can make
along?
changes somewhere along the line, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Can I get the guy behind you? 'Cause I'll be back. Name and location again, please.
Price City resident, Mike Corianis. So, what is your purpose? You're a student at the University of Utah?
Yes.
And there's 5 of you? Or who's putting this bill together?
5 citizens of Utah.
5 students?
No, 2 students and 3 non-students.
You're a non-student, or are you part?
Yeah, I'm non-student.
And so you're part of this?
I'm part of this.
You know, and so with everybody in the room, I find this an opportunity to help educate people on the Wasatch Front about our area and help you understand, you know, we're pretty passionate about our area. With that being said, you know, there is a problem with air quality, not in our area, but in your area. I think that if you have the opportunity, you need to look at our area and see what we have to offer, how something like this would impact us. Because I think that, you know, when you have a problem in a community, you tend to flock shoot. And that's what I see happening here is you're flock shooting a problem, trying to get everybody to buy in. And everybody, you've heard by the comments said, it doesn't fly. So the bottom line is how do you resolve the issue and come to a good resolution with this? I think you guys are smart, you know, you're trying, but then again, look at the problem and get to the root. We don't have a problem here. I think that with our power plants, that, you know, and I've talked with other people, I think that alternative energy is, you know, rapidly going. So you do away with, you know, carbon emissions from power plants, but you still have the problem. What is your next solution? What are you going to come up with? And how are you going to attack it? Now you've devastated a community because they solely depend on coal-fired power plants and coal, and you still have the problem in your area. Do you feel good about that? Okay, so then I think that if you're going to attack it, and I shouldn't say attack, I think you need to
address the problem.
Address the problem. You look at the problem and say, where's the root cause of the problem? And you'll come up with the right solution. And from what, you know, Governor Herbert's saying, that 50% of your problem is car emissions. So if you really want to come up with a solution, how are you going to get the transportation problem in the Wasatch Front? How do you come up with money to get everybody using the transit system that's there and trying to curb the problem? You know, I think that that's a better solution than something like this, and using that money for that. you would have a buy-in from everybody.
And we passed a bill this last session that is going to, when they know that there's gonna be bad air, and it's an experimental thing, that there's gonna be free, tracks for several days to encourage people to get off the roads. So, you know, we spent a lot of money in the legislature working on clean air and, some other things to help us with rural issues that this would not even
Well,
address.
and
So-
What's your name
here's
one
the
more
other
time?
part of this,
Christine
is
Watt.
that
Thank you.
The state is monitoring our power plants. Don't think that we are knocking it out of the park with our emissions. I know that if you were to look at our numbers and ask the state for those numbers, you'd be astounded of how we are below our emissions, far below our emissions. So with that being said, I think that, and if that's public knowledge. They're a utility that, public knowledge. So then, where is the problem? You know?
And nobody talks about that problem of cars, trucks,
Well,
and airplanes.
at the
Your
energy
name one more
summit
time,
that
and then we're gonna
Con-
Cheryl
you know,
Lugo.
Commissioner
And then one, and then
Martinez
two.
I went to last year, was it last year? Yeah, last year. They said that 50% was emissions from cars, 30% was,
Furnaces, home furnaces.
yeah,
Gas furnaces.
Your
gas
name, sir?
furnaces, and
Tony
then
Martinez.
industrial
Price?
was your lowest.
Yes.
So with something like this is attacking an industry that sustains not only, you know, and I'll say this, and I'm educating you so you can understand this, for every one employee in a power plant, there's 7 outside. So every one coal miner, there's probably another 7 outside. You see how the impact would devastate a community with something like this?
Over here.
I'm Vicki Miller. I'm Spring Glen. I just wanted to add to what he was saying because his knowledge is obviously of power. I have knowledge of coal. I would suggest also that you look and see how coal mines are regulated and how many regulations they have to comply with in order to operate.
A big, thick book.
Yes, so that's all I wanted to add.
Bruce Wilson from Huntington. As it's written here, or as we see it here, and I've looked on the website and read 3/4 of the bill. It is very deceiving. I'm opposed to it, the way it is written and the way it's presented. It's presented as a clean air carbon tax, but only 10% goes to it. That, and the rest of it goes to other things. Carbon tax in and of itself is going to be eliminated if we're working towards a carbon-free society. It's going to be eliminated. So where are you going to shift the funding, or where are you going to get the funding for all these programs that you're creating once you reduce the carbon tax? Are we going to burden families with higher gas tax? Or how are you going to fund all this afterwards?
Just another comment, you know, instead of attacking the mining industry and the railroad industry, you had that in here too. Why don't you go to a 4-day week, 10 hours a day? You cut it by 20% right there. You cut all the emissions by 20%. And instead of building all these nice pretty houses over there in Salt Lake, start building apartments and go way up with them, so you only have to heat that one building. Instead of taking up all the farm ground we have, that's used to be pretty good farm ground over there in Salt Lake area. You have none now. They're not making any more oxygen from the carbon dioxide over there. People want to live in that area, fine. Put them up in a big old apartment.
Can we get your name and location one more time?
Ralph Hunter, Helper, Utah.
Question. Maybe Representative Watkins can answer this if you can't. Kendra Steely from Price. Did you guys work on the legislation during the session?
No,
We did not.
You
personally.
didn't? How was it received?
it never got out of rules.
In
Because
2018, versus, yeah,
This last in 18. It
Yeah.
never got out of rules. We looked it up.
Why do you think that happened?
I couldn't speculate. I'm not in the legislature.
What do you think that happened, Representative Watkins?
Well, they saw it for what it was.
Okay.
Not, most bills will come out of rules, but if they're particularly egregious, they stay in rules.
So I'm not convinced that it has broad support either. I wonder if this initiative process will be, I looked it up, you need 115,000 signatures, you said in the 26 of the 29 Senate districts. If you can't get it through the legislature, I think you'll have a tough time getting the signatures and getting it on the ballot, much less
Unless you
passing.
deceive the public by.
Well, that's the
Yes.
issue. If we
Yes.
see them out getting signatures, we've got to warn people.
Okay, thanks, sorry.
One more time?
Jim
Nate?
Darter again. I remember my other comment. There's a company right off the freeway as you're headed up. It's called Maple Mountain Fireplaces. I was sent over there because they had a particular seal that I needed for my coal wood stove, that dirty, nasty thing. And that was the only place that had it. And I walked in and I could feel the radiant heat that was being generated. And the guy showed me a stove that was 0 emissions. I went out of the building, I turned around and looked, and I could see heat rising off this stack. What this stove does is it has a stainless steel burner that what you see in visible smoke is primarily what?
Steam? Is that what you're asking?
It's particulate. This burns up. I mean, albeit I'm sure that there's probably a little bit of pollution when it starts until it gets up to temperature. But as soon as it's temperature, he chokes the air down, and he has one log burns all day long, heats the entire building, and it has 0 visible emissions because it has what is, for all intents and purposes, is a catalytic converter that burns up all the smoke at the top of the stove. So when you say, okay, we're going to have $75 million for cleaning local pollution from wood-burning stoves, are you proposing to pull every coal wood-burning stove out of every residence in the United States, in Salt Lake? You want us here to fund that, us to take the damage for this carbon tax here, to do this in Salt Lake, the Wasatch Front, where the pollution problem is, to pull every one of those stoves out and replace it with a modern, efficient, particulate burning stove that has 0 emissions? We see down here where there are red burn days, green burn days. We don't have that problem. I heat my house primarily with a coal wood stove, and I don't have an emission problem.
Go ahead, name it, please.
And just say, for instance, this whole thing goes through and you get all your monies. After a while, power plants are gonna say, forget it, we can't afford these taxes anymore, shut it down. Then where do you get your money from? To fund all of your
electricity from.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm getting at is to fund all of these things for Salt Lake to take care of. It's just like in California. They have overtaxed those people, and they're leaving California because they can't afford these taxes anymore, and so now they've got a serious economic problem in California. And that's where you would end up being here, because some of in that House Bill 403, it talks about large emitters and how much you guys are gonna tax them. It's $10 per, however you guys figure out those tonnage of CO2 particulates. And that's another thing I just can't seem to wrap my head around.
Are you gonna gather them?
Yeah, and so you put businesses out of business, and then you've got the mining industry or the industries that work for them or do things for them, then you put them out of business because and it's happening now in some of our small businesses here in the area. And then you got the guys that are, they don't need coal anymore, so you put those coal miners out of business, and then the guys that repair the machines, you put them out of business. So who's going to be working to pay your tax?
To fix your problem.
Can you
The picture?
address the restaurant? Can you keep doing this?
Who was next? I think you haven't had a shot for a while.
Go that way.
Huh?
Casey Hopes, Price.
I think this tax would disproportionately affect rural Utah in another way, in the fact that if you're going to put a 10 cents per gallon gas tax on everybody throughout the state, rural or up in Salt Lake on the Wasatch Front, they have mass transit. They have alternate opportunities to get people around. In rural Utah, we don't have mass transit, which makes us the bearer even more, because we still have to drive to commute to our work. We may not have jobs by then, but if we do drive or want to go somewhere, we're going to have to drive. And so disproportionately, we have no alternate options other than to drive our vehicle and be taxed at a higher rate.
True. For your problem.
Jerry Anderson again. If you put a ton of coal through the power plant, you get 6 tons of carbon dioxide emissions. Now, I don't know how they measure the air, but it feels pretty good to me. But 6 tons of carbon dioxide, I thought, I've got to go check this out. So I took my CO2 measuring device and went down to the power plants in Emery County, and I could not detect any extra CO2 except on the road where the trucks came in and out to deliver the coal. The tons of emissions are very quickly dispersed and taken up by the plants. The plants need that. And in Nebraska one year, they had a sudden greening that they hadn't known about before. And when they got investigating, they found out it was because they had a little more CO2 and things were growing finally in Nebraska.
I have a question. So you have in Salt Lake, you have the airport there that has those jet engines that burn, straight burn of CO2 coming off of them. If you propose something like this, how would it impact them?
There is a tax on jet fuel. Beyond that,
But not carbon.
what's it?
Not carbon. Not a carbon emissions tax.
So it's not being raised. The
Jet
tax is not being raised.
On jet fuel, I think it is being raised.
What kind of fuel is it called? Because in that House Bill 403, it didn't map out jet fuel. It mapped out,
I think ours does, but we'd have to check the text of the bill where it's.
because the House Bill that you have wrote here, yours is 304, but the House Bill 403 that was initiated in 2018 did not mention jet fuel. Now, I was gonna bring that up too, because it's like, no, wait a minute, they're like one of the biggest.
Yeah.
Are you gonna get rid of your planes? What do you,
Well, Alexander or Precious gets us,
Yeah.
we can. And
So that was a question I
The
had.
senator from California is in agreement with it, get rid of the planes.
Yeah.
Except she can't get back to Hawaii now.
Any other comments?
Yep, one over here.
Gordon Jensen from Price. If this did go through and you did get your, 10, 20% for cleaning the air, do you have anything in line to put that to?
Yeah, so my understanding is that money will go kind of a low-hanging fruit with the DEQ has identified. So that would be something like switching school buses to more efficient things, giving money for people to take their lawn care equipment and trade it in for electric equipment, stuff like that.
So it's very small. Small, it's impacting a small quantity of people.
where are you gonna get the electricity to run your electric lawnmower?
Yeah.
And run your electric car and your electric bus?
It's throwing a pebble in a big pond.
No kidding.
You really need something concrete, something that will really contribute to the, I don't want to say problem, but the solution. But if you don't have anything in place for that is solid, why do it?
Jim Darter again. This last BEAR meeting was a discussion from a company that's coming into Wellington. It's called Wellington Microtech. They are a micro refinery that is going to be rail in, rail out. They are going to bring used cooking oils in railroad tanker cars, and I thought that was a rather interesting concept. How much do you get of those? How you collect them? But so they have a contract with a company out of Illinois where they collect these. They're going to bring them here to Wellington. They're going to do a catalyst process to refine these into diesel fuel and jet fuel. This will be a 100% biofuel, albeit, yes, there's going to be some carbon involved, and so you want to tax a carbon industry, so you're going to tax this out of business before it even begins. My question was, and so the ultimate reason is they want to push this, and the reason why they have an economic opportunity to do this is several things are coming together on this, but it was 80% less pollution in the diesel fuel and in the jet fuel. And I raised my hand and I asked, I says, is this fuel going to be available to the coal industry? Because the emissions in a coal mine on a diesel engine are crucial. They said no. All of their production is going to go to California because California subsidizes biofuel diesel at $1.70 a gallon on top of the retail price of diesel fuel. You want to look at something a little bit more exciting and interesting, that's the direction you want to look at.
Thank you for
instead
that
of cutting our throat by killing a fledgling industry before it even breaks ground.
Over here, let's see, you both.
Chris Evans. So as I was reading through this, it said the carbon tax applies to the consumption of coal, and then down below it says, but not power plants because electricity is taxed as described above. So to ask the question, is it the power plant that's paying the extra, or is it the Public Service Commission passing it to ratepayers?
Yeah, we weren't sure on that, but we could get back to you. Like, if you want to contact us, we could look into those details.
But I mean,
and get back to
you helped write the bill, right?
No,
you
I
as
did
an
not.
individual.
No,
Okay,
I'm
I
a
misunderstood.
volunteer to help record.
Okay.
I support the bill for my own reasons, but I did not
okay.
have anything to do with writing that bill.
When you don't have all the information.
Well,
Before you have all the information.
Is there an intent to have a meeting, as I asked before we started, is there an intent to have someone who actually wrote the bill available for conversation?
Didn't you sign it? Weren't you one of the 5?
we're sponsors,
We signed it.
but we didn't write the bill at all, no,
okay.
so.
Who's funding the writing of the bill and the promotion of this bill?
There's no funding right now that I know
So
of.
you guys are here granted.
We're volunteers, yeah.
That's paid your own way to get down here.
Yeah, we're just volunteers.
So, could you
So,
answer my
but yeah, so to get back to you, I think the best thing to do would be to write in comments on the website, and then we can deal with them one by one, in terms of getting people who were, participated in writing the bill to address those comments. I'm sorry, we're,
There's no public meeting plan.
not that I know of, yeah. But we will address your questions on this if you write into us.
Back to my
So,
question.
it's just, we don't,
Who's going to pay for the promotion and advertising that you're going to encounter in the next year?
who's gonna pay?
Who's going to pay for the funding for the
Well, we're gonna ask
advertisement?
for people to,
Donate.
make donations.
So who's
So it'll
the
be,
deep pocket donor that's going to fund this?
we have none, there are none.
Is there a reason for that? Maybe somebody sees the light.
Hmm.
Oh, excuse me, in our plant park, you don't have light
So
at
could you
night.
just identify yourself again?
This is Joan Powell again. I believe this is drafted by some dreamers. And I believe these dreamers want to see us all on pedal bikes or dead, one or the other, and whatnot. And I think that this sucks.
Thank you for your opinion. All right, we're about to the end of the hour, so.
Well, just, Ralph Hunter from Helper. Just a comment. My wife's a big polluter. She drove from Helper to Price 4 times this weekend. Do you think she ought to stop that? Huh? You got your
No,
reason.
no, I don't think that
She
she.
needs to get that public transportation they have in Salt Lake Loop down there.
Well, no, yeah. Could you imagine if they had even the public transportation? Would you want to stop her from doing that? Would you want to stop her from getting in her car
She might stop me.
and run into the hospital to do emergency surgery?
We used to live
She's
in
an-
America where you could do things
Yeah.
as you want and chose. We don't live there anymore.
I think I take the feedback.
Yeah, we will. You know,
I
some
hope
of
some of
it's
it's constructive.
easier to sort through than others, but that's the point.
Appreciate you guys coming down.
Well, thank you, and thank you for showing up. Yeah, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So it's 4 o'clock. We're here in Nephi at the Senior Center, the Joab County Courthouse. You're on Bauman with
Joey Caseglia.
and we're hosting this public hearing about the Clean the Air Carbon Tax Act. And I think the agenda is we'll tell you a little bit about the bill and how it works, and also if you're interested in the ballot measure process, can tell you a little bit about that also to the extent of our abilities. And then we're happy to take comments, questions, feedback. This is a public hearing, so the way that you might think about this is that we filed this ballot measure. It's sort of it's a draft, if you want to think about it that way, and then we hold these public hearings, and then we have an opportunity to modify the measure based on the feedback that we get. So the bill, in very broad strokes, is a modest carbon tax, so a tax on fossil fuels. 20% of the revenue goes to improve local air quality and to fund rural economic development. And 80% of the revenue goes to reduce existing taxes, including eliminating the state sales tax on grocery store food. There's also an expansion of the retirement tax credit, which is a existing state program that benefits low and middle income seniors. There is an earned income tax credit benefit for low income working families, and there are some other details of the policy that I would be happy to chat about. But that's the basic structure of the policy. The ballot measure process. So the way that this worked was there were 5 of us who signed an application, sent it to the Lieutenant Governor's office with the legal language of the bill. There was a period of time for the Lieutenant Governor to take a look and for the Governor's Office of Management and Budget to produce a fiscal note. And now we hold 7 public hearings around the state. This is the second one that we're holding. The first one was earlier today in Price. We get feedback from folks who come to the public hearings and elsewhere. We have an opportunity to modify the bill if we want to do that. And when we have to record these public hearings and send the recordings in to the Lieutenant Governor. And then there's a couple more hoops that we jump through, and then we can start collecting signatures. And if we collect roughly 115,000 signatures from around the state, there's also a requirement to collect a certain target of signatures in 26 of the 29 state Senate districts. Then we qualify for the ballot in November of 2020. And we have to do all that. We have to do all that.
What's your legal name? What's the name of the bill?
So the name of our organization is Clean the Darn Air. The name of the bill is the Clean the Air Carbon Tax Act. And you can find out information about it on the Lieutenant Governor's website, which is elections.utah.gov. So at this point, we're here to take public comment. Since this is a public hearing, all that we'd ask is that you state your name and where you're from for the record, and then that's part of the process, and we'll turn the recording in to the Lieutenant Governor's office. So this is a public hearing that is recorded and will be available for the public to listen to. Okay. So, does anybody want to kick things off?
Sure, I will. Carl Bruff, Nephi. Got a question. Can you tell me a little bit about your background and how you got involved in this and why?
Sure. You want to start? Should I start?
Well, I got associated with it through YORM. I'm a graduate student at the University of Utah in biology. I've been worried about some of the issues associated with the pollution in Salt Lake City, and I've never really saw a solution to this, and I do believe this is a viable kind of Utah-style solution to solving kind of three problems that face our state. But Yoram has kind of been the driving force behind this for me.
So I'm an economist by training. I actually make a living doing stand-up comedy about economics, believe it or not. If you want to learn more about that, my comedy website is standupeconomist.com. But I will separate that from these activities for today. I got interested in studying economics with this idea that, hey, we should have higher taxes on things we want less of, like pollution, and then we can use the revenue to have lower taxes on things we want more of, like jobs and income and savings and investment. So it's called environmental tax reform or tax shifting, which is an idea that has support certainly from economists and from others across the political spectrum. That, for example, in Utah, there's a tax on grocery store food. Utah is one of 12 or 13 states that has a sales tax on grocery store food. Utah is also one of 12 or 13 states that has an state income tax on Social Security benefits. Those are policies that a lot of people see as unfair. But arguably the state has that because the state needs to generate revenue in order to pay for, roads and schools and public services that we value. And so the reason why I got interested in studying economics was really the idea of, well, what if you could, instead of having taxes that are unfair and regressive and taxes on things that we'd like to have more of, what if you could, instead of those taxes, what if you get rid of those taxes and instead have taxes on things you'd like to have less of? I will be honest and tell you that I am not a long-time resident of Utah. We moved here a couple years ago. My wife grew up in Kaysville, and we wanted to be close to family. The air pollution along the Wasatch Front was the number one concern we had about moving to Utah. It's the number one thing we don't like about being here. But otherwise, it's great, and we love to be near family. But the air pollution is a threat to our young kids. It's a threat to our health. It's a threat to our families. It's a threat to the economy. And we think that this bill is a smart, market-based, small government approach to clean air and climate issues.
So basically, this is a money-shifting bill. It's not a solve the problem bill. It's just shifting money and collect more money to solve the problem.
Well, so of the revenue that's collected, which is on the order of $600 million a year, okay, roughly 20% of that, $100 million, goes to new programs. So $75 million a year for air quality, $25 million a year for rural economic development. The rest of the revenue, roughly 80% of the revenue, goes to reduce existing taxes. So as a way to offset the impacts, the pocketbook impacts on households and businesses across the state.
Okay, so Richard Hansen, I'm Joab County Commissioner. What I want to know is what do you want to do to accomplish clean air?
Okay, what do we want to do to accomplish clean air? So, for example, Governor Herbert this last session asked for $100 million as a down payment to improve air quality. And he had a list of things that $100 million could pay for. And the legislature allocated $29 million. So kind of a down payment on the down payment. There's a long list of things that the state could do to improve air quality. Along the Wasatch Front, for example, there's incentivizing people to, there's still some households that have wood stoves as their primary heat source. And even though it's a relatively small number of households, they contribute quite a bit to the air pollution problem. So upgrading those houses, providing financial incentives for people to trade in their gas-powered lawnmowers and trimmers for electric ones, because those two-cycle motors contribute a fair amount of air pollution, even though they're small motors.
What percentage?
If you look at there are I don't have the numbers.
It's not that much. I've seen the figures. Okay, I understand it still contributes, but it's not very much.
There are freight switchers.
There's a big move right now going on to do it all electric, and that's right. My problem is this. Electric cars, okay? They think that's the answer, okay? This is the problem. What kind of batteries do they use?
Lithium ion.
Lithium. Lithium is the most toxic substance on the face of the earth. Most toxic there is. What are you going to do with them when you're through? How are you going to recycle them? You're going to go bury them?
Well, okay, Taylor Lauderdale, Mount Pleasant. Does this bill do, it's for fossil fuels, does it do anything for mobile polluters as far as automobiles and stuff?
Yeah, so the carbon tax applies to fossil fuels, so that includes
I
motor
just
gasoline
read
and diesel.
A study also, partially read a study done by BYU. They now have coal-fired power plants that emit zero pollution because of the scrubbing technology that is now in place. Okay, that's big. I figured eventually they'd figure that out. There's some pretty smart people around. They can take that out right out of the.
But there's no financial incentive to do that right now.
Sure, there is.
So where is this coal-fired power plant that you speak of that has zero emissions?
You'll have to get the study from BYU.
I'll bet you money that it doesn't exist.
I'll bet it does.
Technology.
According to their.
There's an existing power plant.
Things.
An existing power plant.
Yeah. Okay.
How much money would you like to put on that, and we can make that happen?
I'm just telling you. That's what.
I'm telling you too.
Okay,
that's what the report.
Pull out your wallet. We're on tape.
Chris Hansen from Highland, Utah. I guess part of the question would be what size of power plant are you talking about? He could be talking about something of 1 megawatt or 1 kilowatt to be a power plant.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. It was really brief, but it was a report that came from BYU.
Question I've got is, in rural Utah, you're talking about a 10% or a 10-cent tax on gasoline and diesel fuel. And folks that work around here and further south of the Wasatch Front, that's a significant amount of money that they would have to be paying on fuel bills, and they would never get that much back off of a grocery tax reduction or elimination. How do you address that issue to people who don't live along the Wasatch Front that are going to be significantly negatively impacted? For example, I drive and consume probably 250 gallons of gasoline a month. Guys who work here in this valley driving their tractors, I'm sure it's many times that to produce the products that they sell. How do you balance that inequity in this tax?
So the tractors are burning red dyed diesel, presumably, and red dyed diesel is not covered by the tax. So there was an intentional effort to address impacts on energy intensive trade exposed businesses. So agriculture, mining, manufacturing, because those are businesses that are producing products that have to compete with businesses that are outside of the state.
All mining?
Yeah. The whole NAICS code.
What about people who, like I said, consume a lot of gasoline, just traveling, taking their kids to school in rural Utah?
So currently we have an Excel spreadsheet version of this on our website, which is cleanthedarnair.org, but we're working on a version of it that will be easier to use, where you can it'll be a calculator tool, where you can go and run the numbers and see how this is going to affect your household, and see how it pencils out. Now, I will note that over the last year, gas prices have gone over the last couple years from $3 to $2 and then back up to $3. Right? So that's, everybody's already got to weather price fluctuations for gasoline.
In Salt Lake Valley, if you're only traveling 20 miles to work and back, but in rural Utah, you're driving 100 miles one way to go to work. There's a significant difference in the amount of money that's going to be coming out of your wallet in this, and you'll never get it back from the tax, grocery tax. So I see a problem where you're essentially with this tax, you're going to be pitting Wasatch Front population against rural Utah.
Well,
against the rest of Utah.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Because you take in Salt Lake County, that's got a problem with inversion and pollution. And,
Not just Salt Lake County, but yes.
But it's, I mean, you're creating something that the whole state has to buy into.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Does the whole state buy into public education?
Certainly, and public education is funded not only by, mostly it's funded by natural resource taxes.
Huh? Well, it's also funded heavily by income taxes, right? Like
property taxes.
The state income taxes go to education, is that right? Commissioner?
What?
State income taxes go to education?
No.
I thought it was property taxes.
Property taxes.
Maybe local property taxes, but state income taxes go to education. So let's talk about education, let's talk about roads, right? Per capita is like if you have a school bus that's taking kids to school, is that going to be more expensive in rural parts of the state or in along the Wasatch Front? It's probably going to be more expensive in rural areas, right?
Yes, absolutely.
But those of us who live along the Wasatch Front help pay for that.
Certainly.
And folks who live along the Wasatch Front help pay for roads throughout the state.
Yeah. I can't argue with the logic, but that's not going to be I don't think, the difficulty in this perception of this bill, frankly, or this initiative. It's not a bill now. I mean, it was Briscoe's bill that never got out of committee.
That's true.
So now you're going to put it on the ballot and go to the entire state and ask the rural folks to support the Wasatch Front. That's how it's going to be perceived. Whether it's reality or not doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's perception. And the guys who live in St. George, you drive to Salt Lake, to visit mom or something, or if you live in Price, Carbon or Emery County, and you drive great distances, they're gonna see this as punitive, I think, to their livelihood. And the other question I've got is, if the ultimate goal of the bill or the initiative is to do away with oil and gas and coal-fired energy, is that not what the ultimate goal is on a carbon tax, is to do away with things that are, as I think I saw in the newspaper, commented about bad things versus supporting good things, labeling oil and gas and combustion as a bad thing. Ultimately, your target is natural resources, fossil fuel. If that's what you're trying to eliminate, how do you then support the economy of Carbon, Emery County, and Duchesne and Uinta counties, where hundreds of millions of dollars are generated by extraction of natural resources, fossil fuels? How does this plan to eliminate or address those economic impacts of those areas of the state?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I guess I'd welcome your advice and your feedback on how to deal with this issue that may be partly factual, maybe partly perception about the urban-rural split. Because we've tried in the bill to address that. One of the other pieces of the bill that maybe it's a little complicated, but it's worth mentioning, is that if you're far enough off the grid that you're using propane, right? So if you're not on the natural gas lines, you'll actually see part of the bill eliminates the state sales tax on electricity and heating fuels as a way to address some of the price increase while still giving utilities an incentive to fuel switch. But if you are far enough away from the natural gas lines that you're burning propane, then you see that sales tax reduction, but the carbon tax doesn't apply to propane because it's such a small percentage of fossil fuel consumption in the state. So if you're that far away from the natural gas lines, then that's another attempt to put some funds back in your pocket. Your question was about Carbon County and Emery County. So the bill has $25 million a year that goes through the Governor's Office of Economic Development for rural economic development. And I would argue that there's there's sort of two paths forward, right? If you look at what happened in Wyoming, for example, so Wyoming is not thinking about a carbon tax, right? But they just announced, Rocky Mountain Power announced a plan to close a bunch of coal-fired power plants in Wyoming, right? And why did they do that?
Over time, they plan to close these plants.
Right, but why did they? Well, why?
This is my theory about why they're planning to close them. Because most of that power goes where? Southern California.
Rocky Mountain Power? No, it doesn't.
No,
it doesn't.
We've got a line going, okay? We just were in discussions with Rocky Mountain Power.
Yeah.
Okay? They're building a high voltage line from here clear to Southern California. They just paid us money for our property.
Okay.
Okay? They're building that. You know where it's coming off of? The solar farms in Wyoming.
Okay.
Because Southern California will not accept power that is generated with fossil fuels. So we have to take
Right, so why can't you build more solar farms here and sell the power to Southern California?
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because not one of them pays their way yet. Not one of them. They're all subsidized by the government. Every one of them. Okay, there's an issue. Okay, my solution to this is just better technology. It's science.
Mm-hmm.
It's scrubbing. It's getting rid of the stuff and learning how to use it and making it, neutralize it. That's my theory. That's where we ought to be putting the money. Coal is the most abundant resource in the United States. I don't know why we don't use it. Let's use the science to learn how to clean it.
I can tell you why we don't use it. We don't use it as much as we used to because the price of natural gas is cheaper. Right? That's why the coal-fired power plants in Wyoming are shutting down. It's not because of solar power, it's because of natural gas.
Part of the reason.
I mean,
What?
I shouldn't say it that way. That's only part of the answer.
Okay.
The other part of the answer is, one, the power plants built in Wyoming, most of them were built in the 70s, as here in Utah. And they're reaching their end of their useful life.
Mm-hmm.
It's if you built a plant in 76, by 26, you're beyond its useful life. They don't see the need to rebuild or remanufacture, remanufacture is not the right word, to build additional coal-fired power plants because they can't get past the regulations that won't allow them to do it.
Mm.
PacifiCorp probably doesn't have any plans to shut down the Hunter and Huntington power plants anytime soon. Part of the problem too for PacifiCorp is you may be buying or getting renewables during the day, but at night you're not getting those because we have no ability to economically store those electrons that wind and solar generate during the day that don't generate at night. So you have to ramp up your natural gas or coal-fired power plants, or you have to do it during the day to balance the power. I mean, that's a big issue with renewables is the spikes. How do you deal with those? How do you deal with the bottom end of that production? We haven't figured that out yet. So,
But there's a company in Millard County, I believe, that's working on that because they have the salt domes there, and they're working on one of the things they're investing in. One of the things they're investing in there is compressed air storage in the salt domes.
and if you ask them how much power will that generate for IPA, not a lot.
Okay.
And surely there are lots of technologies out there, as Mr. Hansen described the BYU study about zero emissions from coal-fired generation. Yes, there are a lot of studies. None of that's economic yet. And I guess my overall concern about putting a tax on carbon in the state of Utah is significantly economically detrimental at this time. And we have some of the cheapest electricity in the United States, and it's running a very strong and vibrant Utah economy. I don't think anybody would argue with that. If you start taxing carbon, from which more than 60% of our electricity in the city of Utah is generated by burning coal, you're going to raise everybody's, not just Wasatch Front, but everybody's power costs. And that's another issue I think you're going to face with this initiative is how much of this is going to come out of my pocket?
And I think too that right now, it's probably a misnomer to think that this won't affect the poorest among us. Because if you have to go to an electric car, how much do they cost? How many can afford that? You know, right now. Eventually, maybe so. Maybe after they improve the technology, whatever, you know, mass-produced stuff, then prices tend to go down. But in the meantime, you're gonna injure really those that can least afford it.
That's why part of the bill is an expansion of the retirement tax credit, like for seniors on fixed incomes. That's why part of the bill is a 20% match of the federal earned income tax credit for low income working families. No, you asked about low income households, and I'm telling you what's in the bill for low income households.
So
as well as reduce
we're still shifting because I don't know if it's a fair tax right now.
Okay. Did you want to say something, Jim?
Yeah.
But you know, it's still, you know, this kind of thing really increases costs right now. And I think we need to be really careful about what we do, because it will affect us economically, no matter what. I mean, we all want clean air. I don't think anybody here wouldn't want clean air. We want that.
Good.
But let's use the science and clean up what we've got. Learn how to do that. That's kind of where I fall on this.
So I just wanted to add, because we've been talking a bit about advancing technology, and part of what will speed up the rate at which technology advances is to incentivize that technology, right? So right now, I believe the carbon scrubbing technology you're talking about exists. It is not a power plant yet. It is a way to do power production. That's one. But the incentive, the cost it's not viable to build those because of the incentives on other types of power production. And so, yeah, to me it's important to recognize that there is a cost that is being spread to everybody with pollution that is not being accounted for. And this bill tries to account for that cost of pollution and then try to even out the cost that we're spreading out through this carbon tax, and try to even it out so that the low-income households in the various parts of the state aren't incurring the heavy burden. So that's, I think, why Yoram brought up the low-income tax credits and the retirement.
I haven't read the bill, but I want to know, does it have anything in it to give tax credits to landowners who have trees on their property? That was part of the Obama one.
No.
Because what they did is, if you have, let's say you own 40 acres of mountain land and there's trees all over it, okay? You could trade that as a credit for polluting something else, okay? Not everybody can do that, okay? So
this bill doesn't have any of those tradable credit things.
All right.
No. Talon, are you willing to look up on your phone this BYU clean coal article that the commissioner mentioned?
It was on the TV. They reported it.
And then Amanda, you haven't spoken up, so I want to, if you want to chime in, I want to make sure you have an opportunity. And sir, you just joined us, so.
I'm just taking it all in right now.
Okay, that's great.
I don't know anything about it to ask right now. Just walked in. I'll get Richard to give me a brief.
I think you guys are good sports for
Yeah,
doing
look,
this.
I think it's a noble.
I know.
I think it's a noble exercise to push this forward. I just worry about if you put something in place like that, it's like rural Utah is going to suffer the most because of it. There's no question about it.
All right, so here's my question for you is, we have an air quality problem in some parts of this state, right?
Right.
What can we do about that?
How much of that comes from mobile sources?
Roughly 40%.
43.
And how much of this bill will address mobile sources?
So there's $75 million for improving air quality, which DEQ could spend in various areas, but I think a bunch of that is mobile if you're talking about cleaning school buses, which is something you can do all around the state, right? Even if you live in a place that has good air quality, if you're a kid who's standing behind a school bus, you're not breathing high quality air at that moment, right? So
Hopefully your parents teach you not to stand behind a diesel.
Right, but it's on the tailpipe. It's a known
Fair
detriment
enough.
in idling all your buses at the schoolyard. Like, there's a known amount of pollution.
But how much is that compared to just normal people driving?
A yellow air quality alert, parts per million, is what I was aware of.
are you including locomotives in the mobile source category?
Well, that's an interesting point. You're talking about the switching yard locomotives, they want to get traded out, which is a good idea.
Yeah, but the legislature hasn't provided any money.
But the problem is, that's a part of the problem.
Yeah, it's about maybe 5%.
Yeah, so the rest of it is cars that we drive on the freeway, right?
Okay.
What will this do for that?
For cars on the freeway? I'll give you an example. There are other states where the state invests in billboards that say, hey, if you see a smoking vehicle, call this number and we'll make sure that they have to go get their tailpipe checked, right? Because a very small percentage of vehicles produce a lot of the emissions, right? They're vehicles that are they're not functioning well. So we could do a lot more to identify those vehicles and make sure that the owners fix them, potentially provide financial incentives so the owners have the money to fix them, right? This is stuff that DEQ could do if they had sufficient resources.
I think though the problem is the tailpipe, whether it's a smoking vehicle or not.
Okay.
Every vehicle that burns gasoline is emitting, NOx, SOx, and CO2 and CO. Does this bill do anything to take those cars off the freeway? I mean, 40%, even if you were down to 35% of the issue along the Wasatch Front, this bill is a gasoline tax, so you're affecting cars on the freeway, but I don't see it actually addressing the pollution from the cars on the freeway. Does that make sense?
You're taxing them, but I don't see how there's going to be
You're
an
not taking
actual
them off the
result.
freeway.
Yeah.
Well, so if DEQ, for example, determines that providing free bus service along the Wasatch Front on inversion days is a cheap way to improve air quality, then they could do that. Would that be an answer to your question?
That could be part of it, but it's not a significant solution because the bus service in Utah Valley, the Wasatch Front, is very difficult to get from point A to point B in a reasonable amount of time. I mean, there's no incentive to the guy who lives in Draper who has to get downtown or somewhere by the airport to take an hour and a half bus ride versus a 30-minute car ride.
So Governor Herbert proposed $100 million for air quality. Now, I think he was proposed basically just using the budget surplus because we have a good economy to do that, right? So are you objecting to that? The legislature didn't give him the $100 million, but would you object to that $100 million investment, or are you just objecting to the idea of getting it from a carbon tax?
Well, here's one thing that
probably the carbon tax. I don't mind that he would fund $100 million. The carbon tax, again, I think unfairly addresses an issue that others really don't see as a problem. I mean, the carbon tax is statewide, but Wasatch Front centric as to what it's trying to fix.
Although there certainly are air quality problems elsewhere in the state, right?
But not even close to.
Oh, Uinta County has huge air quality problems. I think they were among the counties. Uinta.
Well, that's an ozone issue.
Well, yeah, it's a pollution issue.
But some of that is a natural ozone issue too. I mean, they were naturally high, almost up to the limit of the new EPA air quality restrictions that were, there's a lot of natural gas issues that create ozone.
Right.
There's no doubt about that. But the natural ozone levels are fairly close to the limit. So, when you start talking about, yes, we're exceeding certain limits, let's start looking at what the natural air quality is before we, start saying, okay, we've got to take out this industry that's creating 1% of the problem, 2% of the problem.
what I would rather look at is, are there smart public investments that are value for money that will make lives better for people in this state?
Certainly, but I don't know that the carbon tax is the method or the vehicle to get there.
Okay, so one of the primary rules of economics, perhaps the only important rule of economics as far as public finance is concerned, is that money does not grow on trees. Right? So where would you get the money? Like, if we have a great economy, then we can use the budget surplus, like the governor proposed. But we're not going to have budget surpluses forever, and there are lots of folks who like to cut taxes when we have a budget surplus.
Maybe
So
if we shift that burden, we have a carbon tax, we do all that, our economy may not produce what it produces now, and we may not have a surplus.
I would say that our economy is kind of on the back of our cheap electricity.
Yeah, it's just like disposable income. When gas prices go up, people quit driving as much. A lot do. They don't have, and if they do, then they don't have that disposable income to go buy other things in the economy. So it's kind of a, up and down situation all the time.
One of the things that could be done, and you mentioned a billboard that says if you notice a car smoking, that you call this number and report them. But every time you go renew your tag on your car, I know I lived in a state where they actually put a thing in your tailpipe and measured what the exhaust contained. And that's one way to find out what are these, some of these pickup trucks that go down the road spewing black smoke all the time, that you could do something about that.
They used to, into the non-attainment counties, you had to have your vehicle inspection, and part of that was an exhaust emission. They've done away with the vehicle inspections.
Right.
can you identify yourself, sir, just for the record?
Byron Woodland.
Byron Woodland.
He's a county commissioner.
Oh, great.
I believe
Thank you for
still
coming.
have to have emissions testing.
I think they just did
I
away
believe
with
that's
safety
still
and
in Forest
emissions
Lawn,
inspection.
Salt
I
Lake,
wasn't
Davis,
sure.
Utah.
I just had to have it done on the car, so.
I know there have been issues in the legislature with the question of, well, to what extent is it intrusive in people's lives to require them to get their vehicles checked? And I don't know what the current status of that is.
I saw a report too the other day that says that and I don't know if it's a nationwide or just in this state, I can't remember, said that the pollution levels have dropped 20% because of the efforts that have been made to help clean it up. And so it looks like we're heading in the right direction. I think we're all concerned about having that. It's just how we do it.
Right. So there was an article in
the crux of it.
So there's an article in the paper the other day about kids who have cancer. You can go to the Huntsman Institute at the University of Utah, and their cancer goes into remission, but then they get sick from the air pollution. Right. So what do you say to those kids?
What do I say to them?
Yeah, wait another 20 years?
Well, I guess what it really amounts to is when we recognize that there's a problem, we try to fix it. But we do it not in a way, I mean, you're going to economically cause a lot of hardship in some areas, especially outside the Wasatch Front with this. And while it's a noble exercise to try to do it, there's not a good answer for those kids to have that. They have a choice, their parents have a choice to live someplace else.
They could go to a different cancer institute.
They could go.
It's true.
They could take their kid, no, listen, before they even get it. They have that choice.
Okay.
Okay? A lot of times we're tied to where we're at because that's what we like,
Well, that's where our family is.
Yeah. And, so that's a hard choice. That's a hard choice. There's a lot of diseases that happen that are not part of air pollution. What do we say to those people?
Well, here's what I'll say to you. If you come up with a better way to do this, to achieve the goals that we're trying to achieve with this policy, let's talk about it. Let's make it happen. I'm ready.
I'm all for funding science.
Okay, so speaking of that, Talon, did you find out anything about this BYU clean coal thing?
Quickly Googled something, but I didn't really search too hard.
Okay, I'm now doubling my bet with you, sir.
I bet, yeah.
Well,
No,
That's what they
there's-
reported on TV.
There's no.
That's all I'm
I've
saying.
seen that. I don't,
Did you see that?
you know, the media is not always 100% accurate. But that's what they did. I saw it too.
There's no economically viable method of scrubbing carbon dioxide from power plants.
Oh, I wouldn't make an absolute statement like that without some data, but it's expensive.
It's
Well,
expensive.
It probably takes more electricity than you're producing with the power plant underneath it.
I don't know if that- I'm not sure I agree with that. But.
No, you can produce plenty of electricity, and you may trying to think of the right word, but the parasitic demand on a power plant for some of the pollution controls is certainly high, but it's not more than what the plant can produce.
Otherwise, the plant wouldn't be in operation.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ideas. And the BYU, the engineering department there, has several programs that are addressing not only NOx on SOx, but CO2 and how to capture that and sequester it. It's happening. They've even got Pacific Corps has some pilot programs going where they're capturing a large percentage of the CO2, bringing it below what the levels of natural gas plants are producing. So, it's happening.
I believe that this power plant out here and the tomato plant next to it, they pull the CO2 off of the power plant to grow tomatoes.
How much of the CO2?
I don't know.
That's not all of it. This sounds more.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, it's
I think that's terrific.
smart use.
Yeah, absolutely.
But still, until they figure out a better way for the battery system, we're just looking for a nightmare down the road. That lithium is horrible stuff.
Well, let me continue the story about Wyoming, because we didn't finish that. So in Wyoming, Rocky Mountain Power has this proposal to close down some power plants, some coal-fired power plants. And the legislature passed essentially a coal bailout bill for these communities. And I understand where they're coming from. These communities are dependent on these plants. But if you look at the op-ed that was written by Jason Sjogren, who's an economist at the University of Wyoming, very well-respected economist, his concern was that this could cost ratepayers hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? So to come back to your point about the importance of having cheap energy, right? How do you avoid a situation like that in Utah?
What's your thoughts? How do you?
Well, I think it's important.
I know you're going to have rural economic help and stuff like that, but do you have plans on what you're going to do?
Well, I mean, the amazing thing about free market systems is that there's not like one mastermind who's making the plan, right? The amazing thing about free markets is like
great
you
to say that, but
right.
to actually have results is a completely different thing.
Is carbon tax a free market value?
It is a market approach to addressing a market failure. And that's why you have dozens of Nobel Prize winning economists, former heads of the Federal Reserve who have endorsed the idea of putting a price on pollution. So that was not a yes or no answer to that question, but I think it was a good answer.
I can see without incentives, it would be a free market solution. I mean, if you're not incentivizing solar renewables, wouldn't that be a free market solution to fossil fuels? If you had a renewable system that would compete with fossil fuels on a level playing field, wouldn't that not be the free market solution?
May I ask, is the playing field level currently? For either case, I'm just asking the question.
No, I don't think so, because the government subsidizes renewables much more significantly than they do fossil fuel extraction and use.
Big time.
But there's also no attempt to incorporate.
Do you not agree with that?
There's also no attempt to incorporate the pollution impacts of burning fossil fuels.
As is, there's no incorporation of the pollution created by mining and producing wind and solar systems. I mean, if we're going to talk about all that, you have to be all inclusive, and
let's do it.
That's something that's very hard to put your arms around because I don't think anybody's really looked at that. mean, we've looked at coal and natural gas, but if we looked at some of the pollution results and how that's tied to production of renewable generation, that's a good point of conversation. I'd like to hear.
Yeah, I'd like to know, yeah, to your point, I'd like to know what energy and chemicals and everything they use to produce solar panels. There's something, I'm sure that they expend energy when they do that, and how do they get it? What do they use to do it? Is it it's like if it was really viable, and eventually it might be, but solar panels, I mean, I have them on a cabin, and they're great, but then I have a problem when my batteries go bad. What do I do with them now? I've had that happen.
I'm not
just can't wash it away.
I'm not convinced that battery disposal is a big problem. I could be wrong about that, but I'm not. I'm not
Well,
convinced.
if it's lithium, it's a big problem.
I'm not convinced that it is. Speaking of disposal of things, though, what about nuclear power?
What's your question about nuclear power?
I don't know. Can we find agreement on that issue?
I mean, because it's a pollution.
It's an air pollution.
It's a air pollution-less energy production, but it has radioactive waste. And that's similar to this issue of batteries. So,
do you support nuclear power?
I think there's some places that are building new ones.
Yeah,
they are right now.
UAPS.
I don't know about are they building them in the States?
UAPS is investing in a plant in Idaho, a small modular reactor facility. There are some existing plants under construction in the southeast, I think in South Carolina, but they've got terrible cost overruns. So I'm not quite sure what the status of those is. But would you support nuclear power?
Not in its present form.
I think that's another area of energy production that further research can probably improve.
I do too.
I think in a perfect world, we'd figure out a power source that has no pollution associated with it whatsoever. We're just not there yet.
Sure.
Yeah, it's like developing a true hoverboard, right? One that really works.
Yeah.
That really, you just step on it and you just float along.
The whole Back to the Future
You don't have
thing?
to put fuel in, you don't have to do nothing with it. But that doesn't exist right now.
Yeah.
Does it produce ice cream also on demand? All right. Well, what else can? This has been really helpful for us, I think, in terms of hearing your questions and your feedback and your comments. So,
you said you two are heading up to the Duchesne.
We have compatriots who are going to Duchesne.
I'd be interested to hear how that goes.
Well, there will be a recording of the public hearing.
What other hearing locations have you got besides Duchesne, Price, and here?
So today we have Duchesne, Price, here, in Nephi, Provo, Springdale, and then tomorrow is Salt Lake City and Logan.
Springdale. That's an interesting choice.
Someone volunteered to hold a hearing in Springdale. So we said, okay.
Yeah, why not?
What's interesting to me is when I lived in Florida, Disney came to town, and they started building it, and they said, we ran into water 10 feet deep, so we need to build this lock and dam system so we can have underground tunnels. So they got all their engineers together, and they sent them all over the world. And a year later, they came back and reported on what they found in researching all of these locks and dams. And then they picked the best. Their engineers got together, designed the best that they could, and they built it. And they did the same thing with solar power. In fact, they ended up building a solar power station there. I don't know if it's still in use. But here we have problems of air quality problems. And I'm assuming that they've taken a lot of studies to determine what the sources were. And I'm not sure that I've ever read where people actually come together with the information that they've gathered and come up with solutions, at least here, let's try this, let's try that, and let's try this. We've been talking about this for, 8 or 10 years? And we'll continue to talk until somebody pulls all this information together and does some decent research. And we're talking about the same thing. You come down and your solution is take, money and put it over here. Well, what do you do with the money? We don't know. So, and it's the same thing with cancer. My sister had 2 types of cancer, and we went to 2 types of oncologists. And one was from the other one, came from the other one. So I asked the second guy, well, what's your experience with a person that has this history? Oh, well, I don't know, because we don't keep track of that. So we've got 1 million different little laboratories studying cancer, and no solutions yet.
So they're making some progress.
Just throw money at it because we're researching this.
I'm working on those. I think we need some.
So we think that there are smart value for money investments that can be made to clean up air pollution in places around this state where there's a bad air pollution problem. And we can talk more about that if you want. What I want to make sure that you all know, and I will give you my business card. This is my economics comedy card.
Is it?
Yes. You contact me if you have a better idea than the policy that we're working on. I want to hear about it. Because we can, you know what? I would much rather go to the legislature with you all. No offense, Joey, than with Joey. Right? And I would rather take and say, like, hey, let's put together something that is gonna bring urban folks and rural folks together, and let's go to the legislature and say, like, here's a way that we can solve this problem that we all agree is an actual problem.
Yeah, this is kind of a deal where it's kind of like the electoral college. The last election, presidential election, he didn't get the most popular vote, but he won the most electoral votes. That's because I don't think any of us are comfortable with allowing California or Detroit or any place like that determining every election that's made nationally. That's why the founding fathers did it, just to even that out a little bit and make that better. So
sir, we almost made it an hour without bringing the president into this, and you blew it at 52 minutes and 28 seconds.
I'm just telling you, that's the same kind of scenario. Because why should we let the Wasatch Front dictate the rest of the state?
Okay, but the governor represents the whole state, and the governor asked for $100 million for air quality, and the state legislature said no.
Well, the president asked for lots of stuff too.
Right. But I'm just saying, if the governor is representing the whole state and says, hey, let's make an investment in air quality of $100 million, why can't we do it?
The governor may represent the state, but the legislature also represents the state. And
Right.
they're the ones who decided, we're not going to spend $100 million right now.
Right.
So we elected those guys to make that decision. And like it or not, that's the decision.
And I think
But the
biggest
state-
problem is out of the tailpipes.
Yeah.
But the
It's
state
not
constitution,
industry.
the state constitution also gives the people power to propose legislation,
Yep.
and that's what we're trying to do.
Yep. Good
So-
for you.
I have a question.
Yes.
How did you come up with the 20-80 split? So it's 20% to actual clean air initiatives, and even that's split up in between rural economic rejuvenation or whatever you called it. How did you come up with that?
It seemed like a fair way to address important problems that the state has with air quality and rural economic development.
Just outside looking in, it just seems weird when the whole thing is about clean air and 15% of the money is going towards clean air.
Well, but the carbon tax itself helps to promote clean air, right? by providing a
by a
financial
market
incentive
force,
for people to burn less fossil fuels. Sorry, I'm an economist, so when you look at me like that, I'm like, market forces are the most powerful thing in the whole world. How can you look at me like that? Like, you don't believe in capitalism and market forces?
I guess the question is why not 100%?
Well, because you have to balance.
And I know that you have to do that other
Then the-
stuff. I'm just wondering how you got that split. Because, I mean, your 20% is split up again.
Mhm.
So you might be 10% is actually going to clean air initiatives. I realize the whole thing, just putting a tax on it is helping it in one way. But to actually have results, you're putting 10% towards it. That seems a little strange.
I would argue part of the name, Clean the Darn Air, was a choice, right? And we thought it was an important part and a thing that a lot of people can get behind. And so focusing the name of Clean the Darn Air is a choice. The name of the bill is a different thing, but so that's
that'd be a good bill name though.
Clean the Darn Air. There were others.
Here's, I think, the concern that I would have. If you said, hey, why don't you put 100% of the money into clean air and rural economic development, then we would hold a hearing and you would come and you would say, what about low-income households? What about retirees who are on fixed incomes? And I wouldn't have an answer. So it's a balance between how do you provide a chunk of money for these investments while also addressing the fact that there are pocketbook impacts and you need to pay attention to that.
I understand that, but you're putting 90% of that towards impacts. Like it seems like your impacts are quite a bit more than what you're actually trying to solve. Did you see what I'm saying?
I think so. So you are suggesting you would
just the way the money is split
you would
up,
rather
you're having more impacts than you're actually helping.
You would rather say let's have a smaller carbon tax with more of the money going to clean air.
Well, I mean, if you're going to have a clean air tax,
Okay.
it would be great if a lot more of it went to it.
Mm-hmm. Would you support that?
I'm not just going to say yes for it. Throw it out there, but it would make way more sense.
You know what? It matters what you're going to do with the money and how you do it.
90% of your tax isn't even helping the thing that you're saying. It's helping the impacts of it.
I mean,
well, I disagree with that. But
the tax itself
you're going
is a market.
more from
Right, I realize that.
a punitive position rather, by taxing, it's like you're forcing people to come to your side and using economics to do it. We ought to be doing it because it's the right thing to do.
Well,
yeah,
we can talk about that part.
People ought to be better people. I agree with that. But you got to deal with people as they are.
Just a question that occurred to me. I'm not trying to be flippant, but what about the folks who drive electric cars? They're paying a gas tax.
They pay the carbon tax on the electricity that they consume.
So you didn't come down in an electric car?
And there has been a recent registration change for how much it costs to register an electric car to account for costs more because they're not paying they're not paying enough in road tax because part of that comes from gas. So.
Okay.
We did carpool though, and I will tell you the car that I have. We have a Honda Fit. My wife is currently very unhappy with me because I left her with the kids. We share the one car, and I left her with the kids in the pouring rain today and took the car. And the reason why we have a Honda Fit and not an electric car is, first of all, we don't have necessarily buckets of money to buy an electric car. And second of all, we don't drive all that much, so it doesn't pencil out to spend a pile of money on a car that you don't drive all that much. Right? I'm a good economist.
We drive a lot, though.
What's that?
We drive a lot, though.
Right. So I guess here's what I would encourage you to do. Check out this calculator tool on our website. See how it pencils out for your household. And if you have ideas about how to make the policy better, then let us know. That's what I'm asking.
It's fair.
Relatively easy to use, and there's a form to send us messages on the website. So the same place you get it. Send us what you guys penciled out, and if it's overtly high, we want to know.
And I am going to do more research on that, the scrubbers.
You do that.
Because you know what? If that's available, why aren't we putting the money to give it to them, subsidizing them?
Because it's crazy expensive. That's why.
You're subsidizing the other stuff.
You know what? You can make gasoline out of algae.
You're subsidizing wind farms.
You can make gasoline out of algae too. It's just incredibly expensive right now.
Yep.
Right. This is why we invest in R&D instead of saying, "Hey, everybody's got to drive cars powered by algae."
GMOs, we should, because that's the algae product, is genetically modified to overproduce lipids.
Thank you, Mr. Biologist.
That's one of the projects. That's an interesting idea.
All right. Any closing comments or questions before we?
Well, thank you.
Yep, thanks for coming down.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thank you for coming out, and we will end the recording now. Thank you.
Redundant.
I need to just turn this off here. Okay, we're picking up where we accidentally left off just a second ago with the recording. There should have been only a gap of 5 seconds. Okay, technology. I just wish you'd just give me a table book. Okay, so I guess I'll just read a brief opening statement that we put together and then kind of go over some of the details of the bill. And then I can try to answer some questions, point you to where you can get real answers, and just get your comments, which is kind of the purpose of this.
Okay, great.
So we're here, or I'm here right now, because we're concerned citizens who know that Utah has a few problems that we need to face. So in rural areas, we have economic problems. We need some economic development that will create new jobs. The truth is that many of the traditional employment opportunities in rural Utah, such as mining, manufacturing, and coal, are declining because of automation and shifting economic conditions. Coal in particular is being displaced by cheap natural gas and the increasing affordability of renewable energy. And even if coal is still around 10 years from now, much of the work is going to be done with self-driving trucks and other labor-saving devices. One possible path forward is to follow Wyoming. So after Rocky Mountain Power announced a plan to shut down coal plants in Wyoming that are no longer economical to operate, the state legislature responded with a Hail Mary coal bailout bill that could easily cost utility ratepayers hundreds of millions of dollars. A better path forward is to invest in new economic opportunities in rural Utah. Our bill provides $25 million a year to do just that. Along the Wasatch Front and elsewhere in the state, we have an air pollution problem. In the winter, you can literally see the threat that the air pollution poses to our health, our children, our families, and our economy. Much of the state is also suffering from invisible air pollution during the summer, and that 1-2 punch explains why the American Lung Association gave Utah an F grade. We need to clean the darn air. Our bill provides $75 million a year to clean up dirty school buses, dirty locomotives, and to provide incentives for homeowners to switch to electric lawn and garden equipment, and to fund other efforts that will reduce air pollution across the state. There's one more problem that affects our entire state, and in fact the entire world. It's climate change. We're not going to say too much about that because either you agree with us or you don't, but we believe it's a serious problem, and so does Mitt Romney, and so does John Huntsman Jr., and so do scientists across the state and around the world. And it turns out that the biggest contributor to that problem, the burning of fossil fuels, is also the biggest contributor to local air pollution problems. We can try and tackle both of these problems. We can, to use a very not environmentally friendly phrase, kill two birds with one stone by providing economic incentives for everyone to pollute less. This bill does that with a modest carbon tax, a tax on fossil fuels, and it uses the revenue from the carbon tax to fund air pollution cleanup and rural economic development. The bill also addresses the pocketbook impacts of a carbon tax, so everyday Utahns won't feel a big hit. Most of the revenue, about 80%, goes to reducing existing taxes, including eliminating the sales state tax on grocery store food. The basic idea here is that it makes more sense to tax pollution than it does to tax potatoes. The bill also extends and expands the retirement tax credit that benefits low and middle income seniors, and it creates a state-level match of the most successful anti-poverty program in the United States, the Earned Income Tax Credit, that benefits low-income working families. There are also provisions in the bill that aim to ensure that Utah businesses, especially in energy-intensive businesses like agriculture, mining, and manufacturing, are able to stay competitive with businesses outside the state. If you're curious about how the bill will affect your family's bottom line, we have a worksheet on our website you can download as an Excel spreadsheet. You can put in your monthly spending on different kinds of things and estimate tax savings and additional taxes. So that's a lot for one bill, and we're delighted to be holding this hearing to take your questions and your feedback. We know that this is about jobs, and it's about pocketbook issues. It's also about our families and about the air pollution that damages our lungs and threatens our children's future. Thanks for coming today. Before we open it to public comment, I just want to spend a few minutes to describe the bill in a bit more detail. And we can do that because we have a lot of time. It includes a modest carbon tax with 20% of the revenue going to clean up local air pollution and fund rural economic development, and then 80% of the revenue going to reduce the existing taxes, including eliminating the state sales tax on grocery store food. The carbon tax would start at $11 per metric ton of CO2. That's about 10 cents per gallon of gasoline, about 0.8 cents per kilowatt hour of electricity. It would start in 2022, go up slowly over time, and fund, a little repetitive here, but $75 million a year for cleaning up local air pollution. This is from wood-burning stoves, gas-powered lawnmowers, freight switch locomotives, dirty school buses, and stuff like that. $25 million a year for rural economic development. Elimination of the state sales tax on grocery store food and other regressive sales taxes. A 20% match on the federal earned income tax credit for low-income working families. So if you get a $1,000 tax credit from the federal government, you get a 20% tax credit from the Utah government. An expansion and extension of the retirement tax credit. So if you're over 65 and you make under a certain amount of money, you get some of your retirement funding back on taxes. And then a phase-in of the carbon tax rate for agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and other energy-intensive trade-exposed businesses. So the idea is, whatever the carbon tax would be on one of these businesses, the first year they only pay 10% of it. The next year they pay 15% of it. And we need to do that because otherwise Utah businesses are not going to be competitive with businesses across the state lines in Wyoming and Colorado and Idaho. So this allows them to stay competitive. We believe this is a smart way to address clean air, climate change, and rural economic development, and I want to finish my remarks by pointing out two elements of the policy that emphasize the small government, market-based, pocketbook-friendly approach that we're talking about. First, if there's any money left over, if there's additional carbon tax revenue, even after paying for everything we just mentioned, that revenue goes to additional tax cuts to be determined by the state legislature, with a focus on low and middle income families and the trade-exposed businesses. Second, after we clean up our air pollution problem, meaning that the state meets federal Clean Air Act standards, that $75 million we were spending on air quality goes down, and there's more money for additional tax cuts, again with a focus on low and middle income families and the energy-intensive trade-exposed businesses. I think it might also help to just go into explain a little bit where the tax is generated. So the carbon tax starts at $11 per metric ton of CO2, and that would be in 2022. And it goes up at 3.5% plus inflation. So by 2031, you'd be looking at about $15 per ton. So this applies to motor fuels, about 10 cents a gallon, natural gas, 0.6 per therm, and energy consumption, about 0.8 cents per kilowatt hour, depending on the carbon intensity of the electricity. For all of these, $11 per ton CO2 is about less than 10% of the current price of that commodity. The carbon tax also applies to consumption of coal, off-road diesel, and fuel gas by large facilities that emit more than 10,000 tons of CO2. That would be refineries and steel mills, but not power plants, because the power plants are taxed at the consumer level. To help these businesses stay competitive, agriculture, mining, and manufacturing companies have a reduced carbon tax rate, 10% of the total rate described above in the first year, 15% in the second year, and then up to and by year 9, it would be 50%, and then it would stay at 50%. So that's kind of the basics of this thing. We're trying to solve a few problems while not damaging anybody too much. So if you would like to make a comment or ask a question, please just state your name and then where you live for the recording. And we've got until 6 o'clock, I think, here. So, but we can also end early. It doesn't matter. And I can attempt to answer the questions or at least point you in the right direction.
So on the power plants,
yeah,
you said that they're taxed by the consumer pays the bill on that.
That's
Are you
right.
proposing an increase on the consumer side?
I think that's what we're proposing here. So when you purchase that electricity, you get taxed on the purchase of the electricity. And then the tax rate will depend on the carbon intensity of how the electricity is produced. Up to, so about 0.8 cents per kilowatt hour.
I think one of the things that I would just have a little bit of questions on, the $25 million for rural economic development.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one of the challenges in an area like ours is that right now we don't have access to rail. We don't have an interstate. We don't have an international airport within 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And so, for example, I mean, you're from Connecticut,
Right.
and you moved to Salt Lake. and probably, but I mean, you probably like having those amenities, especially in
great,
airport where you can get home and stuff. It really makes it hard for us to diversify. And I'm not sure 25 million,
Right.
I mean, and you're talking statewide, and 25 counties consider themselves rural.
Yeah.
So 25 out of 29 counties, so less than $1 million a county. Even if there's others that have more impacts, it might be a little bit different formula. But even if you just split it equally, you're not gonna do much with $25 million to really diversify the county. And I think one of the challenges is that, you know, we don't want Utah to be seen as a difficult place. So the businesses that are already in the rural areas would probably bear a larger brunt of this than say in the urban areas. You know, so for example, you know, they built Adobe, which is an amazing organization.
Yeah.
I've been through their building and everything. I mean, they're just amazing company. But, you know, that they put limitations on our industry out here and make it very difficult for them to do business. And yet we know that most of the pollution in Salt Lake is caused by cars. So, but there was no, I mean, you know, if they would have told Adobe, okay, you've got 2,500 employees, you can only have 150 parking stalls, and your employees either have to use mass transit or ride together or car sharing or whatever, take Ubers or whatever. But those kinds of restrictions are not put on the expansions. Facebook is going in, it's gonna be the same thing, 2,000 people a day commuting. And so I worry that more of this will be really at the cost for rural areas more so than urban. And maybe, I don't know if that's the case, but again, 25 million isn't very much.
Can you just state your name and the town you're from?
Oh, you bet. Irene Hansen, I live in Roosevelt, Utah.
Great.
In Duchesne County.
So just a little bit of context. I can't provide much because I'm not an expert, but so the 25 million we're going to give would go to the governor's office for rural economic development. In 2017, they only spent $500,000. So this is like multiplying by about 50 how much money they have to push around. And in terms of infrastructure you're talking about, I think, you know, some things we could go into. There was a initiative at the university, and they're competing to get $1 million to try to build the Silicon Slopes out in eastern Utah and try to, you know, get some basically tech employment out here. So you could do stuff like increasing broadband internet access so people that can work wherever can move out and enjoy the beautiful places that you guys have to
We
live.
already have, and luckily we already have that.
Yeah, but so that's a great comment. I think that we'll keep that in mind, but
Yeah.
I think $25 million is still a lot more than what they're working with right now.
Well, the reality is the rural incentives are a lot more than $500,000. Now, that may be what it costs to run their office.
I see.
But there's already the enterprise zone that's close to $8 million for rural Utah. There's the $8 million in the film incentives for the state of
That's
Utah.
right.
Most of that's in rural Utah. There is the BEAR program and the Fast Track program, and those basically, by the time it's all said and done, they're about $15 million. So but again, there isn't enough. You're absolutely right. We do need more, but you're not going to get a Facebook or an Adobe or something like that. And so, you know, doing rural economic development is a very, very tough thing, and it isn't easy. And I think before we can pull the rug out from under, I think the diversification has to come first. Before we pull the rug out from under any existing companies that are doing business in rural, because I really do think this would have a much higher impact. And one thing that you probably really should know, because I think we should be celebrating this as Utahns, and you can check these facts because you'll find they're true.
Sure.
The state of Utah has 50% less pollution, air quality problems than they did 25 or 30 years ago. And so that's something we should be celebrating.
Yeah.
It makes it look like things are getting worse and worse and worse. They're not. They're actually getting better, and they're 50% better than they were 30 years ago when we had mostly coal burning, lots more wood stoves and lots more coal burning fireplaces and things like that. So things have improved. And I think that's a message that as responsible Utahns and people who love Utah and want to clean the air, we have to acknowledge when good things have been done. Otherwise, it makes it look like no good deed deserves to go unpunished.
Right. Yeah,
You
I mean,
know, the
things-
companies are already doing good things.
That's right.
People are already doing good things.
Yeah.
And so I think we need to recognize that first.
Yeah, I mean, we should probably be more explicit about that. But,
Yeah.
I mean, things obviously are vastly improved.
Right.
And that's why we're kind of, we're not just going to throw the money at the problem forever. You know, when we attain the Clean Air Act standards, then we can spend that money in other.
But they keep lowering the clean air standards.
Yeah, it's hard to hit a moving target.
Yeah.
I didn't state my name either. My
Oh.
name's Greg Miles. I'm from Altamont.
Thanks.
One other comment. Well, and to go back on the coal-fired stuff, I think it would be counterintuitive to what we're trying to get to. And to Irene's credit, to her comment, the coal-fired plants have already done quite a bit. And it's been borne on the backs of the consumer already. And so to hit them again with another tax at the meter, at their house, their business, I think would be tough to bear, and definitely not gonna be counteracted with the $25 million you're gonna
No.
pump into economic development. So I think that would hurt our economy big time. Question on the agriculture, what's gonna be proposed to tax agriculture?
So I think what I was talking about with the agriculture is that if you've got if you have large facilities that emit more than 10,000 tons, they also get taxed on the carbon that they're consuming. But if it's less than 10,000 tons of CO2, then they're just going to be taxed, I think, under the other the normal commercial fuel and electricity taxes.
Do we have any of those in Utah?
I'm not sure. Yeah, probably, but I'm not sure.
I just think, maybe all together, but there's probably not very big agriculture in Utah. But, and I think we have done a lot. The producers, the oil producers in the Uinta Basin have done things proactively, and they've spent millions of dollars to address air quality issues in the basin. And I think what really needs to be targeted are the tailpipes in the Wasatch Front.
Yeah,
That's the big problem.
it is. Yeah, I mean, that's where, and yet and hey, I'm all for, I would drive an electric car if I could. I think they're cool, But at the end of the day, when you're in rural, things are too far apart to make it feasible. At the end of the day, somebody's got to pay for the roads too. And if you don't, I keep wondering what we're going to do. How are we going to tax electric cars? Or is it going to be at the point of sale? Is it going to be on the tires? There has to be a way, because they're using the roads basically. If they're not paying a gas tax, who's paying for the roads? But like Greg said, one of the things I think that again really need to be pointed out, because I think if we don't point out what's been done, then people, then it feels like no good deed deserves to go unpunished. And for example, I'll tell you, we have a coal-fired power plant that serves this area, and we have, if you do a Google search of the most dependable, lowest cost electricity in the United States, our area will come up. 20 years ago, when the power plant was upgraded, they were upgraded literally to 98% efficiency. But unfortunately, under so much of this stuff, it's kind of like if you've ever imagine thinking, oh geez, I need to lose 100 pounds. Oh, thank goodness, I'm going to. You lose 100 pounds, you go to the doctor, and he said, oh, well, that doesn't count on your insurance unless you start today. You've got to lose another 100. Well, what do you mean I lost? Doesn't matter. None of that counts. And that's how it feels a lot, is that the stuff that has been done proactively, because that's what we should do as Americans. We shouldn't have to, I'm not saying we don't need laws, we need good laws. But at what point do we go back, and one of the things I mentioned before you came, and it's worth repeating, because it's never said, which is that in Salt Lake, the Salt Lake Valley, the Wasatch Front, pollution has improved by 50% over 30 years ago. but you never hear that. It acts like things are getting worse.
Switching to natural gas is mainly in terms
Yeah,
of
yeah, and there's a
price.
lot of other things. Companies have upgraded pipes, and I mean, there's, people have done things proactively, but it feels like none of that counts unless it starts today. And I think that's the exact wrong message to send people. It should be, look what we've done together as a state. Look what we've done proactively to clean the air. Now, how do we go next? Where do we go next?
That's a good point.
And you know, I was at the air quality meeting, and I stated that at the end of the meeting, there's about 300 people in the room, and literally there wasn't 3 other people that would agree with me, and luckily we had the state engineer there, and everybody said, that's not true, it's worse than it's ever been.
No,
It's this,
I know
it's
people
that.
who lived in Salt Lake
Yeah,
years
and,
ago.
and I mean, you, Mr. Wilson, that used to be the mayor of Salt Lake, he remembers walking as a little kid in the neighborhood with his grandmother, and he tells those stories of having the snow black. And he remembers that as a kid. And so, you know, I just think it's important, but when I said it in that meeting, there wasn't, nobody would even acknowledge that it was the case. And finally, the state engineer and the air quality board was like, she's absolutely right. And I'm like, why aren't we hearing that? Because the sky isn't falling. However, we absolutely need to be proactive, but let's give credit where credit is due. Let's give credit to industry, to individuals, to homes, and then let's say, now where do we go from here? Because literally, it feels like if we're going to minimize those wonderful commitments and all those things, I think it makes it less likely for people want to jump on board.
I think it's a really good point. Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. I really do.
So.
Sorry, I missed the first part of this conversation. We had a little fender bender.
I heard that. I'm
Yeah,
so
so
sorry that
that's
happened to you.
you know.
Darn
That's
it.
life.
Is everything okay? Is your
Yeah,
car
no,
running okay?
It's running
Just
okay.
about.
I just
Okay.
had to wait for the police report, and so I apologize.
Well, we have the best sheriff's department in the world.
But fortunately, yeah, they're really nice.
They're
They're really
nice. They're the best people in the world.
Are you related? Are you? No.
He just makes fun of me.
No.
But we do have you recorded, so you get to listen in
We work
later.
together. We do. So you have to, when you live in Duchesne County, you know everybody.
Yeah.
But anyway, well, we're so glad that you're in our county and you know, and I think, hey, this is definitely good conversation. I just worry about the impacts more on rural, because again, it feels like everybody wants to do everything except put real things in place on the Wasatch Front. And again, let's face it, winter ozone is really a weather-related thing. You know, we had our county centennial, about 2 or 3 years ago, and one of the things that we did through that is we had people bring in old diaries and old picture books and letters that people wrote in the war and things like that, and we had them on display in a room similar to this. And we had them on display, and it was so fun to go back through those. But one of the things we found in several places is people talking about the inversion. And this was in the teens, 20s, and 30s, before oil and gas development, even before some ag. But it was amazing to me. They'd talk about, 55 days without the sun. And oh my goodness, we can't wait to get to the mountaintop.
So how could we modify this to be more in line with that thinking, to be more friendly to rural Utah?
So we were thinking there was quite a lot of money that was going to be allocated to rural development, but I don't know, maybe that's not enough.
When you consider that you've got 25 counties that they're not rural like us, but they still consider themselves rural. So you're talking $1 million per county, and so really, what can you do with that to diversify your economy? I mean, they gave Adobe $134 million in incentives. So what are you going to do with $1 million? How are you going to change the paradigm in rural Utah with $1 million per county, or even $25 million?
Do you think it would be more appealing if there was fewer tax cuts? Because 80% of that would cut taxes elsewhere on groceries and things. So
because here's the thing:
better
the
to
state
have
and
fewer tax breaks and more rural development.
Well, you probably heard a lot about the fact that sales tax, right now the state's in a major downward trend. I'm sure you heard, have you heard all the dialogue that went on during the legislature?
House Bill 441.
Yeah, so here's the state, because let's face it, you know, and then he told the story that was oh so true. You know, when I was 16 or 18, I mean, getting a car, and I didn't care if it was 30 years old, getting a car for your 18th birthday or something, that would have been a dream come true. It didn't happen, but it still would have been a dream come true. So this guy was telling the story that he remembered getting a 20-year-old car on his 18th birthday. He thought he'd died and gone to heaven. And so when his daughter turned 18, he bought her a Hyundai, just a real efficient something. And you know what she looked at him and said? I don't want a car, I want to hike through Europe. And so people are into experiences. They're not into buying stuff. That's kind of the new trend. And so what's happening with our sales tax revenue is it's starting to go down just ever so slowly. This is showing it way more than it is over a long period of time. But it's going down, down, down. Where our services we're buying, because we want experiences, our services like getting our hair done, going to escape rooms, having our lawn mowed, having a maid come to the house, what we're willing to pay for experiences or convenience is going up. And so, and in the state of Utah, we're one of the only states where 100% of our income tax has to go to school children. That's by Constitution. And so 100% of that goes to school children. And so of our income tax, well, income tax is doing well because of Silicon Slopes and all of, you know, Facebook and all of the wonderful investment in Utah. Utah has become a destination for professionals. So income's going up, and there's a lot of money in that pot. Sales tax is going down, and this is the general fund money. So right now, your plan to take away more sales tax for, you know, would actually, you know, hurt the state incredibly. It just would. They have no money in that general fund. In fact, a lot of the sessions that we sat in during the legislative session, they talked about, okay, because there was some rural incentive bills and things, and they'd say to you, well, gosh, you know, we're hoping we can do this for you this year, $1 million for, there's a plan called ROI, Rural Online Initiative. And they would say things like, well, we're gonna fund it this year, but just so you know, if we don't change this paradigm and start taxing services, that was their whole thing, is so that you get a haircut, it gets taxed, you have your lawn mowed, it gets taxed. There's a lot of, people are very uncomfortable with that. Because first of all, are you gonna turn your little lawnmower kid having to prepare a tax return and collect sales tax? But so cutting down sales tax could really hurt the state of Utah, because it's really, for some people, the only tax they pay is on groceries.
Really?
Absolutely. Yeah.
They're not buying much of anything else.
Yeah, they're not buying much of anything else, and they're also, you know, in some cases, they're on subsidized housing. And again, we love everybody, and we want people to do well and have a safety net, but wow, you start cutting, you're talking, if you cut sales tax on food, I'll bet the state would lose $1 billion. They're looking at actually, because it was lowered, and they're looking at raising it. In fact, if this bill doesn't pass where we start taxing some of our experiences, our general fund is going to...
Yeah, and you'll lose money for other things too. I know the governor wanted to spend $100 million on air quality related stuff, and
he didn't get it.
No, he didn't. Yeah.
And this is the reason.
And this is the reason.
Because it's just not.
And right now we're right here, right there. And but it is in fact, there's some really good videos and stuff on YouTube about it and things. But you owe it to yourself to look into this, because it's not just for the state of Utah. It's scary all over.
Really?
But we are one of the only,
nationally
it's an issue, but we're one of the only states that mandates 100% of the income tax has to go to education. Now, who in the world's going to pass a bill to change that, or even send it to a referendum? Nobody. Because who's going to take away from our beautiful little school children?
So now, does property tax also support education?
It does on a local basis,
Local, yeah.
locally, but not on a state
local
basis.
school tax.
So, and we certainly don't wanna take anything away from education.
No, it's,
And
my sister's a teacher, a primary school teacher.
Yeah, so you
She's
know.
struggling, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think just the taxing part of this.
Could be redone
Yeah,
better.
it needs to really be looked at. And then again, I think if we don't start giving credit where credit is due and recognizing the strides that have been made, it immediately, because it feels like no good deed deserves to go unpunished. And we have industries that have done incredible things that are game changers, that have changed the world, and
They've done this voluntarily.
They have.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we were facing, we're in marginal non-attainment now for the Uinta Basin. And because of the horrible snowfall we had,
Yeah,
I mean, I say horrible, it's a great thing, but because of the snowfall and the ozone problem out here, now we're moving into moderate non-attainment. And so there will be things put in place that will
They're already gonna hurt.
They'll stifle our growth.
Yeah.
And
What sorts of things are those?
well, we rely heavily on the oil and gas industry in the Uinta Basin. And
It is our bread and butter. It's
Yeah.
probably responsible for 75 to 80% of our employment.
they're
Yeah, the guy who backed into me is here working in the oil fields.
Yeah, yeah.
He's from Colorado. He comes in for 2 weeks and then
Out.
for 2 weeks.
But we wouldn't have, our local economy without the oil and gas survives on agriculture. And without that, there wouldn't be anybody here.
Greg
It
and I,
seems like such a modest tax though, $11 for a ton. Isn't that pretty?
but the
wouldn't you
problem
consider
is
to be
it wouldn't
quite modest?
necessarily, I think the worry is, and I think that when the carbon tax came up 10 years ago, you might be too young to remember it, but. That's right, I read about it. But I think the worry is that there's no necessarily end in sight.
Once it starts,
Yeah,
then people
once
want
there's
more and more
yeah,
until they
that's
just kill
exactly
it.
right. Because the first thing that's gonna happen, 25 million isn't enough for rural development, and that's a drop in the bucket, and so pretty soon, I just think that everybody's afraid to open that door. Because where would it end? What does it mean? And are we penalizing, would rural America take the majority of that hit? And would rural Utah take the majority of it?
I don't know if this impact statement, the fiscal, if that's gonna be addressed, like who? I mean, we have this calculator. Have you looked at the calculator?
I haven't yet.
online?
I'll go online.
So I'd be really interested in hearing your opinion on that.
But yeah, the governor, they're supposed to give us an financial or fiscal impact statement yesterday, and it wasn't done yesterday. But it'll come out soon in the next few days, and that'll be made public.
And I think one of the misnomers that I really appreciate you being willing to listen, that we're really proud of, the old story is, don't tell my mom I'm working in the oil field. She still thinks I'm playing piano at a brothel.
Mm-hmm.
There is that mentality, but not here, because we see the reality of it. These companies are incredible. They are so environmentally cautious. They're on the cutting edge of everything. They do things before it's required. A company that just sold but had done business here for 10 years, Newfield, they did a water remediation project they weren't required to, where they remediated 70% of their water use. But again, none of those things ever float to the surface, because it's always like, but they are the most environmentally sensitive. Their people go through unbelievable training. They bring in the best and brightest engineers and geologists and all those things. We were talking about 9 Mile Canyon. I mentioned it was Bill Barrett, who was an oil company, is the one that did all the remediation there, that did all of the archaeology, that moved the road to protect the rock. No environmental group has done that.
Yeah, we should publicize that stuff more.
We should.
Initiatives, yeah.
We should, because I think it's important.
Be adversaries.
Yeah,
right?
no.
There's a problem that needs to be solved.
Yes,
right?
and
So
if they're willing to, and they're willing and have stepped up. But again, this part of the problem with the way the national process goes for DEQ, it is that you don't get credit for anything you've done before, and that's crazy.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
You know, and I don't know how we change that dialogue, but the companies here are amazing. We have a good life here, and just to keep things in perspective, prior to this year, because we talk about being in marginal attainment, of course, remembering that they lowered the parts per billion, so I mean, you could go to an alpine meadow, it's going to be a non-attainment, but the fact is, we had 8 days in 5 years before this winter, 8 days in 5 years, not 8 days a month. Not 8 days a week. We had 8 days in 5 years that we had exceedances, and both of those monitoring stations are in areas with no people.
Mm-hmm.
So
forest fires or something?
You know, and that affects our air quality too.
This was in the winter time.
Yeah, this was in the winter. But I think that needs, because some people, I've had people, even on the Wasatch Front, I've heard your air is terrible. We've had 8 days in 5 years. I think we're fine.
Yeah. And honestly, one of the major problems is rollover from the Wasatch Front.
It is.
It comes up. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we get a black eye for air quality stuff that's not even ours.
It's blowing in from us. Yeah.
So, just guessing again how to improve. So, you're thinking if more of the reductions could occur, actually on the Wasatch Front would be best.
Yeah. Well, those seem to be the people that are cranky about it. So
right.
yeah.
Of course we are. Killing us.
That's right. Yeah. Even though it's 50% better, but
right.
still
but
it
is. Still a problem.
It does. Well, in fact,
I'll
give you an example. I was with another person. We were at the Capitol, and we had a presentation to make, and it was on a very, very bad air quality day. And you know, I was feeling great when I got there, and of course, took a little walk to walk around the Capitol, and it was a beautiful day. But the air quality was bad, and by the time we got up there to where we were doing our presentation, I mean, I was choked up.
Yeah.
You know, and at first I didn't even know what it was. I thought, gosh, I don't have allergies. What am I coming down with something? But I really believe it was the air quality, because it was one of the worst days they'd had. So, yeah, Liz, I think for us, you know, we'd support, you know, and the other thing is, how busy does the Wasatch Front really want to get? Mm-hmm. I mean, you know, I wonder, because I look at rural Utah, a lot of rural areas have 8, 10, 12% unemployment rate. Some of their high schools, they've actually had to close schools because they don't have enough people to even keep their schools open. And I think, you know what, when I look at, you know, Facebook was given, and I love Facebook, it's one of my favorite apps, but you know, so I love companies, and this is America, we appreciate it, but again, why are we giving incentives for companies to move to the Wasatch Front when we've got rural Utah that's struggling? Yeah. And, you know.
It's a nicer place to live. I would live in rural Utah. If I could, I would.
It's amazing.
You ought to look for property in Duchesne County.
You should. And what do you do? So are you?
I'm a biologist. I'm a teacher, yeah, so I can't.
Sure you can.
Well.
Can you teach? We have people who teach in China from here. We do. They teach online.
You've got good internet service.
We have fantastic internet service.
That helps, right? To
allow
it's
people
amazing.
to live
here, and it's changing people's lives.
It is.
Yeah, I wish I could do that.
Yeah, my goal is, because seriously, I mean, rural, and we don't want to be big. We don't want to be Salt Lake, but we would like to. For the kids who want to stay here, we want to be able to, and we don't want poverty to have to be something that the people who want to stay here look at. You know, no, we want them to have a good life. Like, we love having our beautiful areas, the beautiful high Uintas, 9 Mile Canyon, we love that, we promote it, but we also realize that it's just like Salt Lake. You can have your beautiful areas, and you can have the areas that aren't so pretty because people have to drive by how other people make a living.
Yeah.
And, you know, we feel like we're kind of proud of what we do out here. We feel like it makes a difference, and we do it responsibly. But if you want to come out to recreate, we'll make sure you have fun.
We do. Oh, come hiking. We do. I love 9 Mile Canyon.
Yeah,
oh,
is it 9 Mile? Yeah. Have you been to the high Uintas?
Yes.
Are you a fly fisher?
My husband is. I'm not.
Are you a fly fisher?
Yeah.
So Ryan, who works Ryan,
takes practice.
Who works with us, I'm telling you, he's a fly fisherman. He'll take you to a secret meadow. And there's times he just does catch and release, and they're not big, but he can catch 50 fish in an hour.
It's a blast.
Just as fast as he can reel them in, and then let them go.
I had a day like that kind of near Red Castle Lake but not there, but it's
I've been
close
to Red
enough.
Castle.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It is pretty. Have you climbed Kings Peak?
I have, yeah.
Have you really?
Yeah, we decided to do it in one day, which is a little bit ambitious, but it was a lot of fun. I lost a couple toenails.
I've climbed it 3 times.
Mhm.
Have you really?
You come in from this side, I mean, it's
From
longer,
this
right?
side. It is. It's 18 miles.
But maybe prettier or less people, I guess. I don't know.
It's all pretty.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, I
And
like
there's
it
not
again.
many people, depending on the time of year.
I've always wanted to do the Highline Trail, you know, hike all the
Me
way
too.
from one way to the other. But
I ride horseback, so
oh, great.
I would love. That's one of my bucket lists, to start at the Granddaddies and go all the way across.
On a horse.
Yeah.
So if you did that, I mean, would you
Or hike.
How many? So would you have like 2 packed and 1 would you ride? You bring, or you just 1 horse?
Probably just. Well, I would take somebody with me, so
Okay.
it'd probably be 3 horses, 1
Okay.
pack,
Huh.
1 pack saddle.
Doesn't that sound fun?
Yeah.
Or hike. I love hiking
Uh-huh.
too, so I wouldn't be opposed.
I talked to somebody and he's like an adventure runner. He's like, I did the Highline Trail in 27 hours. I'm like, why?
Well, that
Now,
is-
what would you see? I mean, it's impressive, but he's just looking at his feet the whole time and probably in pain. You know,
Yeah.
want to take 5 days and see it all.
Well, and there's high lakes too, you know,
Yeah.
like Lily Pad and Jack
Yep.
and Jill Lakes, and they're at the head of Rock Creek.
Okay.
And we have a forest permit, so I've spent a lot of time up there, but that's one of my bucket lists. Yep, start on one end and go to the other. So,
It'd be really fun.
yeah.
You know, maybe one of the things that would, you know, if we could, you know, change the paradigm in rural Utah to where, again, we're not so reliant on 1 or 2 industries throughout. But, you know, across rural, you know, it isn't, in fact, Utah, we're really lucky because Utah is a great state. They care about the rural areas. They do have incentives and they do a lot of things to try and help. But, you know, rural America is really in rough shape. There's been over 300 hospitals across rural America that have closed in the last 5 years. Yeah. So imagine the future for what we're looking at. And that's why I think we just have to be careful about these kinds of things and make sure that the impacts on rural aren't way more. Because, you know, for example, and when we make it harder to do business, the companies that do business here, they have holdings across the United States and internationally. So if Utah is a hard place to do business and we have a tax, even as no matter how modest, and by the way, sometimes they pay more in taxes than they make. So just so you know, they have layers and layers and layers of taxes that they already pay. Layers. You know, sometimes in some cases up to 10 layers of taxes.
So you're talking about the oil and gas?
Yeah, they're already paying tremendous. So just, you say, well, just such a modest thing, how could it be a game changer? But if you're comparing it to Texas, so let's say they have $500 million that they're going to invest this year in development, and Utah doesn't look appealing, they'll invest it in Texas or North Dakota. And I think Utah wants to be a state where those companies want to do business, and they know that there's a lot more rules because we have federal land. There's a lot of issues in Utah, and in our area we have multiple jurisdictions, and that costs them more, but there's a lot of layers of taxes. And in fact, on this, when one of the things that came up when we were talking about this sales tax scenario is that if they start taxing services too, there could be up to 77 new taxes that they would have to pay on to drill one well.
Which would equate to about $600,000 per well.
Yeah. But you know, just to give you an example, what do they invest to drill one well? I mean, from the time that they get the idea to the time it's completed, isn't it like?
It's a couple $1 million.
Yeah. And so.
And it depends on where they're drilling and
Yeah.
what type of well.
But yeah, we.
And I'm not meaning this, you know, as a slap in the face or anything, but people on the Wasatch Front forget how many billions come from our area in tax revenue because of the oil field. And so you're looking at a huge decrease. If that money that's
leaves
going to be invested here in our state, they send it to another field in Wolfcamp or the Permian or North Dakota or Texas, we're going to be making it up somewhere else. And the 75 million is gonna be a drop in the bucket to what we're gonna lose.
Severance tax alone is what over, I'd say very close to 100 million that the state gets in severance tax. That's on every well. For the kids' school fund, the SITLA, which I'm sure your sister knows about. And because especially on the Wasatch Front, it's paid per pupil. So in the SITLA fund, the money, they can use the interest off the money, and it goes to schools every year based on population. Now, but just so you know, 75%, there's $2 billion in there. 75% of that has come from the basin. 75% of that, and yet the Wasatch Front gets 90% of the money because it's based on population. And that's fine. We love contributing to that. We're proud of that. A $2 billion fund, and 75% of it has come from the basin. So we're very proud that we contribute to the state in that way. And to be honest with you, not a ton stays here in the county. It does with regard to income, but as far as a whole bunch of mitigation, but it's how we make our living. And so we're proud of what we do, and we feel like it makes a huge contribution to the state. And in fact, there's been some years that has directly contributed $1 billion to the general fund, and then an overall of $15 billion to the state's overall overall commerce, which is income tax, property tax, sales tax. But the overall commerce to the state of Utah is over $15 billion, but $1 billion directly into the general fund. So, the thing of it is, things like that, people do make decisions on how easy or how hard it is to do business, and I don't know how much this would affect that.
It'd be nice to really know, how big of an
the problem is you can't estimate uncertainty.
Yeah.
Right.
And so the problem is a company, because let's take for example, when they were building Adobe, I actually asked the question. I said, if you were to limit Adobe's parking lot to 150 spots and tell everybody else you have to take even though you have 2,500 people, they can't drive to work. They have to take mass transit or whatever. And I asked the state of Utah that was doing the recruiting. I said, what would happen? And they said they would not come. And I can see why, because their employees are that's everything to them. If they don't have employees, they can't operate. And so, how we treat businesses at the end of the day matters. And if they see, and for the main thing is, please, for heaven's sakes, don't let every good deed go unpunished.
That's really good advice.
Let's recognize what's being done, and because then what happens is you have partners that will come alongside you and be your best friends.
Yeah, that would be the ideal thing, is to get them on board.
It would.
That's good advice. I really appreciate it.
One other thing I was going to mention too, with our coal plant, the Bonanza Power Plant, the customers have borne air quality impact there.
Yeah.
They installed the pre-fired burner, which made the coal plant both more efficient and cleaner. And this plant is one of the cleanest, if not the cleanest, in the United States.
That's
I know
what you're hearing in price.
the Hunter 2 power plant, they're looking at possibly having to put an SCR on, which would make it very clean, and that's $125 million to install.
So is that scrubbing all sorts of pollutants out, or is it mainly carbon dioxide?
The NOx and CO and, forgive me, there's another gas.
Salt, that's it.
It just makes it cleaner.
Yeah.
And if we're gonna tax them, if we're gonna tax the consumer again at the meter, even though the company's already been proactive and the co-ops are footing the bill to make it cleaner, but now we're gonna say, well, that's not good enough, let's tax you again at the meter so that we can get the fair share for everybody. I think that's unfair, and that would hurt too.
So I think part of what your concern is, it's just a worry that it's a slippery slope in a carbon tax.
Yeah.
What if, would you be more supportive of a carbon tax if it was tilted more towards the Wasatch Front? So you're talking about tailpipe emissions, like one way to tax it is to tax gas. You're buying fuel.
But of course, everybody here is driving long distances.
But what if the tax is higher for depending on your county? So
Well, the problem is they'd go somewhere else to fill up. When they put a diesel tax on in Utah, people just go, they'll just go to Wyoming.
You're kidding.
Oh, absolutely. Well, they're
They
long
wouldn't
haul
save
truckers.
them any money,
Well, they're
would it?
long haul truckers,
Oh,
so they'll just,
get their trucks.
they'll just drive through Utah
Or they'll fuel up in Evanston.
yeah.
Or Dinosaur.
Right.
Or
But the local people are not
Wendover.
gonna drive.
I'll tell you the way to fund what you're wanting to fund, which is mainly stuff to help clean up the air, because the governor asked for $100 million. He didn't get it because of that our issue of the sales tax going down, and we can't touch income tax. So to me, the best thing to do is let's help the governor. Let's help the governor get his $100 million by improving the economy throughout Utah. In other words, let's help the industries in our area do well. We pay tons of taxes. Let's come, rather than taxing more, let's increase the good things that are happening in Utah so that the governor can have his $100 million. I would have loved to have seen him get the $100 million that he asked for cleaning the air, because I think there are some things we can do.
Yeah.
And we would readily support that.
And I think, taxing vehicles, I mean, sure, if you tax it at the pump, we drive more, and so, it's gonna cost us more.
I know,
well.
it's
But-
not obvious how you would
But if we
put the
could,
burden on.
if we could
the
attach
loss
that
of
to each vehicle equally somehow, I think that might be one solution. I'm not saying that we make up everything that you're wanting by taxing vehicles, but I think that's something that we can quantify and say every tailpipe's contributing. And that's something that almost everybody contributes.
Okay, I think we're supposed to leave here at 6. So, do you have anything else you want to add? Or?
Well, you know what? First of all, we want to say thank you for coming out.
Oh, thank
We
you.
appreciate it so much because, these are the kinds of discussions we can learn from you.
Yes, we learned a lot.
And we think you're awesome and appreciate you being proactive and looking forward. And I'm going to stay in contact with your website and just excited to see what happens, and let's see how we can work together. And come back to Duchesne County, do something fun.
I'll be back.
Oh,
Carefully.
will.
All right.
Do.
Thank you.
Come back and come camping.
Austin, are you ready? Not yet. You had 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right, we'll start in 2 minutes.
State law requires us to record this.
Here, take the mic, Don.
I'm recording, so you can start off.
Yeah, that's not recording. You got the audio, we got the video. So.
Okay.
So while Austin is starting up the video, I can do a little bit of introductions and context. So my name is Jeroen Bouwman. Joe and I went to a public hearing earlier today in Nephi and are thrilled to be here in Provo. It's 7 o'clock. We are recording this as required by state law, and I guess Austin in the back is going to take a video at some point also. So this is a public hearing for the Clean the Air Carbon Tax Act initiative. The purpose of this public hearing is to allow the public to provide feedback on the ballot measure. So Austin says that he's ready to go. So I'll just take a couple minutes at the beginning to talk about the bill and to talk a little bit about the process. Professor Chip Oscarson is here and is willing to say a few words about climate issues. And then we'll open it up for comments, questions, and that's really the point of this hearing is to get feedback from all of you and have hopefully a productive discussion about this topic. So our group name is Clean the Darn Air, and the basic structure of the ballot measure as a policy approach, and let me back up and say that I'm an economist by training, is it's a modest carbon tax, so a tax on fossil fuels. About 20% of the revenue goes to fund local air pollution cleanup efforts and to promote rural economic development, both of which are pressing problems. And then 80% of the revenue goes to reduce existing taxes as a way to address the impacts of the carbon tax on households and businesses across the state. So that includes the elimination of the state sales tax on grocery store food, and there are some other elements of the policy as well, a match of the earned income tax credit, benefit for low-income working families. There's a expansion of the retirement tax credit that benefits low and middle-income seniors, and some other elements of the policy. But that's the basic structure of the policy, and I think there are some. Are there handouts in the back still, or there? I see some folks with. Did you print that out? Oh, this gentleman actually did his homework, so he printed it off before he came. Yes. So happy to talk about that more. Take questions and comments about the structure of the bill. In terms of the process, so there was a group of 5 of us that filed the application for this ballot measure. That was about a month ago. It has gone through a process that took about a month to get a fiscal impact statement from the Governor's Office of Managing the Budget and to get approval from the Lieutenant Governor's Office. And now we're holding 7 hearings around the state and recording them. So that's the next part of the process. So we held hearings earlier today in Price, Nephi, Duchesne, and at this very moment, there's also a hearing going on in Springdale, and then tomorrow we'll have hearings in Logan and Salt Lake City. And we, as some of you saw articles about this in the paper, we also posted public notices. We had to notify all the county commissioners, we had to notify all the state legislators. And so after we hold these public hearings, we actually have an opportunity to modify the language of the ballot measure based on the feedback that we receive, and then there's a couple other hoops that we jump through, and then we can start gathering signatures. And the signature gathering target in Utah is approximately 115,000 signatures, and there's a geographic requirement. You have to get signatures, a certain number of signatures from 26 of the 29 state Senate districts. And then if you accomplish that by February 15 of 2020, then the measure will go on the ballot in November of 2020. So I think that the driving motives for the bill, at least speaking for myself personally, one of them is air quality and local air quality issues. I can say that, I'll be honest and tell you that I'm relatively new to Utah. I've been here for a couple of years. We moved here because my wife grew up in Kaysville and has family nearby, and we have young children, and the air pollution issues along the Wasatch Front, and I know there are issues elsewhere in the state as well. Those issues were the number one item on our list of concerns about moving to Utah, and they're the number one thing on our list of things that we don't like about being here. So this bill puts $75 million a year into cleaning up local air pollution. And that's going to be money that can be spent on cleaner school buses, on providing financial incentives for people to trade in gas-powered lawn equipment, lawn and garden equipment for electric equipment, freight switchers, incentivizing people to swap out folks who still have wood-burning stoves, all sorts of measures like that. So the air quality is one issue. The second issue is rural economic development. So there's $25 million a year in the bill for the Governor's Office of Economic Development to promote rural economic development, and I think that's really driven by the recognition that the traditional employment opportunities in the rural parts of this country, including in rural Utah, are in many cases going away because of automation, because of changing economic conditions. And so that's $25 million a year for things like rural broadband, for setting up incubators for new businesses, and for otherwise promoting economic development in rural areas. And the third part of the third motivation for the bill is climate change, and the fact that climate change is a serious threat, and those of us who have sponsored the measure think that we have a moral obligation to take action on this issue for those of us who are here today, as well as for our children and grandchildren. And maybe to say a few more words about climate issues. turn it over to Professor Rose. Is that all right? Excuse me. It's been a long day. No, I can't believe how long of a day it's been for you. And introduce yourself, please. Okay, yeah, my name is Chip Oscarson, and I'm someone who's been involved in these kinds of issues for a long time in different capacities. I teach here at BYU. I teach in the humanities, so I'm not a scientist. I'm not a climate scientist or otherwise. And I don't actually. I'm just going to talk for a couple minutes here, so I'm not going to go into great detail about the science. One thing that is pretty apparent is that more facts and figures about climate change doesn't tend to move the needle with most people. But that's not what motivates them when they're thinking about climate change. What I want to talk about just real briefly is a little bit about our own history and why this kind of initiative seems to make good sense to me in terms of the kind of values that our community is founded on. John Wesley Powell was a major in the United States Army back in the 1800s. He was a hero from the Civil War. And after the Civil War, he came out west to do a survey of the West, and a lot of you are probably familiar with this, with his story. He is one of the first people to float the entirety of the Colorado River, or at least the part of the Colorado River that had not been navigated. There's great stories about he had a lame arm, and he had a chair that was roped to a raft, and they coming down. But the point of it was to do a survey of this area that had not been done before. Of course, the Mormon settlers were already here, and he got to know them quite well. And when he turned in his report back in Washington, there's a couple things that John Wesley Powell pointed out that the United States government had gotten wrong about the West. They were approaching this area of the West the way that they had approached the Great Plains, right? Kind of the idea of the Homesteading Act, right? That you get 40 acres and this ability to go out and improve it, and if you did, you got to own it. But he noticed something that was different about the West out here, and that is that resources are not evenly distributed, right? So you get 40 acres in Utah. If that 40 acres happens to have a spring on it, you're in pretty good shape, right? You can do a lot with that. If your 40 acres don't happen to have any water sources on it, you're in a world of hurt, right? That you can't sustain yourself or your family or a community on that. And he was very complimentary of the Mormon settlers because they came with this attitude when they came out here that these are resources that have to be shared, and that we have to find a way to do that in a way that gives people access to them. And you can read the writings of Brigham Young, and he's very big on this kind of stuff. And the reason I tell the story about John Wesley Powell is that I think that there's something that is relevant, that teaches us something about ourselves today. That we live on a planet with finite resources, right? And there's how we use them is up to us. There's a lot to be used. There's a lot of people who need to use those things, and I think that if we use them the right way, that there's the term in Scripture is enough and to spare, right? But there's some pretty stark warnings about doing it in the right way. If we think about this, about climate change, about air quality as a question of fairness, you can get into some more technical economic terms like externalities and things like this, right? That's how does the market share the cost of things? So in other words, if I'm making money off of something, am I paying the true cost to produce that thing? Are people paying me the true cost of what's going to cost both in the short term and in the long run? And this is a real tricky subject, as economists will tell you, right? And in the case of climate change, we've been running up a bill for a long time, not only with future generations, but with other people around the world now who live in a lot more precarious situation than we do. That they live more on the edge, that they're more impacted by fluctuations in weather, cycles of drought and rain that come in. This is well documented around the world how these climate patterns are changing. Weather patterns are changing slightly in some areas, really dramatically in others, and these people are affected by it.
In the time and age that we live now, we have to think about who is our neighbor in a different kind of way. My neighbors are not just people in Provo. My neighbors are not just people in Utah Valley. My neighbors are not just in Utah. My neighbors are in Mozambique, right, who suffered one of the worst cyclones ever to hit the continent of Africa just recently. My neighbors are in India and Bangladesh, who likewise just suffered through a storm of one of the largest in recent decades. There's a lot of good science that connects these dots, that the kind of behavior, the kinds of things that we do have an impact. And so the question is, well, what can we do? And you look at some of these initiatives, different sorts of ideas have been tried. It makes good sense to tax pollution, right? That helps to steer the market in the right direction. And I think that one of the great things about this particular proposal is the way that it uses the revenue that's generated by that taxation to help precisely the most vulnerable people among us. And for here in Utah, the most vulnerable economies are rural economies. And too long, environmental movements have focused on a symptom without looking at the broader picture. And one of the great things about this is that it takes a little bit broader look at what are the impacts. Okay, so you want to reduce the use of carbon. Okay, but what does that mean for the person in Price whose livelihood right now is dependent on the coal industry? Are there going to be good options for those people? This has to be an important part of the overall picture. We can't go and try and solve one problem and create 2 or 3 other cascading ones. So my plea and my interest in this is to think about the legacy that we're now leaving behind. What is it that we're going to leave to our children? What's the message that we're sending to people across the world about our love and our interest in them and what they need and what they're going to need? And I think that this is a policy that's definitely worth considering because it checks all those boxes for me. So, thanks.
Thank you very much, Chip, Professor Oscarson. So at this point in time, we can open up for the public hearing part of the conversation. And based on the previous public hearings, some folks have questions, some folks just have comments they want to make. So how many folks here have a question or a comment that they would like to put forward? Okay, and should we invite people up to
just start.
Invite people up to the mic to say a few words.
If you pass the mic around.
Just pass the mic around?
It'll go faster.
Okay. Great. Let's start with this gentleman over here, and if you could introduce yourself with your name and where you live, that would be great for starters. Thanks.
My name is Neil Mitchell. I'm not a great public speaker, and
Where are you from, Neil?
I'm here in Provo. I came out in 1965 going to BYU. I wasn't going to live in Utah, but I married a girl from Provo and I've been here ever since, except for 3 years in the Army. So, Provo grows on you. It's really a great place. But I've done a number of things over the years. Most of the time I've been a tax preparer. I've probably done about 8,000 to 9,000 tax returns. I can tell you all about the tax system. That's a different story. Tonight we're talking about this carbon tax initiative. And I got to tell you, I'm on the opposition side. Rural economic development. They can start by trimming back the bear's ears and grand staircase. That's somebody else. We'll leave that to the politicians. Right now, from my study of history, I'm a political science major in college. I never got to use it. I hear people say, "You want to go to school political science and make a fortune?" I say, "Yeah, good luck, pal." But one thing I've noticed in the study of the government is that any kind of tax you get is going to grow, and it's going to get more and more. And we might start off by eliminating sales tax on grocery store food, but that's a relatively small amount. And this thing has the potential to really expand. They started off right, they said, well, it'll be 10 cents a gallon on gas, 0.8 cents per kilowatt hour of electricity, such a tiny amount to improve the air, and technically that's true, but the air quality in the last 20, 30 years has improved. It needs to go a lot more, and I think most of that's going to come from technology. Probably in a few years down the road, somebody will come up with a $10,000 electric car, and we'll clean up the air, then they'll be taxing the parking lots. They're going to find something to tax. But right now, I've got...
Take about 1 more minute, if you would, please.
That'll work. Right now, I've got my solar panels up on the roof, and I'm in pretty good shape. That net meter is working out pretty good. They said, 8.8 cents per kilowatt is what I'll be paying, but I know it's going to go up pretty soon. That net metering, I'm going to be back to the old original big power bill. I just tell you the truth, I don't like it. There's a lot more I could say. One last story. I remember during the Carter administration, they said, we gotta conserve on energy, which is true. So everybody did a great job with energy consumption dropped 30%. And all of a sudden the power company, all the utilities said, well, we're not making any money. We gotta raise the rates. So pretty soon we were paying exactly what we had before for 30% less. And that's the way government works, and frankly, I don't like it. You mean well, but I disagree with you.
Thank you. It's our rights as citizens of democracy, right? If you can state your name and where you're from, sir.
My name is David Stein. I'm just recently retired from Provo here, from the Bay Area originally. I kind of generally support what I've read. The topic came to my mind. I've done a lot of work in energy management, ran the state capital through the $300 million renovation, ran colleges. My experience is people tend to swat at little things when the big things are, sometimes the obvious things are not there or recognized. What came to my mind, I'm working with a movement called Transition Town US. They transition communities to local food production. It's moving around the US, it's grassroots based. I was concerned in the bill that subsidies to food basically fuels a food system that I've understood takes about 1,500 miles. The average piece of food that comes to your table has traveled about 1,500 miles. Yeah, there's a lot of energy there if you look at the big picture of food costs. Local production is happening. In California, they've got 800, for about several thousand CSAs. It's called Community Supported Agriculture. Then Colorado's got hundreds. Utah's got 5 or 10, I think. We're really not too serious here. If you look at all the advertising in the grocery store that says local, and you go talk to the produce manager, it's not local. We have maybe 1% local, really produced. Little honey, few melons, very little is produced. Obama's Safety Food Act actually put a lot of local farmers out. Since the 1980s, 8,000, this is in about 2000, probably up to 20,000 community-supported farms have been developing. Wilkerson Farm down here, my little neighbor, he's
Take about 1 more minute.
He's got a little farm and struggled for years to get it going. And I'd love to see that subsidy not go to the food system in the grocery store, which is largely world-based, but local CSAs. And that would be my main input.
Thank you very much, sir. Good.
So your name and where you're from, please?
I'm Roy Shelley. I'm from American Fork. Been there a long time, as you can tell by looking at me. Born and raised there. My main concern is a tax to replace other taxes. As I look at the pie chart, there's actually 9.46% going to clean air programs. If we add the Rural Economic Development, the Airport Fund, and the TIFF Highway Fund, that gets it up to 16%. But that's 80% of the tax not going to clean air. It's going other places. And first of all, we don't have the legislature's guarantee that they'll put it where we want it. And I've struggled with that over a few years. With the tax, it is proposed that this would increase from $11 per metric ton in 2022 to $20 per metric ton in 2040. So we have a 181% increase in the tax guaranteed within the next 18 years, and a possibility of a 909% increase in the tax when it hits $100 per metric ton. I am really concerned. I'm not on a fixed income yet, but that's my goal. I'm concerned about those sorts of increases for those who are on fixed incomes. In the newspapers, it said we ought to be taxing pollution, not potatoes. But now, this is proposing taxing heat in the wintertime for the same people who are trying to buy potatoes. I'm really concerned about taxing heat for the most vulnerable. As I went to the calculator on the website.
One more minute, please.
I can do that. It says, see how our policies tax swap would impact you. The words in that describe what I see this as. It is simply a tax swap with a 9.469 tax increase going to Clean Air Acts. I've never seen the government do stuff like that well. I am adamantly opposed. My name is Royce Shelley. I'm from American Fork, and I will oppose this every inch of the way.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, state your name and where you're from.
Kevin Wisenant from Springville. Just had a couple of questions. One is that I was curious what the sales, tax on gas for a combination of state and federal is in Utah currently compared to other states. Will another 10 cents put us, number one? Will it put us at the medium? Will it, what's the impact there in relation to other states? And then, and kind of on the same lines as has been spoken, that 10 cents on a gallon of gas, increase in electricity impacts, the upper class and mid class, not that great, but the lower class that are already struggling, it's a huge impact every dime. Mm-hmm. And so those are my comments.
You were nodding your head, sir, like you actually knew something about gas taxes. Do you? Do you want to comment on that?
I'm remembering the actual figure right now. We do have one of the lower gas taxes in the nation here in Utah, and we also right now the gas tax and vehicle registrations and all other kinds of use taxes that are involved with cars pay something like 1/3 of UDOT's budget. We are subsidizing UDOT to the tune of about well over $1 billion a year, getting close to $2 billion in some of these recent years, beyond the amount that would normally be for from all of those use taxes and gas tax kinds of situations. So I think when we had a recent initiative that talked about gas tax in terms of we need to fund education, they failed to get across the message that it was a fairness measure of roads are being paid for through taxes that are already other taxes that should have been going to education rather than having the people who are using the roads pay for the roads. And because we didn't get that message out, that initiative failed pretty severely. And so I think it's important we get the message out that we are heavily subsidizing the gridlock on our roads right now by having our a whole bunch of our taxes earmarked for road construction, and we need to get into the habit of having people pay for the roads by the things that are connected to their road use.
Can you give us your name and where you're looking?
Dan Jensen from Provo.
And I'll just note that the previous gentleman mentioned there's a calculator tool on our website, which is cleanthedarnair.org, where you can see how the measures in the policy are going to affect your household, and that includes not just the carbon tax, but also the elimination of the state sales tax on grocery store food. And for low-income households, it includes this earned income tax credit match for low-income working families, and for retirees on fixed incomes, it includes an expansion of the retirement tax credit. Did you have a hand up, sir? Okay, state your name and where you're from, please.
My name is Brother Robert. I'm Brother Ron Roberts, and I live here in Provo, Utah. And I have been here for almost 21 years. And what I am very much against is the air pollution, because a lot of people use their cars a lot, and there is very little or no ridership at all. And so I went to this meeting several weeks ago when they talked about the transportation and other and houses and everything else. So I can hope and pray that since that Provo, Utah is growing, I think the people should use more buses and trains in order to get around. So, like I said, I am very much against the air pollution.
Thank you very much, sir. Anybody else here in the second row? We'll go to the third row.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Where are you from, please?
Thanks. My name is Deanna Hewish from Oren. Born and raised in Provo, lived in Utah County all my life, except for a little bit when we were serving in the military in Germany. So we're here, we're Utahs, we're locals. And I don't know if you have been talking with any of the legislators or anything, because House Bill 441 that did not pass, it's coming back to special session here in May. It'll be looked at again in the committee in October. And that's going to be taxing all of your services. And one thing that they threw out on the table was, cutting maybe the food tax so that they could tax all your services. We're talking on a house. We did some, with my business, we did some calculations on a $400,000 house, including the land. You're going to be paying another $60,000 in taxes. Some of that is like a triple tax, because with the land, when it transfers, there's a transfer fee and all those kind of things. And so I'm just wondering, there's just words of taxes just everywhere, and this isn't going to be going away either because of the education, your property tax incomes, those taxes go to education, so there's nothing for the general fund. And so that's why they're looking at creative ways of raising more money in the state of Utah to pay for your infrastructure, your roads, and all those kinds of things, bridges, everything else is going to be happening, because the BRT is, like this gentleman's saying, is being subsidized already by our taxes. So I'm just wondering, can it be used together somehow? Because we're being inundated from all sides on taxes. And I just worry about our children and grandchildren. Can they afford a house in the future in Utah County? And yes, we want clean air. And yes, we want people to use public transportation, but it's taxes.
Thank you. State your name and where you're from, please.
My name is Sam McVeigh. I'm from Salem. I've been a taxpayer in Utah County for 64 years, even when I was out of the country, out of the country or state for 20 years in the Marine Corps. Still maintain my residence here and pay taxes. Question. So, are you proposing that your carbon tax replace all of the funds that the state is currently spending on air pollution, or will the state still be spending state money on air pollution control?
This would be on top of what the existing funding.
So there will be a net tax increase then. Yeah. Okay. So this is for a tax increase. Your proposal doesn't really illustrate that. Maybe if you went into your calculator, it might. But you better get that out. People here don't like tax increases. Okay. And I understand. One of you is an economist, or somebody who's an economist. Okay. You understand what an inelastic demand is.
I do, sir.
Demand for fuel, demand for energy to heat your home, natural gas, and so forth is inelastic. In other words, if the price goes up, you will still buy it. The demand doesn't go down. It's different than what happens with economics, and that's exactly the definition of study of economics too. And so what you're doing is you're imposing more taxes on people who can't pay it. You're imposing, people around here use their cars to get around. If you go out here and look at the buses, they're usually empty. In fact, coming up here, there were 2 or 3 people riding on a bus. The state of Utah is the only, government is the only entity that I'm aware of that can make something free and not make it scarce. And so when you see something screwed up like that, Richard Epstein, Professor Richard Epstein always said, when you see something screwed up, always ask yourself, what did the government have to do with this? So the other thing I wanted to mention here is before we reverse the Industrial Revolution and put us back in the starvation mode, we probably ought to make sure that what we're going to do works. And you're not taxing pollution, you're taxing people. People pay taxes, the pollution doesn't pay tax. And if a school teacher has to spend another $400 a year on this tax because you are increasing taxes, right now they're saying that most people don't even have $400 in savings for emergencies. This is going to put them further in the hole. A lot of other things I could say. Again, I'm not for reversing the Industrial Revolution.
State your name, where you're from, please.
My name is Ryan King. I'm a lifelong Provo resident here, a small business owner in the town, and I'm an avid skier, so that is really made me interested in climate change as a whole. And we don't need to go into the science. It's overwhelming that our own government's reports are saying it's overwhelming that the Earth is warming, having a drastic impact on the country and the state. But what I'd like to say is, just as a background, I'm a lifelong conservative Republican voter, and I think if you want to get something like this passed, in my opinion, it has to be simple. I've noticed, and I mean, I'm not trying to it's just my opinion, right? But I helped a lot of family. They came to me, they know I follow politics, and they'd say, do you know anything about this ballot initiative? And I'd say, well, it's this, it's, like the gas tax last year. It's a gas tax, it's going to go to the education fund. Well, it raised my taxes. Yes. Okay, voting no. Next person, family member. Will this raise my taxes? Yes. Okay, no. I think if we want to I'm all for a carbon tax. I care about it, but I think it needs to be much cleaner, especially if it's going to be a ballot initiative. You don't have much space to explain your position on the ballot itself. I think if it was something that even conservatives could go around and say, this is a 100% revenue neutral carbon bill that moves taxes from here, say reduces income taxes, or something to help people on fixed incomes who are in retirement, if you can make it a true revenue neutral, carbon tax, I think you could get a lot more buy-in. That's my opinion. I think it's important. I would also like to correct that people like to rail on the buses here. Since UVX has gone in, ridership's gone up drastically. You see people from the university using it. And that's not just an opinion. I can pull the stats on that if anyone's curious, but that is something.
Your name and where you're from, please.
Dan Baxler from Springville. And just one comment on buses. It probably has increased. When it's free, there's going to be a lot of people use it. Once they have to start paying for it, then it's going to drop. As far as the 10 cents is concerned, changing the tax on food is going to go up because farmers have to use gas in order to take care of their crops. And we've already been told it's going to take a lot more money to ship the product. So your food will go up, whether or not maybe your taxes will go down, but your food is going to go up. And furthermore, anytime, I'm like them, anytime the government starts taxing you, it'll never go down. For instance, this 10 cents will never go down. And if we go to electric cars, then all of a sudden they'll take a look at that and say, we're not getting enough money anymore, so we're going to have to tax something else because we have this big budget. So I'm definitely against it.
Let me just note as a comment that the bill has, the carbon tax does not apply to diesel that's used on farms. Comments over here, or this way, I guess. State your name, where you're from, please.
My name is Jack Mulliner, and I'm from Provo, Semper Fi. I'm also an old Marine and also have a degree in economics. I have a question for you guys that support this, or that are proposing this though. Is there any data or facts that would support the idea that these increases in taxes on gasoline and electricity would actually do anything significant to reduce pollution? And if so, what is that data? And number two, do you really believe that $75 million a year to clean up local air pollution is going to have a significant impact? And what is the data basis for that? I'd like to know those things.
Great. I can comment about that a little bit and just start off by saying that, as you know, Governor Herbert asked for $100 million in the last budget for air quality, and the legislature provided $29 million. So the governor thought that there was an opportunity to make high value added investments in cleaning up air pollution. I can give you some specific examples of policies that can make a difference. So cleaner school buses can make a difference not just in overall air quality, but specifically in the air quality of the children that are standing behind those buses as they wait to board their buses. If you look at the freight switchers, for example, upgrading the freight switchers from Tier 0 emissions controls, which they have now, that's something like Tier 4 emissions controls, would reduce emissions, would improve air quality on the order of 5%. Trading in lawn and garden equipment. So overall, we think that the measure is going to produce a 30% improvement in air quality by 2030, and we think there's plenty of data to show that there are investments that we can make that are smart investments to clean up air quality, and we think there are a lot of folks in the state who would like to see that happen. Other questions on comments on this row? And I don't know if the mic is. Do you want to go ahead? And for folks in the last row, I may have to ask you to come forward, but hold on one second. This John wants to speak. Yes. Say your name, where you're from, please, again.
So, again, Dan Jensen from Provo. So, I think we often underestimate how much of the impact of the tax is how much it skews people's incentives. And that if you can, though it's true that some of these things, people won't change behaviors a lot in the short term, and it's inelastic in the short term, that over time, people change the way that they build houses, people change the way that they build communities to reflect some of these costs, and so it makes a change over time, though not immediately. I think that it's going to be difficult. I mean, I've been a Republican delegate and seen kind of a lot of the attitudes that you deal with in the conventions on questions of some of these kinds of measures, and it'll be interesting to see, for instance, if the legislature has just shown that they are willing to override some of the citizen initiatives, how do we figure that kind of impact on this? But I think that I just want to say I'm in support. I think that we need to be moving towards taxing less of the things that we wish people would do more of, and taxing more of the things that we wish people would do less of, and that we need to be taking care of our air quality here on the Wasatch Front, and it's a serious quality of life issue. And though there are some aspects in which it's getting better, noticeably, some of the industrial polluters aspects in which, as we look at the growth that we're about to face here on the Wasatch Front, it could get a lot worse for future inversions than it has been now. So again, I think it's a measure that seems worthy of support.
So reach back to that gentleman back there.
Travis Ball with Springville, Utah. First off, I think one thing we haven't talked about is the 10-cent gas tax. I do think it hits rural Utahns more than urban Utahns who have other ways to travel around. So if you're in rural Utah, you have to use much more fuel to get around to get your services. So I have a concern with that. Secondly, the energy component, I'm still confused about how this would help energy departments or energy providers reduce their carbon footprint. In Provo, in 2021, 2022, I'm sure will be 50% non-carbon. I don't see how this will help that. So there's just some things I'd like to learn about this thing.
Good morning. Kevin Garlick, I'm with the Live here in Provo. So just to kind of follow up, I mean, we talked about the climate change issue, and that's really, as you say, it's not just a north of the Provo Valley. It's a global issue, and again, we're imposing this kind of a specific tax, trying to do something much bigger, much more global. And again, to me, there's something that needs to be done on a national level, not on a state level. And again, that's some of my objection. And I think the other thing too is I think there's some kind of misleading that's going on here, because when we talk about Utah Valley and the Wasatch Front, the emissions are not coming from a carbon source. Carbon is not one that you can see. It's not visible. And so what you're seeing is other pollutants that are in the air. And again, I think there's other needs to other programs that need to be implemented. And I know that's why the governor put things in place, and that's why there's still efforts being made to clean up, because we are going to have challenges with population growth and everything else. So a carbon tax is not necessarily a direct correlation to what you're going to try to do to clean up, unless you're just wanting to tax something to clean up the Utah air. And to me, there needs to be a better direct correlation to try to match those things up, if that's what we're trying to accomplish. And I guess the other thing on a tax, and if you really are wanting to do a carbon tax, I don't know. I know people put up solar panels. I know that was mentioned, and they do net metering, and they try to make a contribution to lower their carbon footprint. The utility programs, the utilities have programs that you can participate to buy resources that are non-carbon, and it's an effective way to kind of market this. It's a voluntary way versus kind of this enforcement of a tax. I'm curious.
One more minute.
If I volunteer to have all my power come from a renewable resource, do I have to pay a carbon tax? And those are the kind of things that need to be kind of spelled out and clear, these kind of things. So those are my comments.
Comments from the back row? Or?
My name is Don Jarvis. I live here in Provo, have been since 1970. And I understand why people don't like taxes. I think a good part of the Revolutionary War was fought because people didn't like taxes. So nobody likes taxes. But on the other hand, if you look at how large our taxes are in Utah, they're pretty moderate. Our property taxes are quite a bit lower than most states. I'm not quite sure how our total taxes run, but they're not really high compared to the taxes in other states. So I guess the question is, do we want to invest in the future? Are we willing to get some revenue to do that? And I believe that the problem of air pollution and global climate change is very serious. And if you look at what the experts say, And that's not just foreign experts, our own U.S. government has issued a recent report that says that we have not very long to turn this around. So I believe that we need to do what we can to attack global climate change and do what we can. I understand Kevin's concern that this is a national issue, and can the state, what we do in the state, does it make any difference? Well, everything has to start somewhere. And there are over 40 nations in the world that do have carbon pricing, and 2 Canadian provinces have carbon pricing. California has a cap and trade system. So I would think it'd be nice if Utah could lead the way on this. If we could get it right, is to make sure that people aren't harmed by the tax. I think these comments are good. We need to make sure that people are treated fairly.
I'm Madison Healy. I'm a student at BYU, but I'm originally from California. And I definitely understand the issue with taxes. My parents left California and now live in Nevada, Reno, Nevada, just to avoid taxes in California. So I understand that issue, and kind of going along with what Don said, I understand that maybe it's not a great option. Taxing is not a great option, but I think it's the best option out there because we need something to incentivize change. And our behaviors aren't going to change. We're not going to reduce our emissions. We're not going to stop driving. We're not going to stop using electricity if we don't have something to incentivize us to do that. And I think that's why we have this carbon tax. We need something to incentivize. And in the short term, it is inconvenient. No one wants to pay more money. We want to keep that money and use it in the way we want to. So short term, it's not great for us. But we need to look in the long term. Because if we don't change now, it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. And we can't keep the trend upward and upward. We need to change that into a downward trend. And I think this is the best way to do it. And like I said, it's not a great option, but it's the best option there is.
Hi, my name's Lance Long. I'm a Provo resident during the summers and the holidays, and Florida resident during the academic year where I teach environmental law. And coming to this, I really don't have anything new to add other than I hope you actually, I'm a raging liberal, but I think actually the Republicans have made really good comments here about this carbon tax. I think they really, what I'm hearing is let's fine tune this. There may be a few things here. I recognize that in the citizens initiative, it can't be long. There's not a lot of fine tuning. But if we can craft something that can be, that has the devil in the details is somewhat taken care of. What I'm hearing here is that this is doable if it's done right. I like, and I would say even the national level, this has to be an international effort to stop carbon, fossil fuel extraction and everything. But and I am kind of a dark mountain advocate in the sense that I'm really not that sure we can do it. My hope at this point is that we can avoid the worst of climate catastrophe, and that's all I'm shooting for. I think anything less than that is naive. People that think we can do this without bridge fuels like nuclear and everything, I think that's naive. As much as an environmentalist, I hate nuclear fuel, but we have to be realistic about this. And that's what I'm hearing here, is that we can be realistic. I think this is something that we could go forward with. So I just want to basically my message is that I think we've had a great conversation here, and I just appreciate everything I've heard here, because it's all been positive from everyone. So thanks to everyone.
Tracy Smith from Warren. I think there's a couple of major fallacies and false incentives in this bill, or this proposal. One is that the rural aspect of this, I think, is a false carrot that's offered to us to give it an emotional break on taxing us. It's for the country people that we're rescuing. I think that's a false incentive, and I think that we shouldn't be misled by tinkling promises like this. The other is that the fallacies of the carbon assumption are well established, that there really is no data that shows that any of this would have any effect on the climate moving forward. Now, maybe we could look at reducing carbon itself, but to what end is the real question that not enough people ask. And if you look closely at the data, if you dig deep enough, if you go below the headline data that everybody regurgitates, you can see that there is no data to establish the fact that carbon is one, the cause, nor reducing carbon will reduce anything having to do with the climate moving forward. Zero. There isn't a computer model yet that has accurately predicted the future of climate because they're not using the right models, because they're focusing on something else. Not only that, but reducing carbon isn't even something that's going to be significantly effective within the things that have been stated in the bill. It might affect things like the sulfur dioxide and the other pollutants this gentleman had talked about. It might have effect for that, which is certainly something that is not out in the realm of pseudoscience or false initiatives. You can actually reduce smog. That's been shown. That's been proven. But there is absolutely no scientific evidence that you can actually reduce any impact on the climate through trying to affect carbon. The local effect of this would be minimal at best. It's false promises, and it's something that we should all avoid at any cost.
Thank you, sir. Take your hand where you're from, please.
Austin Taylor, I live in Provo. Everybody's talking about this as a tax increase. If you've gone on the website and used the calculator, I punched in all my numbers for how much energy I use, how much heating I use, how much I spend on gasoline. I would actually save $180 every year on my taxes through this bill because of the decrease in grocery tax. So for the average family, you would be actually saving money. It's the people who are using a ton of gasoline, a ton of energy, that would be paying more. And again, I think that's an important thing to note, because right now, if somebody burns a huge tank of gasoline, if somebody burns a ton of wood, the ability to pollute is free. Somebody can pollute all they want in the air, and it's free right now. There's no penalty to that. And so if you provide a disincentive, people will change things. People drive the speed limit because they would get a fine, they would get pulled over by the cop. If you provide a disincentive for someone to not do something, and especially if it hits their wallet, then you'll see a change in behavior. And we see that all the time with all sorts of policy.
Chris Urish from Provo. I grew up here, went to school in this building, been around here a long time. So you know how old I am. I had worked at a local car dealership in Orem. It's about a half a mile away from UVU campus. And invariably we have students from both UVU and BYU come over to the dealership, of course, to get their cars worked on. And I asked them quite frequently if they ever used the UBX bus system. And they always say, no, my car's more convenient, so I was in the car. So the bus, it is used in the morning and sometimes in the afternoon, but it's not used totally.
Just have a couple more minutes.
I'm Dan Nielsen. I'm here at Provo, lived here for 22 years, BYU professor of political science, so from our department. And I grew up in Leeds County, so back in Utah. The one thing I want to emphasize that hasn't been talked about, I think, in this hearing is the health effects of polluted air. And if my colleague Arden Pope from economics were here, he could, he's done a lot of the science on this, and air pollution has just dramatic and severe health effects. Respiratory disease, clearly connected, and he showed that actually during the time when James Steele was shut down. He showed, with that natural experiment, just how much respiratory disease declined during the time when the air was cleaner, marginally cleaner. He's also linked air pollution to heart disease, and so both respiratory disease and heart disease are things that affect our most vulnerable populations. And to my thinking, as far as I can see, there's just not enough money going to pollution abatement. And I find this a very smart bill in terms of the way it's been designed. And one of the reasons is because it's mostly revenue neutral. but a place where it's not revenue neutral is doing something that has a pretty significant effect, but there's no other way to fund so far.
This gentleman wanted to speak, and then. Say your name, where you're from, please.
Dan Hill from Provo. We've lived here 30 years. Just retired from BYU International Finance. I work in the energy industry now. This is volunteer. I am actually shocked that what some of you don't understand that climate change is a real thing. It's really going on. Look at those waters around Florida and how they're rising. It's changing treetops, changing fires in the west. There's lots and lots of evidence that climate change is a real thing. And carbon dioxide is a major contributor to that. And there's a ton of data about that. I think the data shows that almost every scientist who looks into this and the climatologists who really study the weather and study the impact of these things on the world would agree. There's hardly any disagreement.
Only 98% of them agree.
Only 98%. That's 2%.
Paying for their opinion.
That's right. Yeah. Well, they have a pretty good basis of the opinion. As my friend Don Jarvis said, there was a report that just came out recently from our government that was written by over 200 climatologists and researchers and oceanographers who say, hey, this is real, this is going on. We've got to do something about it. And put our heads in the sand and say, oh, we don't need to do anything about it, let's just let things go. That's a very, very dangerous thing to do. Now, I don't care if you believe in climate change or not, we have problems in Utah County. We have problems in Utah County. We have bad air, as the previous gentleman said. And we have a lot of researchers that show that, and anybody can observe that. And carbon dioxide is one of the main things. There are other things as well. But we need to do something about that. We need to do something that's bold. We need to do something that's going to enable people to contribute to, and cause them to have to pay attention to contributing to the solution of the problem. I'm in favor of what you're trying to do. I think the details can be worked out perhaps a little differently. I'd like some more go toward air quality initiatives, whether it's 10%. But I think it's something we really need to do about. And UVX ridership, to give you some statistics on it.
One more minute, please.
The average ridership during the school year, a weekday, has been 14,000 people taking the bus. 14,000. That's not insignificant. And those people, if they had driven their cars, that would have put tons and tons of pollution into the air. So that's statistics from UTA. So I think we should move ahead, and this is a good way to do it.
I want to make sure we're respectful of everybody's time. It's about 8 o'clock, so possibly the last comments, and then we can all go into the night, or continue to discuss this after the hearing officially ends.
My name is Valerie Smith. I'm from Orem. I'm just curious why money has to be the answer. I live in California and I live in New York, two places that are taxed out of this world, and money has not been the answer to any of their problems. It continues to breed corruption and breed dishonesty, and nobody has any kind of confidence in local government whatsoever in either one of those places. I also don't understand why responsibility cannot be part of this, why that can't be part of the answer. Money is not going to buy any, how are you gonna buy my carbon footprint to be less? You can't buy that. It should be a responsibility thing. I also don't understand where the money's actually gonna go. You talked about the buses, like school buses, and I'm wondering, first of all, hardly anyone I know actually uses a bus for their children to go to school. But also, is that money going to go, are you literally going to pay for the new bus? Or are you going to pay a lobbyist to go and lobby government to pass something so that we, again, have to be taxed so that the school buses can be upgraded to a better system? It doesn't really make any sense. I don't see where the money is literally going. And to open it up to a super broad way more specific, and you're not specific like at all in any of your agenda. I don't understand really any of it, to be honest. And I think that like if you really want to do something beneficial, it needs to come from like you. It has to. You can't just tax somebody and say like that's going to work, because it doesn't. And there's plenty of so many examples of how that does not work. And it should be a better system. It should be a better way, and it should be not a monetary incentive for the government.
Well, hold on, so it is now 8 o'clock, which was the official end date for the hearing, so let me do folks want to stick around and hear a couple more comments? Or if people need to take off, then please feel free to take off. I want to say a couple things and then I have to take a couple more comments. One is thank you so much for coming. I would like to congratulate all of you by setting a new record. The previous record, which was set in Nephi earlier today, was going 55 minutes without talking about the president. And then with 5 minutes left in our hearing in Nephi, this fellow starts talking about the president. You all made an entire hour without talking about the president, so give yourselves a round of applause. And on a serious note, I want to say this. We have an opportunity in the days ahead to modify the bill. And we have laid out what we think are 3 important issues that we're trying to tackle. Cleaning the air, right, local air pollution, rural economic development, and climate change. And if you have a better way to accomplish the goals that we're trying to accomplish, go to our website, which is cleanthedarnair.org, and go to the contact form and send us an email and let's talk and let's figure this out. Because we would love to have everybody on the same side and on the same page. But you have to have a specific alternative. Right? So we've come up with the best that we could come up with, but there are lots of great brains in the world, including in this room. And if you have a better idea, then please let us know, and please let us know soon. Thank you for coming on and being so respectful. And how about my proposal is there anybody who hasn't actually spoken yet who would like to say something? Okay. This gentleman over here, maybe gets the last words, and then what we'll do is we'll end the formal hearing, and we'll turn off the microphones, and we can continue the conversation. And happy to take questions and further comments at that time. So, sir, state your name and where you're from, please, and you get the last word.
My name is Wes Parrish. I'm from Orem, and I've been sitting here patiently waiting for the last word. What we're talking about here is a global problem, and I'm not sure anything we do in Utah is going to make a bit of difference in the global problem. I've been all over the world, and I'm always grateful to get back to Provo. I've been in Mexico City, I've been in London, I've been in Thailand, I've been in China, and I lived and grew up in LA. The air's greatly improved in LA when I was there in the 50s. So air pollution is a problem. However, attacking carbon is a huge task because more than 95% of the world's energy is carbon-based. It's either coal, oil, or natural gas. And I don't think you're going to change that very much. Electricity is not a non-carbon based fuel because that 95% includes electricity. And switching somebody over from gasoline or diesel to electricity doesn't do anything. So that's my comment, just the scope of the problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your feedback. And give yourself a round of applause. At this point, we will close the hearing. We're happy to take comments and discussions. Thank you.
We are now being recorded. And again, welcome, thank you for coming. And I can see we have some concerned citizens in the audience. And I'm going to turn the process of this hearing over to Neil.
Great, thank you, Julie. Sounds a little bit echoey, but there you go. Okay, so we're just gonna, we're gonna just run through, a number of slides for today. But the process that we have to go through, because it's a sort of public hearing, takes it through from where it started, which was on April the 8th, with those 5 Utah residents and the Clean the Darned Air Act bunch. And they filed the paperwork for a 2020 state initiative to get it on this on the ballot, which is where this is all coming from now. So the ballot requires 113,000 signatures, which have to be gathered by 2020. Well, what's already happened is that the governor has already put through some analysis on it, so he's been doing his due diligence. And what we have to do, and this is one of them, is to have 7 public meetings in the state of Utah to meet the legislative requirements. So this one in Springdale, May the 7th, in the Springdale Town Hall, being recorded for the Clean the Air Carbon Tax Initiative Act, so that everybody understands it when they hear the recording. And then, so once these 7 hearings have been taken, then signatures will start being gathered in June. So just tonight we're going to have a brief presentation to introduce the sort of overview for the initiative. There'll be an opportunity for questions and comments, which we would appreciate if you could make them into the microphone when we get to that point, so that they are recorded and the guys can hear what's going on when they do that. And then all that feedback is passed back to the initiators, to the legislators, and then to the Attorney General. So that's what's happening in the process and what's happening tonight. And in summary, Julie.
In summary, the Clean Air Carbon Tax 2020 ballot measure proposed in Utah for a modest carbon tax, with 20% of the revenue going to clean up local air pollution and fund rural development, and 80% of the revenue going to reducing existing taxes, including eliminating the sales tax on grocery and store food. And Neil is going to go through more details.
Yes, that's the summary. Now, what's it all about? So there are 3 main sort of issues that we have in Utah that this proposal, this initiative tries to pull together. And they're trying to sort of touch on a number of them with one common objective, which is this carbon tax. But the first thing is obviously air pollution. Down here in southern Utah, we may not think that there's terribly much going on in terms of pollution because we can't see it, but that is absolutely not the case. And having lived up in the Wasatch Front myself for a year or 2, I know exactly what's going on up there. It's not, it's caused by fossil fuel burning, mostly by transport, but there's a lot of heavy industry, there's home burning, and the like. And what that causes, because of Salt Lake, its unique topography with the Rocky Mountains and the Oka Mountains, sort of the inversion holding it in, it just makes things 10 times worse. And obviously the increase in Salt Lake population density and business has made this even worse. And that has a direct impact on health. And this sort of whole debate isn't anything to do with trying to say yay or nay. It is actually happening. There's so much data out that it's not a case of saying it's not. There is an impact on health with miscarriages, lung complaints, etc., and reduced life expectancy. The American Lung Foundation have given Utah the F grade, which doesn't sound terribly good. We've been missing EPA targets for many, many years, and in fact in 2013, which was the last year I could get hold of data for, missed it 47 days out of the year. So a whole month, longer than a month, people were living in and breathing air that was considered toxic, according to any standards that are around. And as I mentioned at the beginning, it's not just Salt Lake, it's every part of this country. Washington County is often a red zone down here, but everybody is, close to roads is going to be affected. And obviously that has an impact on health. The pollutants we're seeing, nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, and ozone, these gases irritate the lungs of the airways. They cause all sorts of problems, like this machine doing at the moment. There are many particles, and these particles are very, very fine. And it's the fine nature of these particles that causes a lot of grief. They go deep into the lungs, they go through the cardiovascular system, and then into the body, and they are inherently damaging the body. Carbon monoxide, obviously we know it's dangerous in large quantities, fatal in large quantities in fact, but it does stop the uptake of oxygen in the blood and leads to reductions in things like mental health and mental health ability, especially in developing children. So we're talking about very small particles. They lodge in the lungs, they cause major issues, coughing, wheezing, the obvious things that you see, but obviously aggravating things like lung diseases, which asthma, which is on the increase throughout the developing world and developed and developing world, and bronchitis coming on as well. And when it comes to the development of children, the unborn children, this is a University of Utah research proposal, and all of this stuff, if you want any of the background data that I gathered for this, I'd be happy to let you have it, because we've got the research articles, etc. But this was a University of Utah research that women living along the Wasatch Front had a 16% higher risk of miscarriage following short-term exposure to high levels of air pollutants. Long-term studies still haven't really worked out what those percentages are, but they have sort of done it on a short-term basis. It is linked to low birth weight, premature births, higher infant mortality, and estimates that between 1,400 and 2,000 people die every year prematurely because of air pollution. Now, coming from the UK, which is obviously a much more built-up country, we're looking at something like 40,000 premature deaths every year. And it's not just premature deaths, it's the anguish and the problems that are caused living with that sort of thing that people are suffering with. So it's a much bigger problem than just a number. It's a reduction, a serious reduction in lifestyle and life abilities. The second issue that we have here in Utah is that there is a real economic decline in the rural areas. Now, some areas are lucky, as we are here, to have tourism, although that may be fleeting in some respects, but the traditional employments, that have been here, coal, manufacturing, etc., are on the decline. And they will be on the decline, whatever anybody says, at whatever level of government, because pure economics are coming into play. Automation is making things easier to do in manufacturing and in mining. So there are going to be less people, even if those particular manufacturing businesses carry on. Gas has been a big one here in the States, but even gas is going to start being attacked as a polluting material. And there are a lot more affordable options out there, especially in the renewable areas. So what we have to do is to do something about this. So it's not just air pollution, it's the fact that people's lives and livelihoods are being affected. Which brings us on to the last one, which is of course climate change, which I'm not even going to bother to try and sort of debate whether it's true or not. It just is. But what we're seeing are severe weather events, and the one that we just had this winter. You can't put it down directly to global warming, but there are significantly more significant weather events happening, increase in temperatures over time, decrease in rainfall. And this picture here actually was taken from the Brian Head fire of not last year, it was the year before, wasn't it?
Year before.
And that's going to happen. We saw all the stuff with California and the fact that forest fires are now a year-long phenomenon and not just related to one particular time of year. So big issues that we're witnessing, and we need solutions to them. So the solutions here that we're looking to put in place for air pollution, to incentivise alternatives to the dirty pollutants that we have currently, so different renewables that we can get with clean energy. We also need to disincentivise those people and things that are causing trouble, that are causing pollution, so taxing them. And then incentivise people. You know, it's always a carrot and stick, so you tax the nasty, dirty stuff, but also then you incentivise people with a carrot to try and get them to switch to those alternatives. So there are very real things that we can do. Same thing with rural decline. If we are starting to look at different technologies, alternate ways of doing things, then those industrial, that change in industrial growth can be used as a positive thing in the rural economies, especially as we've got the ability to, work remotely, etc. We can retrain the workforce, something that's been going on in the UK for a long time. We had I don't know if you guys come across it, but the Welsh mining industry, which was huge, absolutely massive in of course the late 18th and the 1900s. It powered Britain, forward, in its industrial revolution. By 1970, 1980, those collieries would become uneconomic, and eventually they were mostly closed down, which is the point now, because I think there's about one mine going in South Wales, which from a century ago is absolutely amazing. The workforce has been retrained. New things, new technologies, new industries, etc. Incentivise other people coming in to create those businesses. And then, of course, with climate change, then it's sort of very similar to the things we were talking about with air pollution. If you reduce the emitters of CO2 by use of alternate energy, by use of renewables, etc., then obviously we get a sort of double bang for the buck, I think is the official American expression. So, what do we do about it? So those are some solutions, but this is what we do, and it's sort of taken in a needle phrase, which is tax pollution, not food, because currently there is a state tax on food that you get in a grocery store. Pollution, or things that pollute, are not taxed, so it makes sense to tax those things rather than food. So the idea is to start looking at helping people who may not be able to support themselves as well. We get that tax by taxing the carbon, or the emission of carbon. We use the money that we collect to incentivise all those clean air initiatives, and then we provide tax cuts for people within the state, especially people who need it. So it sort of helps everybody all the way around. So it's not just a case of paying more for your gas or your electricity, it's a case of getting something back in return through tax cuts. So the tax cuts themselves, so I already mentioned that removing the state tax on grocery store food, extending the retirement tax credit, I don't quite know what that is, but then state matching for federal earned income tax credit, and then helping energy intensive businesses. So obviously businesses that use a lot of energy will be disadvantaged immediately if you were sort of slap it on. So there's got to be a sort of phased ramp in to help those businesses cater for the changes and the extra taxation coming through. So it's a neat thing, taxing food, not taxing the polluters rather than the food scuds. So the details, so we had sort of like a big overview, the detail of this, and it was contained in the summary that Julie read earlier. So 20% of all that, the tax that's raised is for cleaning up air pollution and then putting it into rural development. So directly addressing the real problems. 80% of it, the revenues, will then go into reducing taxes, and it gives you some idea of the emphasis that's being put on here. This is really there to make a difference to people in Utah who would otherwise, be affected. It starts at $11 per metric ton of CO2. It works out effectively to about 10 cents per gallon of gas or 0.8 per kilowatt of electricity. And the aim is to start in 2022 with a sort of sliding scale that starts going up, so every year will incrementally increase the value of the tax. So then use 75 million per year to clean up air pollution, 25 million per year for helping rural economies to grow, to bring in new businesses, 20% match of the federal earned income tax credit, and then the expansion of the retirement tax credit. So that's where the money is going to be going. And there is a lot more detail behind this that we can sort of pass out if you want to get down to the real numbers. So, wrapping it all up, the take-home message really from all of this is that there's a good thing happening here, that we have some real problems, some real issues that need to be sorted out that are affecting people dramatically, and they can be solved by this very simple mechanism of taxing the thing that is bad and giving back that money that is raised to people in a good way in terms of food and in terms of increased livelihood and new businesses. So at the end of the day, we will have improved air quality, improved health, and all the things that will go through that, like improved lifestyle, reduction in the tax burden, which is always a good thing, help in developing Utah's rural economy, outside of the Salt Lake area, and from a sort of global point of view, generally CO2 emissions will then go down, so we'll be part of the solution to help save this planet rather than part of the cause. That's it, really, wrapping that up. That's the sort of summary of the proposal. I said we've got more detail that we can send out if anybody would like. But I think at that stage it's really over to you guys. If you have any questions or comments, I can bring the microphone over to you. If you could just state your name. Is that it? Name?
State the name. And I do have some handouts right here for you to take with you.
Do those handouts, first of all, Randy, are they mirroring what you just had up there? Or is it just what you sent?
Yeah, pretty much, but just a little more detail.
All right. To start with, you talk about the state had an F rating, and what's involved in getting an F rating? You have to have so many days where it fails in so many areas, and how do they get it?
I don't know the answer to that.
How about this question then? How
And
many other
what I
states?
can do is all these questions we can write down, and I'm going to go to your.
Oh, you got it recorded.
I've got it recorded, and it's going to be sent to me.
Okay.
And then I will get back with you, and I will give you those answers. I'm assuming that's how many red days there are in Salt Lake.
So, how many other states did anybody get a C or a B or a D?
I don't know, Randy. I don't know. Good question, though.
Yeah, well, my brother's a professor, so I have to talk about grades here. Who actually put this bill together?
At first, it was with CCL, and it went through the legislation, and it didn't pass.
Okay.
So CCL has now dropped out of this particular one. They're going other ways. They're going to the federal carbon tax bill.
Okay, CCL.
Citizens for Climate Lobby.
Okay.
So now who is five residents of Salt Lake, Yoram is one of them, and he is an economist, and he's a stand-up comedian.
Yeah, I heard him speak down St. George.
Yeah. So it's Yoram and 4 other people that I don't have the names of. There was
Do they have
also-
state legislators who are going to be supporting this? And
Some of them, yes.
Okay.
But not enough when it first went through.
Right.
But yeah, they still do have some state support. Mitt Romney is one of them that has said climate change is real and humans are causing it. And John Huntsman Jr. also has said similar statements.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming they've got their support too.
Yeah. If we went back through the slideshow, there was a couple other things that I was curious about as we were going through, but we can interrupt. So, I get the idea of, well, one of the things when we're talking about taxing, I understand that there's going to be a tax on gasoline, which obviously one of the biggest polluters that we have in the state. Those power plants that I used to work in also are a big polluter, yes.
Pardon?
Don't they get a break?
Yeah, that's what I seem to remember reading through what you sent out is they are getting some tax credits for this. They're not. As opposed to being fined, taxed, whatever.
That they.
I don't know.
No, the bits that I came across very much was more that they will be incentive, or they will benefit through tax help in order to phase in, or to allow them to phase the change into their business.
Okay.
Hopefully
How
forcing,
the exact mechanism, it wasn't clear.
and hopefully forcing them to make the change.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, most of the regulation that forces the utility industry to address this issue comes from the feds, comes from the EPA, et cetera. And of course now we're in an administration that's not helping us very much there. But, there's very few states that have actually been more restrictive. California maybe is one, certainly, but been more restrictive than the feds. And Utah has a long history of supporting the coal mining and the utilities are
Dirty industry.
big polluters, yeah. Can we back up another one? Yeah, I mean, well, it says dirty polluters though, but all of the taxing information I've seen that you've put out so far has really talked more about a charge on gasoline, a charge on, on our electric bill, which I think should happen. I'm not opposed to those, but
Well, assuming they pass it on.
industry-
Which of course they may be very magnanimous than that.
yeah.
This would apply to industry. Utah has a Randy,
Yeah.
Utah has a law that the tax they put on gasoline goes to road.
Right, and I think this one does too. If you're reading through what you sent out, anything that's collected from gasoline has to go to roads. So infrastructure,
How does that
transportation,
go?
potentially.
Cleaning up the air.
Yeah, potentially if it goes to the wider category, say transportation, maybe it could fund like the bus system when we're talking about trying to get going here, or maybe light rail and stuff like that. I don't know.
Well, that's what they were talking about, is being able to clean up dirty buses and whatnot, and to encourage people to go to
They were
lecture.
talking about school buses.
Right.
And is the 11,
What was your name?
oh, sorry, Jim Hancock. Is the $11 per metric ton of CO2, that's applied to industry, right? So that's,
right.
That's not their tax increase as we'll say polluters.
I'm not understanding your question.
Well, the carbon tax would start at 11 per metric ton. And then they say about 10 cents per gallon of gas, but I mean, my question, I guess, would be the industry that is creating pollution, their tax, like you're saying, tax the polluters, not the food.
Right.
So industry is going to be taxed an additional $11 per metric ton of CO2 that they produce.
Right. Okay.
Good, and that's great. So another thing we're talking about here, and I think this is great, with wood burning stoves. Are there any programs right now that are helping people move off of wood burning stoves and, get something that's less polluting for their heat source?
Not that I'm aware of.
Been talked about it,
I know, I've heard it talked about for years, but I don't know that I've read of any programs that are,
Cleaning that up.
like, we'll come in and take your stove away and put
Well,
gas.
in northern Utah, they have days where you cannot have you use your stove.
unless
And I think-
that's all you have.
Yeah.
If that's all that you have,
You can't still?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just an aside here, but the UK, which has been the sort of dirty man of Europe actually in a lot of ways, has just brought out a whole load of initiatives, really on the back of a lot of public pressure, with things like David Attenborough and his stuff on plastic pollution and wildlife, downstream wildlife. And there's an initiative very recently that the government put forward, and they're not noted for being terribly environmental, but by 2025, all gas-fired appliances in the home will be, they won't allow any more installations after that date. So at the moment, the UK is basically runs on gas-fired central heating, which is all we have. We don't have air conditioning over the windows. But yeah, so it's a totally radical change because that's what you do when you build a house or you put in a new heating system. It is a gas central heating system. 2025 gone. Something else is going to have to be put in its place. And now the government, that's where things are a bit, I don't know quite what it's going to be, but there is going to be help from the government to enable those changes to take place.
Which is what, if you're going to take somebody's heat source away, you've got to
have
replace it. And make it so that they're not going to
But
be
it's quite
financially penalized.
I mean, imagine taking out everybody's propane, around here. I mean, it's
No,
it's that sort of huge change, radical.
Yeah.
well, the technology is already there. The Mitsubishi split systems can be put in any room. They're electric, and they can blow ugly change from heat to air conditioning. And we just put in a system a couple years ago. We still use some propane because we prefer to cook with gas, but we don't use it for anything else now.
I'll have to learn more about that from you.
Yeah, we did it last year too. We switched over right in the fall. And I have to say, in our house, that didn't heat our big room, which is dining room, living room, because we have high ceilings and and all the heat kind of stayed up there. So it's great, but I still have that propane stove or furnace that.
We don't have high ceilings, it works fine for us, but.
Yeah.
It's
But
nice
yeah,
to
it's
get
not,
Summer.
I think it's great, and I'm looking forward to the summer.
Yeah.
When I actually enjoy it a bit more so than me,
Why such a modest percentage?
Do you want to state your name?
M. Honer Orton, why such a modest percentage of the revenue from this going to, going to tax cuts, including up there, and rural development, when 80% is going to other things? Is this being sold as a tax cut? Is that the reason?
Probably.
Okay. That makes sense.
It's been a tough road to even get this, and it's only proposal. And we'll know what's going to happen, if they'll even make it to the ballot.
Well, I congratulate all of you for doing this. St. George, I'm usually going to St. George about 4 in the afternoon. And there's a gray haze all over everything.
yeah, it's here.
Didn't used to be like that.
And here, there is haze on most days here. Haze here.
Yeah.
And so it's time we do something too, even though we're way better than Salt Lake area, but still, if we don't do something about it, we won't.
There is a Washington County bill that's coming out that Neil and I are going to be going to different city councils and presenting maybe his PowerPoint presentation about the resolution of Washington County. And I don't have the details yet to go into it, but we are going to be start working on that.
Actually, Springdale passed that.
And Springdale did already pass. Yeah, that was awesome. Because that was after you came to that meeting in St. George.
I brought it back and
Thank you.
introduced it. Well, the council was totally supportive. I didn't have anybody that said nay on that. So.
And I think Santa Clara is going to get on board, and there's some other working on it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So 7 presentations throughout the state where
different regions. There's Salt Lake, Ogden, Logan. Can't remember that.
was anybody brave enough to do it in Price? Or
Pardon?
Was anybody brave enough to do it in Price?
No. Actually, we do have a list somewhere of actually where they were, and I can get that to you.
Okay. I'm just curious.
What about the signatures then? Are they going to be?
Okay, well, this is just the first process of doing these 7 hearings throughout the state. The next thing that we have to do is to go get signatures, and that starts in June through February of 2020. And at least 10% of the presidential voters to go around. So it's going to be, beating the trails and going to on the street and looking for signatures. And we can always use help if anybody's interested in going out and doing that. And I can look at it as a little bit of fun in a way, because you get to talk to people and you start a conversation, and that's what's we need, is to start a conversation. And we're talking about air pollution. We're not saying climate change, which, I believe climate change is real. But I'm not going to, I don't want to get into debates with everybody. Yeah. The scientists think it is. But, so are there any other comments and questions? And Randy, I will get back to you with those answers. And if anybody else had a question, I will talk to Yorm. He's the economist. He's the guy with the figures. And
For me, I'm going to need to be explained what the 20% match in earned income tax credit for loan. I don't know what that is.
Okay.
And what is the retirement tax credit? I don't know what that is.
Well, I think it has something, and I'm guessing, and what I've been told from the bill that before this one was Social Security is taxed in Utah. And what I assumed it was they'd be taking away the tax. Social Security wouldn't be taxed anymore.
Yeah, you need to say that.
Yeah.
Because
Well, there still would be a federal, I assume.
The federal, but the state tax on it.
Yeah.
And I'll reconfirm that with Bjorn, and why he didn't say that, I don't know.
So everybody here would be appreciative of
Would be a
that.
benefit. Everybody here.
A big selling point in Utah will also be taking the tax off food.
Yeah, it will be. That's a good.
I understand why they did that.
Right.
Well, and, you know, it makes sense because what you're doing is you're trying to tax the polluters, and the polluters are the people that have a lot of money, they can drive big cars and trucks, etc., and, you know, heat big houses, but everybody has to heat. And the poor certainly.
No matter what your income is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that's a huge selling point.
Actually, they had one price.
Did they?
Nephi, happened to this. Nephi, Duchesne, Provo, Springdale, Salt Lake City, and Logan.
Wow. That's good.
No,
St. George.
No, this is the one for St. George. And it was in the Spectrum, it was in the public hearings section, so throughout the state.
Didn't show up.
Well, it's, all we needed to do was do this to get it going. So thank you for coming out.
well, thank you for what you're
Thank
doing.
you.
Yeah.
Because even if the legislature,
You gonna stand up?
I don't think so. Great, so welcome to the hearing about the Clean the Air Carbon Tax Act initiative. We are recording this hearing as required by law. We are here at the Anderson Foothills branch of the Salt Lake City Library, 5 o'clock on, what day of the week is it?
May 8th.
May 8th, Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday.
Thank you. It's been a long day. My name's Yaron Bauman, and I'm joined by Dave Carrier,
Bob Fieri, Joey Caseglia.
So four of us are among the 5 folks who submitted the ballot measure petition. And the purpose of this hearing is to get public feedback about the bill. We do have an opportunity to modify the bill in the days ahead. And then, so I'll tell you a little bit about the bill itself, and then a little bit about the process, and then we'll just open it up to public comment and questions, because that's the point of this hearing. So the bill tries to address 3 issues that we think are important in Utah. One of those is local air quality, which is important for our health, our children, our families, our economy, not just along the Wasatch Front, elsewhere in the state as well. There are serious air pollution problems, and the name of our campaign is Clean the Darn Air, and that's one of the big motivating goals of this campaign is to clean the darn air. So the bill as currently written provides $75 million a year for cleaning up local air pollution. That's going to go towards things like dealing with wood stoves, encouraging folks to trade in their gas-powered lawn equipment for electric, swapping out the freight switchers, the locomotives. It's going to upgrade school buses. There's, as you may know, the governor proposed asked for $100 million for local air pollution, and the legislature ended up allocating $29 million. And the governor's request was for a down payment, so the $29 million is sort of a down payment on the down payment. And we think that the health of our children and our families deserves more than that. So that's the first target for the bill. The second target is rural economic development, where many of the traditional employment opportunities in rural parts, not just of this state, but elsewhere in this country, are going away in
in part or in full, mostly because of automation and because of changing economic conditions. And so the bill provides $25 million a year to the Governor's Office of Economic Development for promoting new economic opportunities in the rural parts of this state, and we think that's incredibly important. And the third part of the bill is dealing with climate change, which is we think we have a moral imperative to take action for those of us who are here today, as well as for our children and grandchildren. And the single most important thing that we can do to take action on climate change is put a price on carbon so that we can get market forces working to promote conservation, innovation, development of new technologies, all the things that I, at least as an economist, love about capitalism. So the bill is a modest carbon tax, starts at $11 per ton of CO2, goes up slowly over time. Roughly 20% of the revenue is currently written goes to fund local air pollution cleanup efforts and promote rural economic development. So $75 million for air pollution, $25 million for rural economic development. The rest of the money, about 80% of the money, goes to address the pocketbook impacts of the carbon tax by reducing existing taxes. So most prominently, the bill eliminates the state portion of the sales tax on grocery store food. So economists will tell you, economists like myself will tell you that we should be taxing bads that we want less of instead of taxing goods that we want more of, and that's what this bill does. Instead of taxing potatoes, we're going to be taxing pollution. And we think that's going to be a positive for the economy, for our families, for our health, and for the world. So that in a nutshell is the structure of the bill. There's some additional details, including some additional tax cuts. There's a funding of an earned income tax credit benefit for low-income working families. There's an expansion of the retirement tax credit. There's some tax credits that address impacts on energy-intensive trade-exposed businesses, so agriculture, mining, manufacturing. Happy to chat about those if there are questions about that. But I'll tell you a little bit about the process, and then we'll open it up for questions and comments. This all started about a month ago. We filed this ballot measure application. There was a 30-day period for the Governor's Office of Management and Budget to produce a fiscal note. That fiscal note came out 2 days ago and is available online along with the full text of the bill. Then the process requires us to hold 7 hearings around the state, which we're in the process of doing. So yesterday we had hearings in Price, in Nephi, in Duchesne, and Provo, and Springdale. So 5 hearings yesterday, and then today, this hearing here in Salt Lake City, and then a hearing at 7 o'clock in Logan will be the last of the 7 hearings.
You didn't get tarred and feathered in Price.
Well, so the recordings are posted. We have to record all the hearings and then turn them in so you can listen to the recording yourself. Bob and Colleen, who's the 5th member of our group, she's not here tonight, we're down in Price. I think it's fair to say that the reception in Price was not as positive as the reception in Springdale. However, so we hold these hearings, and we think we have a strong case to make. It's a tougher case than maybe in Salt Lake City or in Springdale, but we think we have a strong case to make, both for the benefit of the state as a whole and for the benefit of rural economic development. And we're happy to make that case. So after we hold these hearings, we have an opportunity to modify our ballot measure, and then once we finalize the language, so you can basically think of the first filing as a draft, and then we hold hearings, get feedback, and we can modify it, and then we produce a final. If we change it, there's a new fiscal note that comes out. Then we can begin collecting signatures. After we jump through a couple more hoops, we can begin collecting signatures. We need roughly 115,000 signatures, there's a new signature target, which is 8% of active voters in the state. We also need that same 8% target in 26 of the 29 state Senate districts. Assuming if and when we accomplish that, then we will be qualified for the November 2020 ballot. So that's the process. Have I missed anything? Is there anything that any of you would like to add?
Besides personal notes, but I'd like to open it up for public comment before I comment. Yeah. Do you have anything?
Do you want to discuss a little bit about the carbon tax revenue, the mechanics of the revenue side of it? Talk about the output of the money, but in terms of
Sure. The carbon tax itself starts at $11 per metric ton, goes up 3.5% plus inflation. $11 per metric ton of CO2 is a little bit less than 10 cents a gallon of gasoline. It's a little less than a penny a kilowatt hour of coal-fired power. It applies to essentially the fossil fuels that are burned in the state, plus the carbon content of electricity that's provided in the state. So motor fuels, natural gas, electricity, and then there's a chunk of it that applies to, like, if you have a large facility that's burning coal or fuel gas or off-road diesel, then they'll pay the carbon tax on that directly. They'll also get, some of those manufacturing facilities will get benefits from there's a phase-in of the carbon tax essentially for energy-intensive trade-exposed businesses. So agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and it's worth noting that agriculture, the carbon tax on diesel applies the same way that the existing motor fuels tax applies to diesel, so it's on-road diesel. So if you have a farm, then you're burning off-road diesel, and you don't pay the existing diesel tax because you're not driving on public roads, and the carbon tax doesn't apply to off-road diesel either unless you're burning a lot of it. Is that good?
So one thing that's not necessarily obvious, at least it wasn't to me, was the rationale for giving a break to manufacturing, agriculture, and mining.
Yeah. So the energy intensive trade exposed businesses part of it, the way that it works is that formally they pay the carbon tax, but then they get a tax credit that offsets a fair amount of their liabilities, and the idea is to phase in the carbon tax slowly for these businesses that are located in Utah but that are competing with businesses that are outside of the state.
So do you have a long list of those businesses? Or are they just the categories you talked about?
So they're done by NAICS codes. So agriculture, hunting, forestry, fishing, I think, are all together, and then mining and manufacturing have their own NAICS codes.
And the individual business would apply, right?
Yes. Yeah. So the first year that the policy goes into effect, which would be 2022, there would be they would be eligible to get 90% of their carbon tax payments back. The second year, they would get 85% of their carbon tax payments back, et cetera, until the second decade. They would, the second decade and beyond the carbon tax, they would get back 50% of their carbon tax payments.
And from then on?
And from then on,
Stays at 50%.
at 50%, yeah. So that was an attempt. Basically, if you have it's one of the challenges of trying to do something like a carbon tax, or for that matter, any tax policy in a one jurisdiction where you have businesses that are competing outside of that jurisdiction, is you don't want to put local businesses at a competitive disadvantage. So if you have a cement plant in Utah that's competing with a cement plant in Idaho, I would argue as an economist that you have to do something to make sure that that business can stay competitive. Otherwise, all the cement will just get produced in Idaho and trucked back to Utah, which is not going to be great for global carbon emissions or the jobs or the economy. So there's at the national level, you can talk about border tax adjustments and things like this, but you can't do that at the state level. So we think that providing this tax credit for energy-intensive trade-exposed businesses is a reasonable way to deal with that challenge. So now that my colleagues have asked all the hard questions.
I've asked you this question before, but...
Oh, and please state your name and where you're from.
Bob Springmeyer, Salt Lake City. Previously you worked on referendums in the state of Washington. Both were defeated. Well, there were two referendums. You worked on the first one.
That's right.
If the People's Republic of Washington declined to support a referendum, How do you think the state of Utah could approve one?
Well, for starters, we think it's important to have the conversation. Second of all, I think there are three things that make this viable in Utah. One of them is that Utah has terrible local air pollution problems. So the focus of our campaign is, and the motivation for our campaign is to clean the darn air. And that's what we're going to make this campaign about. That's what we want this campaign to be about. That's the most important thing. That's the most important environmental issue most people think of in the state. So Washington State,
At least 70% of the state.
fair enough. 70% of the state.
The Wasatch Front primarily.
Okay.
Uinta Basin.
And Uinta Basin, but theirs is a little different.
Well, the people are not as aware of it, but it's
No, I mean,
health-wise, it
it's-
may be.
And Washington, you've got Washington County
Washington County also.
almost as an entertainment. We think Uinta Basin will too, but theirs is ozone and it's petroleum.
And the people in the Uinta Basin think that it really isn't impacting them yet because they haven't been declared in non-attainment. And so I've worked with the business people in the Uinta Basin and offered incentives for them to do things and say, come back and talk to me when we're in non-attainment. So they're kind of in denial about it being a problem.
Can you introduce yourself
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Gwen Springmeyer. I live in Salt Lake City.
and your experience with talking to folks in the Uinta Basin is?
I used to work with a nonprofit organization called Utah Clean Air Partnership.
So they're not in attainment, out of attainment?
No, they're not yet declared in non-attainment.
Oh.
So there's seven counties that are there along the Wasatch Front. And if you had a crystal ball, you would say that Duchesne and Uinta and Washington would be the next ones to go into non-attainment.
So the air pollution is a huge issue, right? I mean, the Tribune published a story the other day about the American Lung Association giving Fs to a large part of the state. That is a pressing issue that connects with voters, to be honest, a lot more than climate change does. Younger voters are more concerned about climate change, but I think all voters across the board and across political parties, they can see the air pollution in the wintertime. They may know that there's also, bad air pollution problems in summertime. So that's point. So point number one is
the impact on clean air is really the revenue, the availability of revenue to more aggressively deal with the clean air issues.
It's the availability of the revenue, but it's also that a large portion, the lion's share of the pollution problem is related to burning fossil fuels. So a tax on fossil fuels is going to help address that. So that's point number one. Point number two is that there are Republican leaders in this state who care about climate change. I would put Mitt Romney on the list. I would put John Humphrey Jr. on the list. I might put Mike Leavitt on the list. He used to be head of the EPA. And we think that...
short time.
Okay, missed it.
Yeah, so we think, this is before he went to DHS.
Okay.
DHS, or whatever it's called.
What do you plan on doing with all this money?
Well, hang on one second. Let me finish that answering this question. So we think that we have a chance to get Republican support for this, and if we can, we think that this is a small government, market-based approach to clean air and climate issues, and we think it makes sense to folks across the political spectrum here in Utah. The third thing that I would say Utah has going for it that Washington doesn't is that Washington State didn't. We ended up, one reason why our campaign lost in 2016, this was the Initiative 732 campaign, was that we were opposed by the left, kind of including the environmental left. You can call them the far left if you want, but the Sierra Club was opposed to our policy, Washington Conservation Voters was opposed to our policy, Governor Jay Inslee came out against our policy because it wasn't the Green New Deal. And we would like to think that voters across the political spectrum in Utah might be a little more reasonable. Sir, can you state your name and where you're from, and then go ahead
My
with your
name
question?
is Micah Turner. I live in Draper, Utah. So what are you gonna do? I mean, you got all this money, how on earth are you planning to clean up evaporated wood? Because you label here, wood burning stoves are an issue somehow. Well, I mean, what are we gonna do with all this money? What are you gonna do to clean the air? What is 75, I wanna know what you want, how you're going to do it before I ask you to convince me how you're not just reaping the wealth of people.
Well, so I'll take part of this. So as Yoram said, Governor Gary Herbert kind of provided a list of a number of things that the state of Utah could do to help clean up the air.
What are these things?
For instance, and what you were talking about with wood-burning stoves, is there are still a number of houses that have these wood-burning stoves as their primary heat source.
Okay.
And they have a disproportionate impact on pollution. While there aren't a lot of them, they probably account for more than you would expect of the pollution, at least the valleys in which.
Do you have any data on that?
I think one number I've heard is 5% of a reduction.
Might actually.
Do we have the data? Does anyone have that data?
The 5% is good, and the homes that are the sole source homes, that's their only way to heat, is pretty small. It's like about 80, but it's huge because it's the only way that they can heat their homes.
Yeah, so part of that is giving them an incentive to replace that heating source with a.
But the bigger source
So what's
comes
the
from the
data?
recreational burners. The people
Sure.
that just want a fireplace on a Friday night.
Sure.
So.
I mean, there ain't a lot of campsites up Grand Canyon or up Big and Little Cottonwood Canyon. That seems like a pretty absurd notion to me.
Yeah, so
what's the data?
Comes from DEQ.
DDQ?
Yeah, there's actually.
Department of Environmental Quality has, you can go to their website and they have estimates of what the sources are of air pollution.
There's also a study that came out, I think 3 years ago now, from the U, and if you're interested, I can send you the reference.
It's a very good study.
The
So
Diane.
Dr. Carrie Kelly.
Carrie Kelly's paper.
Her work is excellent, yes. The smoke is more damaging to your lungs than say car exhaust. The smoke from the
I
wood
can't believe that for
is-
5 seconds. People have been breathing in smoke around campfires since man has existed.
They also had shorter life expectancies.
Well, those life expectancies take into infant mortality into case, so.
Sure.
Higher infant mortality most certainly was larger
This
back in
is-
the day, but people
So-
lived into their 90s quite often during even the American Revolution. It's very regular.
So I would make the case that regardless of its impact, we should probably incentivize getting rid of those. A number of small percentages will add up to a considerable percentage.
So how do you plan to get rid of wood burning stoves?
Incentivize homeowners to switch with a financial incentive from that pot of money that we were talking about. You asked how are we spending the money? Part of that is a financial incentive for paying for the cost of switching, I imagine, right?
And let me add,
So you want to what are the amount of people that are burning wood stoves that are doing it because they don't have utilities at their place and such? Do we have the data for that?
There are some people that just prefer to burn wood, and this wouldn't force those people to switch. It would just.
This is your first thing you've labeled on here, so I'm expecting hard data from you.
Okay.
Well, again.
You can find it from the governor. Because the governor
I'm happy
Yeah.
to send you this, a PDF of this paper.
Okay, I will give you my email address. You can send me this data. I'm a little disappointed you don't have it right now to tell me specifically. You have some stuff. So what are you gonna do for gas-powered lawnmowers and freight switcher locomotives and dirty school buses? I mean, do you wanna switch out the whole fleet of these things? It's like multi-billion dollars for, I don't know about gas-powered lawnmowers, but I would assume it's probably in the billions to swap out all this other hardware. It's.
What's the numbers for a freight switcher?
So I think there's about 60 freight switchers that cost, to upgrade them, costs $1 or $2 million a piece.
Yeah.
Union Pacific is, as we understand it, is willing to put up some of the money, but not all the money. So maybe $100 million, you could swap out all the freight switchers.
From what I understand, rail transportation is the most efficient transportation in existence.
Yeah, we just want them to use Tier 4 locomotives instead of Tier 0 locomotives.
So these are the switchers, the engines that actually move the cars around in the rail yard. And during the winter, they keep the engines running 24 hours a day because it's just too hard to turn them off. And so they're constantly spewing diesel. So they're identified as one of the main easy to fix causes.
You get maximum efficiency when they're hot.
Yes, and that's so maybe that's
You get
it.
maximum-
But
get
you end
minimum
up
emissions when they're hot.
we end up putting a lot of carbon in the air as a result of running these things all winter.
And not just carbon, but local air pollution.
Okay.
So the issue is that you can retrofit, you can repower the freight switcher locomotives so that they're still gonna run all the time in the winter. They're still gonna do the same tasks that they've done before. It's just that they're gonna put out a lot less pollution in the same way that a gas-powered car that has a catalytic converter is gonna put out a lot less pollution than a car from the 1950s or 60s that doesn't have a catalytic converter.
So you want the taxpayer to pay for these private / quasi-private governmental entities to have new equipment?
Well, let me give you another example. So there's a program called the CARROT program that's received a little bit of funding that under our bill would receive a lot more funding. So it stands for Clean Air, Retrofit, and Replacement of Off-Road Technology. And one of the pieces of that bill is to provide a financial incentive for homeowners to trade in their gas-powered lawn and garden equipment for electric. So I guess you could ask the same question. Do we want to is that a giveaway to private entities? If we're incentivizing homeowners to trade in their gas-powered lawn equipment for electric lawn equipment?
Okay, so you want me to pay for somebody else's lawn equipment and something about wood-burning stoves? And you want me to pay for freight switcher locomotive?
We want the state
new
to make smart investments to clean the darn air.
Because
I also want to encourage everyone here and to use the calculator. You may actually, as an average citizen, experience a decrease in the amount of taxes you're paying due to the grocery store tax and other income.
Well, that's not really how it works. They minimize the tax and then they grow it later. It all equalizes and they increase it. Taxes abroad are way over 50% of every dollar spent. So I find that
Taxes
absurd.
are
not sure that
that's not true, but anyway,
So
I want to make sure that other
income and corporate and sales tax and regulations and all kind of investment taxes.
And I'm an economist, and I know that taxes as a percentage of GDP in the United States are not 50%. In France, yes, but not here. I want to make sure that other folks
They are hidden taxes.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to make sure that other folks in this hearing have an opportunity to speak, so we can certainly come back to you later, sir. But
Okay,
anybody else have questions or comments?
I've got a couple questions. Okay, so
And state your name, please, again.
Oh, it's Gwen Springmeyer. So you were talking about, you've got some time to modify this. What's the date for the final? When do you have to have the final ready to go?
We have 14 days from the final public hearing to submit any modifications. So the final public hearing is tonight, so we have 14 days.
You've got 2 weeks to do that.
Yes,
Okay.
but we may, and hopefully will, do it more quickly than that.
And you've got some changes already in mind, I imagine.
I think we do, yes.
Tossing some ideas.
Yes.
Okay, I have another question about the math. You talk about 20% going for clean air. I did some math quickly, and I only see it at 9.5% for clean air. So I'm confused on that. So you say 20% going, well, if you add the two together, then it comes up to 13%, not 20.
So it's sort of a question of how you deal with the fact that there's a phase-in of the carbon tax for agriculture and mining and manufacturing companies, where if you say, okay, we're going to apply the carbon tax, but then we're going to provide a tax credit of 95% of the money, then it looks like the pie is bigger, right? Whereas if you say, all right, it's really, what it really is there's a 10% carbon tax for those companies, right, for those agriculture, mining, and manufacturing
You get
companies.
90% back, right, so 10% total.
Okay.
For the first year.
I'm sorry, yeah, so,
And we were also, for what it's worth, those numbers were based on estimates from the bill as was introduced in the legislature in the last
I see.
session,
Okay.
and the ballot measure has been modified, and the fiscal note is done by the governor instead of the legislative fiscal analyst's office. So we were waiting for the actual fiscal note to come out before, so that we could come up with
so
so there would be a better
these,
number.
these numbers here might change.
So this is estimated, yeah. So
Yeah,
that's estimated via House Bill 304.
Okay, so I'm interested in who you've talked to at DEQ and DAQ. Who have been your contact, your source of information there?
Mostly Glade Sowers.
Okay, very good.
And I've talked with a couple of his compatriots whose
Have
names.
you talked to
escape
any
me.
of the management, his staff? Have you talked with Bryce Bird
a little-
or Alan Matheson?
Not Alan, although we tried. Bryce, I've had a couple of short conversations with, but not an extensive
So they haven't
conversation.
necessarily agreed to take this money.
That's true.
And let's see, what else did I want to ask you? Oh, the extra, the money left over, you talk about after we're done with this, and you talk about, if we get to a point where we will meet the federal clean air standards, I happen to be in the camp that we will never meet those. That it's just not going to happen. We're always going to struggle. We'll have some years that we have less bad days and some that will exceed the standard. But
And it's a moving target, too.
oh yes,
The standards
it's
get
gonna come
changed every
down.
5 years.
It'll come down, and so I don't think that day will ever come. But you talk about.
Well, can I explain the point of that?
Okay.
So the point was to make it clear that if and when the state meets its Clean Air Act standards, we're not going to continue to put money into solving a problem that has already been solved.
Yeah, so you talk about then the legislature would decide what to do with the leftover money, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
So what's
kind of
that-
frightening
what's
to
that
me. Are you going to set up some sort of board, some sort of advisory board that would advise the legislature, or just what's already in place?
So there's a restricted tax cut account. So essentially what happens with the revenue is it backfills the general fund and the education fund from the reductions in the state sales tax on grocery store food, the earned income tax credit, the retirement tax credit expansion. So it holds harmless those funds, right? So the money goes there, the money goes to clean up air quality and promote rural economic development, and then if there's money left over, if there's still additional carbon tax revenue, then it goes into this restricted account that the legislature can only use to reduce taxes further, existing taxes further,
And that
especially.
mechanism is already in place.
Well, it's called the legislature.
Okay.
Is there an alternative? I mean, would you?
Well, I just was wondering if there was going to be some, like the air quality board or something would help us decide what to do with it, but I wasn't sure, and I'm not an economist.
Yeah, so the challenge we faced with that, I think, is that revenue projections are uncertain. So just the other day, Rio Tinto said that they were closing down their last coal plant, right? You can imagine, what if electric vehicles come in more rapidly than we anticipate? So there's as Bob knows, as a fellow economist, it's revenue projections always come with a margin of error. And so the intent was to say, well, if we underestimate the amount of revenue that's going to come in from this carbon tax, then we want that money to go towards additional tax cuts, but it's at the discretion of the legislature to figure out the best places to apply those tax cuts. And we think the legislature is pretty good at cutting taxes. So we think they'll have some good ideas.
That might be on my question.
I'm sorry, did I hear you say that?
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Scott Rosenbush.
Where do you come from?
Salt Lake City. Neighbors.
Sorry, this is.
Yeah, we are
this-
notified.
Sorry, I mean, so this is being recorded and we like each.
Oh, I'm sorry, I live in the audience.
Sure.
I apologize, I didn't realize.
It's the pile of phones in the middle.
You don't have to turn your phone.
Did I understand you correctly, that when you just said that this is your 7th of 7 public hearings?
Sixth.
6th, okay. So you're almost at the end of that process.
Yeah.
Well, if the number's 7 and you're at 6, you're pretty close.
And the seventh one's also tonight?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Tonight in Logan, yeah, at 7 o'clock.
So that then begins your clock of any modifications.
That's correct.
If you decide to do so.
That's correct.
And
But ideally, our hope would be to turn in a final version the day after tomorrow.
So,
okay.
So if you have ideas of how to accomplish our goals of cleaning the air, promoting rural economic development, and addressing climate change, you should send them to us now.
yeah. So the other is, at the end of this, at the end of the 7 meetings, we have to collect 115,000 signatures across the state of Utah, spread between the.
No, that part I knew.
So then, at that level, if that happens, then we vote on it in November of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and so to me, part of this is, I wanna have this discussion on a public level, I wanna test the temperature of the state on an idea like this. So that's one level of success, I just wanna have the question asked to the voters, because it's probably not gonna come from the top. There's a lot of concerns from legislators and getting reelected, this can just come from voters. And then with every other ballot measure, there's opportunity for the legislator to do tweaks.
Yeah.
But this is the idea, I think it's a good idea. One thing that I just wanted to say that has come up at other hearings, and I kind of had an opportunity to state, is the power of small forces. If you create a market incentive, I'm a biologist and we study different suites of forces, but economy kind of studies, small forces being applied, and small forces have shaped the beauty of the world around us, and I'm hoping that in creating this market incentive will create something beautiful. But that is going to be up to the voters and eventually the legislator to make the actual law.
Well, no, if it passes,
Mature.
it becomes actual law. And then the legislature, of course, has the ability to modify it if they see fit.
And they can change it with the majority, right? So we have 14 days to change the bill that gets potentially voted on the poll.
Up to 14 days.
Up to 14 days.
But we can finalize it earlier than that if we choose. You've been waiting patiently, sir. Do you have another question or comment?
No, many of the make no difference to your ears, that's fine. But,
Well, no, we would like to hear it. I mean, this is not for us, this is for.
Well, the fact that you've written this bill means that you completely disagree with me fundamentally. So, whatever, but I ask you not to allocate this absurd power to some unsovereign board, because I need, even, the United States Constitution mandates that each state shall ensure the people a representative form of government. So, which really means ballot measures are illegal, because I can't hold a representative accountable. Democracy is not legal in the United States, because you have to be able to hold somebody accountable. When you put it on the ballot, I can't hold a representative accountable. So, but when like the recent crap that passed, the Prop 4, where they put the gerrymandering into a board, and then they gave the power, which they can't do, but they did it anyway, to the board to sue the legislature if they don't basically rubber stamp the new boundaries. That's the kind of crap that happens when you put boards instead of a legislative assembly, because a legislative assembly has to be accountable. When you put this on the ballot, there's nobody accountable. And so no matter how much I disagree with it or not, and I don't think we need to adjudge the issues with what the voting issues can have. there's a lot of things that can be fudged and things that can be screwed up or lost or whatever, and there's a grand history of that, and I don't want that to be an opportunity for this bill. I don't like
Would you support a carbon tax, excuse me, Bob Springmeyer again from the other. Would you support a carbon tax if it were mandated by the legislature as opposed to applied through a referendum?
No.
Okay, even though the elected representatives that are accountable had passed that?
Correct.
Okay, all right, so you...
I read somewhere that thou shalt not steal.
Okay, I
And the Constitution claims that delegates the power to government to only provide taxes of excise.
Taxes is what?
Taxes of excise. And they can also post imports, and they can put duties on ports. So basically, if it's not imported and it's not something you don't need, like alcohol to get drunk, then you can't tax it under the laws of the Constitution.
So,
I mean, it's early. Go ahead, yeah.
I would just say that those of us who are proposing this measure are not lawyers, and it sounds like you're making constitutional arguments, and perhaps they're correct, but we're not lawyers, and so we're not gonna go there.
Well, you're creating law, so it would be very prudent of you to at least have a rudimentary understanding of the law. The Constitution is a law created to govern government, and its mandates dictate what the government can and mostly can't do.
I appreciate that, sir, but there have been ballot measures in this country for decades, so.
I understand
Well,
that.
I think his issue is with the initiative process as well as the details.
Yes.
To call this a market competitive tax program I find that absurd, because if this wasn't there, the market would be as competitive as it is now. Because reading through this, you kind of you make all the taxes even or whatever. You're saying you're gonna tax food and stuff, so basically food's gonna get more expensive.
No, just the opposite.
Hold on.
We're gonna cut the sales tax.
You mentioned not taxing.
I know, you're gonna cut taxes and then replace it with your tax, and then it'll be like the same.
It's a shift of taxing.
But how it always works is that's how it's done, and then over time, the taxes increase. So it's just another way to get more taxes.
I suppose, can I ask you a question, sir?
Certainly, sir.
So, there was an article in the Tribune a couple days ago about how kids with cancer went to the Huntsman Institute at the University of Utah, and their cancer went into remission, but they've repeatedly encountered health issues that are coming from air pollution.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you say to those kids? What do you say to their families?
Well, first of all, I need to see the data that the Tribune is getting, because they have a big habit of lying. And second of all, in 2013, according to, I forget the group, but it was a group of clinics and hospitals in Sydney, Australia, for the year 2013, looked at chemotherapy results. 5-year survival rate in the US was 2.1%. And furthermore, especially Primary Children's Hospital tends to tell kids they have cancer, which they don't. My friend just went through this with his kid. And all they do is look at the white blood cell count and say you have cancer, and then they give them chemotherapy, and then it's clear. And then they said, well, the one dose of chemotherapy we put in and cleared it, and now you have to come here for 3 years to get chemotherapy in your kid, or the CPS will come and take a kid from you.
So you're going to tell these kids and their families that the Tribune is lying to them and that the University of Utah is lying to them?
I'm going to say that's a distinct possibility, as they've done it in the past in great quantity.
Wait, this is not coming from these local entities, it's coming from a consensus of scientists, right? So you're arguing that this consensus, the people who have actually done the epidemiology around the world, some of the most important ones came from BYU, right? Some of the initial ones. You're arguing that those studies can't be trusted.
Okay, good luck. Enjoyed chatting with you.
Any final comments or questions?
Do you know where chemotherapy came from?
Hold on.
No.
They have to take off, so I want to make sure that they
No,
don't.
I've got good answers to my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
So,
Is
good luck to you.
stuff.
Well, wait, we're not really talking
It's a
about
derivative of
chemotherapy,
mustard gas.
we're talking about the effects, the negative health effects
Can I go
of different types of air pollution. Right? The ones that impact this region.
Like, this whole global warming stuff, all it does is tell me that there's too many people on this earth when there isn't. 95% of the planet is unlived upon and used, of the land, I should say. Telling me that we're all killing each other over this crap, and the IPCC adjusts all their data every year to reflect things that don't exist. These whole ridiculous levels of C, like the UN claimed in like 2012 or something, that the entire country of India would be under the ocean, and they're not. The whole level sea rising, there's only been data for 134 years, and it's sketchy at best for sea levels. It doesn't take into account tectonic shifts and has a hard time with the tides and various weather issues. So everything is real shaky.
We clearly have a lot of areas of disagreement.
I know. Well, here's
Scott, do you have any further questions or comments?
Yeah.
The only feedback I'd like to provide is I have actually over the last few days heard from a couple of people who have called into question your tagline for the initiative versus the bigger picture. So, clean the darn air is a great tagline.
Thank you.
But when only 10% of the money actually goes to cleaning the air initiatives, there are people who take pause.
So that was part of why I wanted to say what a market, if you introduce a carbon tax, it creates a market force. So that tax broadly is helping to address the solution through reducing pollution. And then there is incentives given on top of that.
I'm not questioning, and I'm just providing this feedback as to what I've heard. I'm not weighing in on it. I'm just trying to give you some commentary that I've heard in just the last couple of days.
Would you, or who you heard these complaints from, advocate increasing the allocation towards the clean air initiatives?
I have not challenged them on that level, and nor have I gotten into the details of your program. The only other observation I would make is that 20% of the new tax dollars are being handed to the legislature for some other tax reduction. I think the only people you make there are 100 and some legislators.
Can I say a couple things about that?
Okay. Yeah, I think you'd be better off taking $168 million off the top and just, recreate your pie chart without that piece.
Okay, that's a fair point. A couple of things. First of all, the Clean the Darn Air effort is, I think you should look at it in the context of previous spending on air quality improvements in the state of Utah, which have been very small compared to $75 million a year. Very small compared to $75 million a year.
That's a fair statement.
Secondly, let's imagine hypothetically that we put 100% of the money into cleaning the darn air. Mm-hmm. Then people would say, well, what about low-income families? What about households who are seniors who are on fixed incomes? What about everyday people, and how are they going to deal with the fact that they now have to pay more for fossil fuels? So the intent of the policy was, first of all, as Joey mentioned, the carbon tax, the market incentive, in many ways, when I think about it as an economist, that's a crucial part of the environmental policy, is that you're providing a market incentive to reduce emissions.
And I understand that.
So that's part of it.
And you've gone out of your way to make it quote-unquote revenue neutral, except for that $168 million. But okay.
Well, we've made it revenue neutral except for the chunk of money that's going to air pollution and rural economic development. So it's a balancing act of saying, well, the way that we address those pocketbook impacts is by saying, all right, we're gonna eliminate the state sales tax on grocery store food.
I understand.
We're gonna fund this earned income tax credit match for low-income working families. We're gonna expand the retirement tax credit. So you have to balance the desire to improve the environment with the understanding that you also have to make sure that you have something that makes sense for people's pocketbooks. So that's kind of what I think that's what we were trying to do with the measure.
I understand. No,
Yeah.
and you're, as you know, I've been paying a little bit of attention. I won't say I'm an expert, but far from it. But again, I was just trying to provide the feedback that I've heard already from a couple of people that says, $800 million and 75 million goes to clean the air. Huh?
So
all I'm saying is you've got a top line disconnect.
Okay. So the second thing that I want to say specifically about the part of the pie chart that's the legislative discretion, I just want to point out that, first of all, the fiscal note is that's an estimate of an estimate. Right? So there's an actual fiscal note.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
You
The
did.
actual fiscal note was for fiscal year 2024, they estimated $628 million, I think.
Okay.
Okay? And then what I've confirmed with the people who write the fiscal note is that so just to give you an example of why that pot is there and why it's not so easy to just say, okay, let's just cut that out. Right? The fiscal notes are based on what's called a static estimate. So they basically take, here's what we project motor gasoline consumption to be, and they assume that it's going to continue that way, and then they multiply that by the amount of the tax. But there are going to be changes in demand as a result of the policy. Right? There are going to be impacts of the policy on fossil fuel consumption. So those dynamic effects are not accounted for in the policy. So some of that, as an economist, I would say that there's kind of fiscal note money and then there's real money. Right? And the actual money, if you were to ask someone to do an actual model that would try to do a good job of projecting exactly how much revenue you get, are going to be different than the fiscal note estimates because the fiscal note follows this static process.
All right. So this is your squish.
Yes. If you wish to think of it that way.
This is the piece
a little
that
bit
will
of wiggle.
fluctuate.
Yeah. To respond to the top level disconnect between the name and the only, less than 20% of money going to, directly to clean air programs, the entire tax, all the revenue is a market disincentive against pollution. So the heart of the bill, the revenue generation, the carbon tax, is a method or a mode of incentivizing clean air.
I understand.
Cleaning the darn air. So I think that it's not really a disconnect in
I'm
terms
not
of that.
confused.
Okay, I'm just responding to those people.
Well, we wanted to
here,
reiterate again why Clean the Darn Air was the name of our.
CleanTheDarnAir.org. I think it's a very catchy name.
But I think the way to respond to people who raise this is to point out that having it be largely revenue neutral is an attempt to make it palatable, to make it possible.
I understand.
Yeah.
And to shift existing taxes onto pollution instead of food.
Have you visited our website and used the calculator?
I visited the website, but I have not used the calculator.
Please, we're interested in kind of broader results.
I'm actually I was at the event a couple of nights ago, and I meant to, but I just haven't had a chance to download the spreadsheet. But I'm actually looking forward to it.
Maybe you need a financial incentive to do it.
No, I don't. No, I just need to make the time.
He's a comedian.
I've heard that.
So we have I think.
Did you guys write this bill?
Couple of minutes left.
Representative Briscoe's, I imagine his staffers wrote the majority of it.
Who?
Representative Joel Briscoe. It's correct.
This bill is modified from a bill that Representative Joel Briscoe has worked on for the last couple of years, sometimes with co-sponsors, sometimes solo.
The initiative was modeled on Joel Briscoe's bill, HB 304.
I'm familiar with that name.
Briscoe is a Democrat from Salt Lake City.
Okay.
I want to say the east side, but don't hold me.
It's Sugar House.
Sugar House.
Sugar House.
I'm glad somebody knows what's going on.
So there's a bill.
Do you know where he got the bill from?
There were a group of us, so he introduced a climate carbon tax bill, I think 3 years ago. I'm not sure where he got that from. 2 years ago, there were a group of us who volunteered on an effort. That was House Bill 403 from 2 years ago. That was co-sponsored by 2 Republicans, Becky Edwards and Dixon Pitcher, but didn't make any progress in the legislature. And then last year, Representative Briscoe sponsored House Bill 304. Again, there were a group of us who were volunteers that sort of met with him and helped through that part, helped with that process. So let's see, what are we heading towards 6 o'clock?
I believe Joel Briscoe would agree that about ballot initiatives and not linking them. That's part of why he's not involved here.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The way I understand ballot initiatives is the legislator doesn't necessarily like them, to be told that.
Oh, I'm sure that's true.
So he's not involved in this ballot initiative because, in a sense,
it ties their hands.
Well, not
To a certain
really.
degree.
They do whatever they want with it. Like
Well, they can.
But it
makes it harder.
Again, to me, one level of success is having the vote and starting the conversation on a statewide level, rather than it just happening in the chamber or legislature.
So we got a couple minutes until 6 o'clock, because when we were hoping to finish the hearing. So anybody with final comments or questions? That's what the hearing's for.
Allegedly, there is a consensus onto the global warming is caused by humans and it exists, et cetera, et cetera. Do you know how many alleged scientists that actually is?
Just about everybody.
No, what's the number? You can't know the percentage if you don't know the out of.
Well, the author list on IPCC is a good start.
I'm asking you. Do you know?
The number.
I've never met one who doesn't, let me say that.
Yeah. There are several at the University of Utah who are co-authors on that.
So you don't know the alleged consensus?
Well, it's 180 countries, so all the science, it is passed around and edited.
That doesn't mean anything.
How about-
Do you know the number?
How about the National Academy of Sciences?
Telling you the number of countries, which is more than, at least one per country. So
You get one guy in the country saying that I'm the guy.
It's
If
true.
you have a consensus with a percentage, then there has to be a number of people that were polled and scientists with their credentials,
May I
et
ask,
cetera,
have you
et cetera.
visited any of the IPCC
I have.
documents? Okay,
I have. I've done many looking.
All right, so we're bringing this hearing to a close.
I just want to know
Everybody
if
wants
question
to,
you
yes,
you guys are
please
just
go ahead.
believing in it, or if you really have studied it. And I don't believe you have.
Will you be circulating the fiscal number?
Yeah, you can get it on the legislature's website, which is elections.utah.gov.
Under initiatives?
Yeah, we'll send it out. Yep. So it's got yes, we'll send that out. It is it's like 2 paragraphs. It's surprisingly short of detail, but yes. Yeah, we will send that out. It's been a busy couple of days.
I'm sure. Well, when I saw you 2 days ago, you didn't have it yet.
No, that's correct. We didn't.
And it may not be the final one, right? There may be.
Well, if you tweak the
If we
language.
tweak it, there'll be a new one.
There'll be a new one, yeah. Okay.
All right. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. At this point, we're going to bring this hearing to a close, and I'll go off into the night.
As it were.
So welcome to this hearing regarding a proposed ballot initiative to be on the 2020 ballot. We're here at the Bonneville Room of the Logan Library, May 8th, 2019. And this is not going to be at all fancy. I'm just going to read this introduction by Yoram Balaam. Is it Balaam or?
Yeah,
Balaam. And Yoram Balaam. And then I'm going to invite people to make comments. And we'll just keep going as long as people want to make comments. And so this is from Yoram. Along the Wasatch Front and elsewhere in the state of Utah, we have an air pollution problem. In the winter, you can literally see the threat the air pollution poses to our health, our children, our families, and our economy. Much of the state also suffers from invisible air pollution during the summer. And that 1-2 punch explains why the American Lung Association recently gave much of Utah an F grade. We need to clean the darn air. And our bill provides $75 million a year to clean up dirty school buses, dirty locomotives, and provide incentives for homeowners to switch to electric lawn and garden equipment, and to fund other efforts that will reduce pollution across the state. In addition to this, in our rural areas, we have an economic problem. We need economic development that will create new jobs, because many of the traditional employment opportunities in rural Utah, mining, manufacturing, coal, are declining because of automation and shifting economic conditions. Coal in particular is being displaced by cheap natural gas and the increasing affordability of renewable energy. And even if coal is still around 10 years from now, much of the work is going to be done with self-driving trucks and other labor-saving technologies. And one possible path forward is to follow Wyoming. After Rocky Mountain Power announced a plan to shut down coal plants in Wyoming that are no longer economical to operate, the state legislature responded with a Hail Mary coal bailout bill that could cost utility ratepayers hundreds of millions of dollars. A better path forward is to invest in new economic opportunities in rural Utah. Our bill provides $25 million a year to do just that. One more problem that affects our entire state and the entire world, climate change. We're not going to say too much about that because you either agree or you don't. But we believe it's a serious problem, and so does Mitt Romney, so does John Huntsman Jr., and so do scientists across the state and around the world. And it turns out that the biggest contributor to that problem, burning fossil fuels, is also the biggest contributor to our local air pollution problems. We can tackle both of these problems, kill two birds with one stone by providing economic incentives for everyone to pollute less. This does that with a modest carbon tax, a tax on fossil fuels, and it uses the revenue from the carbon tax to fund air pollution cleanup and rural economic development. The bill also addresses the pocketbook impacts of a carbon tax. Most of the revenue goes to reducing existing taxes, including eliminating the state sales tax on grocery store food. The basic idea here is that it makes more sense to tax pollution than to tax potatoes. The bill also extends and expands the retirement tax credit that benefits low and middle income seniors and creates a state-level match of the most successful anti-poverty program in the United States, the federal earned income tax credit that benefits low-income working families. There are also provisions in the bill that aim to ensure that Utah businesses, especially energy-intensive businesses like agriculture, mining, and manufacture, stay competitive with businesses outside the state. That's a lot for one bill, and we're delighted to be holding this hearing to take your questions and your feedback. We know that this is about jobs and about pocketbook issues. It's also about our families. Before we open up for public comment, let me spend a few minutes to describe the bill. It includes a modest carbon tax with 20% of the revenue going to clean up local air pollution and fund economic development, and 80% of of the revenue goes to reducing existing taxes. We believe this is a smart way to address clean air, clean climate change, and rural economic development. And I want to finish by pointing out two elements of the policy that emphasize small government, market-based, pocketbook-friendly approach we're taking. First, if there's money left over, there's additional carbon tax revenue, even after paying for everything I just mentioned. Then the revenue goes to additional tax cuts to be determined by the state legislature, with a focus on low and middle income families and energy intensive trade exposed businesses. Second, after we clean up our air pollution problem, meaning that the state meets the federal Clean Air Act standards, the $75 million a year for air pollution goes down, and there's more money for additional tax cuts, again with a focus on low and middle income families. And with that, I will open up the floor for public comment. And if you're welcome to come up and comment, and please give your name. And so invite anyone to speak. Good.
So the tax is to clean the air. And who's paying the tax? And why is only 20% of it going to clean the air pollution? It seems like 20 cents from every dollar. It should be more if it's a clean the air tax. That's one of my questions.
Okay.
Oh. I'm Bronwyn O'Hara.
So I wasn't planning on it being a discussion, but.
Oh. No Q&A?
I could comment on that a bit.
Yeah, I thought you said we had questions and comments.
Yeah, I did say that.
Yeah, so this.
Would you like to maybe come up and, oh, sure, so the recorder can get you there?
And give us your name.
Yeah, this is Jack Green from Smithfield, Utah. This proposal is based on Representative Briscoe, State Representative Briscoe's research and a bill, HB 304, that he had before the state legislature last session in the 2019 session. It made it into a standing committee, the Tax and Revenue, or whatever the name of the committee was, something like that. And there was a hearing. There was a really good turnout for his bill, and it ended up that I think everyone who spoke, and there were a number of speakers, the committee allowed the speakers just to go and go and go, so they had a lot of testimonies, were in favor of his tax bill. And in fact, it was so overwhelming that this committee ended up suggesting, okay, well, first, the vote came, okay, and they voted not to accept it without further study, because when you get into taxes, you get into a mess, okay. But I will say that Joel spent 2 years researching this and working with a lot of financial and tax experts in the state and elsewhere before he came up with it. So there was a tremendous amount of research, I think very, very good, well-vetted research that went into this proposal. So, but the committee made the decision that it would carry over to the interim session, which is everything that occurs between the general sessions, okay? So everything that occurs until the 2020 session. And we thought, well, this is great, you know, this is gonna get a lot more study, a lot more discussion during the interim session. But someone, and I don't recall who it was, had the authority to make the decision for the interim session that it was not to be addressed. So that's what sent it in the petition direction, okay? Since the House of Representatives refused to have have it discussed and heard during the interim session, then they decided, well, let's try the petition. And this is one of, I think, 7, correct me if I'm wrong, 7 locations around the state where this is being heard. And that's before, we've got, I think, 2 days before the deadline comes to have these hearings. So, but they're all going on, and it looks like they're going to meet the deadline as far as having the hearing. That's the first step in the process of getting a petition out and starting to get signatures. But your question, why, back to your question, why is it only 20% that's going towards the air, the air quality issue, as well as rural development? Having worked with this for 2 years and working very closely with the Republicans in the House, because that's where this bill originated, in the House, it was determined through extensive research and discussion with a lot of members that the only way it would get Republican buy-in is if the majority went back to cutting taxes. That is a trade of, it was referred to as a tax trade bill at one point, because you're trading taxes on fossil fuels for reducing taxes on things like those that were mentioned, food and many other reductions. So that's where that came from, and that's an excellent question. And also, the other part of this is that Yoram Bauman, who did a lot of the research on this, and he came down from Seattle, Washington. He was very involved in the 2 different attempts in two consecutive years of trying to get a carbon tax for the state of Washington. And he learned an awful lot through that process. And he ended up coming to Utah because he was so discouraged by trying to meet all of the interests in that state to make the state adopt the first carbon tax of the state.
So who pays it?
Okay, let me just mention it briefly here. And I think, this is I'm taking this from the Briscoe bill, which is very similar to what's on the petition. Okay, so this may have changed slightly, but I don't think so. Okay, so the revenue is coming from, tax applied to gasoline, diesel, and aviation fuels, start at 10 cents per gallon. Let's see. Yeah, that isn't what I wanted. That doesn't go through it fast enough. Okay. Yeah, this is a better source. Okay, motor fuels, already mentioned gasoline. On-road diesel, as opposed to in-the-field diesel, farmers, and so on.
Well, they don't get to pay it?
They don't have to pay it. So the farmers are protected on this.
So I'm understanding some have blanket immunity but against this, but other people don't.
Right. Yeah, so there is, again, after a lot of research and a lot of talking to all these representatives around the state, there's a lot of them that are representing rural interests. So they knew there's no way it would pass or get Republican votes if it was really hammering the agricultural industry. Jet fuel, natural gas, large emitters, and they describe what large emitters are anyway, some of the large industries and such. Electricity.
Electricity?
Yeah. Because most of our electricity comes from coal, burning coal. I think in this state, roughly over 80% comes from coal, I believe, somewhere around there.
Would there be a difference between the different places that do more renewables, or is it just all electricities?
As far as I know, it's all electricity.
Or is it just the coal?
Well, I'm sorry, fossil fuel-based industries, electricity. So that would be what's coming from, I mean, if you were off the grid, you're not going to be paying anything anyway. Or if you're a company that has all solar, and some municipalities now are close to all renewable energy, then they wouldn't be paying anything. Right.
The
So
ones that are mixed would still be paying?
a percentage.
A percentage.
Yeah, right, like if they had half from renewable and half from, or, well, 80% of half from fossil fuel, because if they're getting from Rocky Mountain Power is gradually increasing more and more renewable in their portfolio, so that would all be weighed in as to what those percentages are. Good questions, thank you. But anyway, so the total income projected for, and this would go into effect in 2022, right? I believe. So it's, yeah, it's a couple of years away if it were to go through. And this is pretty close to, I think, where it would be, having heard a lot on this over the last 2 years. Somewhere around $700 million of income would come into the state coffers, and then going out as it was described in Charles's description there.
So the target is to put these dirty fuels out of business? Is that the target? To make people not use them?
Well, this is such a modest tax that there's no way it's going to put them out of business.
10 cents a gallon more.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
It varies 10 cents a gallon.
it just went up $1. We just saw $1 increase from a month ago. Okay, it was around 205. Now it's 305. So, and it hasn't put anyone out of business. I see just as many cars on the road. So, 10 cents, and if you look at the broader picture, where you get $1 bump over a month just from what's going on around the world. I mean, this isn't anything that we have anything to do with, but. So I would say, just looking at the big picture, it isn't going to make much difference in anything. But the big thing is that we would be the first state to have a carbon tax of any type. And coming from Utah, that sends a pretty powerful message. So that's the thing. It's more of a signal that, okay, we care about air, we care about climate change in the state of Utah, and that was proven. Session before last, in 2018 session, where students took a climate change bill before the state legislature, and it was passed by 75% of the Republicans voted in favor of it, which is insane. Nobody saw that coming, and that news got out around the nation, including Capitol Hill. What's going on in Utah? And here we have Mitt Romney, our very powerful U.S. Senator now, who's talking very openly about, climate change is real, we are it needs to be addressed. He hasn't signed what I hope he will sign yet, but I think we're nudging him in that direction, yes.
So if it's really not going to be that much of a tax, how are they going to measure if it's really cleaning the air?
Mm-hmm. Well, because if they have an extra $25 million a year coming, is that correct? 25? No, it's 50.
That's for economic development.
Yeah.
75 million.
Let me check.
Cleaning the local air pollution.
Oh, 75. I'm sorry. 25 is going to rural development.
Yeah,
so 75 million a year that will go towards addressing air quality. That's a big chunk.
Okay. Addressing it could just be talking about it, not cleaning it.
No. It will go into like getting tier 3 fuels in place, which would be a huge step. They burn a whole lot cleaner for particulates and for hydrocarbons, etc., nitrous oxides, etc. Tier 3 fuels, for instance. Switch engines, which is crazy. I worked for the Union Pacific, so I know what they are. Okay, they're these little engines that run around the railroad yards making and breaking trains. But anyway, those things are filthy. And I forget now the percent of pollutants, particulates and so on that come out of those things in Salt Lake and Ogden, which have big switch yards, big yards as they're called. That would make a significant difference in the Wasatch Front, just from those switch engines, for instance. And they would have enough money to address those being matched by the Union Pacific Railroad.
So that would be imposed on the switch engines.
Right. Yeah. Well, what it would do is it would upgrade them to where they would burn, probably reduce, I'm guessing, over 90% with newer technology. A lot of those switch engines are ancient and dirty, nasty. things.
So who would pay for the upgrade?
That's what the money would go toward.
I mean, like 100%, like.
No, because Union Pacific's already agreed to do a match on that.
Oh.
Yeah, that's been before the legislature before on switch engines.
Aren't
So
there
that's a
also
couple.
diesel school buses still?
Yes,
Yeah,
there
so
are.
getting rid of
So
diesel school buses and
going
burning
towards,
them
right,
gas.
either cleaner fuel or electrifying some of those large vehicles. So yeah, there's a lot of places to go. Another great question, thank you. Keep coming. This is making for some good discussion.
I've got one too.
Brent.
There have been other places, the Canadians now have a carbon tax. I
Yeah,
think across the
British
board.
Columbia and yes, and now
I think
national.
Quebec has one.
Right, and each province has to come up with a plan that is then approved by the national.
And I'd be curious, I guess it hasn't been around very long yet, but I'd be curious if there are any examples we know of around the world.
British
where-
Columbia has had it going for over 10 years now. And what they've seen is
Okay, that's
that
what I wanted
it
to
has
find out.
not, if anything, their economy is stronger now than it was before it was implemented, okay? But there's a lot of things that go into that. The carbon tax may not have had a lot of influence on that because it wasn't a real heavy one, as I understand. But they've come to live with it, and a question you might have that I don't have an answer for is how do they spend it? Does it all go back into renewable, clean? British Columbia? Generally, I think so, because they get better circulation, because a lot of it's, well, the main cities are coastal. Yeah, right. Vancouver
Well, I
is
mean,
probably
yeah.
80% of the population of
That's not
British
from
Columbia.
tax, that's just from the air movement.
Right, exactly. Yeah, they have much better ventilation than we, yeah.
I have a question. Is this in the bill itself being very heavy on the let's address air pollution side to make it more palatable to people who can't
Yes,
stand
yes.
the climate change?
Right on, yes. Yeah, air pollution, they put that right up front, I think Yerm did a good job of finessing that and making, also rural economy is a real concern because, the mining industries are big.
Yeah.
The gas, oil, well, yeah, Uinta Basin and Emery and Carbon County are heavily relying on fossil fuel industries. But Emery and Carbon are looking in other directions now because they keep losing their coal industry. That's their main industry there. And so they're really starting to look in other directions, diversifying, cleaning up, so to speak. So they're setting pretty good to, I think, move in another direction.
I've got one comment,
Please,
it's kinda
come on
cut
up
off
and
there,
take
I
the,
did- oh,
Brad,
speak,
come up
oh,
and,
okay.
yeah, all those who spoke. Give your
Yeah,
names and
I kind of cut
I'll
you
get
off
out of
there,
the
but I
way.
didn't really intend to do that. Yeah, my name's
Oh,
Brad
that's-
Crop.
let somebody else.
I don't want to be in the hot seat here. This seems like this is kind of a
I warmed
dangerous.
it up for you, Brad.
Yeah. Well, the comment I was going to make is, and I'd rather be sitting back there, frankly.
And
than
you
up
gave
here.
your name, your
Yes, I
phone
did, yeah.
and- okay.
Yeah. Is it? I live in what, my phone number and everything? No, we're not doing that. It seems to me that waiting until 2022 is a long time. I mean, this seems like something, if this isn't being taken up by the legislators, and if this ballot initiative is to jumpstart something, to make it happen, why not change it and make it happen faster? Why wait that long? I mean,
I think your
make it-
has worked very closely with Joel Briscoe, who's in the legislature, and they know how
fast they can go.
work.
Very
I
slowly.
mean, this has so much experience behind it.
Yeah.
And they know, if you try to do it sooner, you're just gonna you lose the support.
Jean, have you given your name?
Jean Lown. So, I think you really have to trust the fact that there's a huge amount of research behind this.
Yeah,
And experience from Washington State.
I do, but I'm tempted to want to push it a little harder, a little faster, because it seems like it's just got to happen sooner than that. If we've got 10 years to get this done, according to that
12 years. Well, 11 and a half now.
11 and a half.
Since report was-
In 6 months, it'll be 10 years, and it's only going to accelerate beyond that. So it seems like it's got to happen faster. And I know they know what they're doing, these guys, but it seems like we could move that number down to 2020. If it's an initiative that is.
You know how the legislators treat initiatives in this state.
Yeah, we've seen that, but, yeah. Anyway, that's my comment. I'm getting out of this chair.
I have a comment. I had to write it down so I wouldn't forget it. My name's Deja from Logan, and so please forgive me if I kind of read it because I didn't write it down.
That's fine.
So I've been kind of listening to the introduction and some of the other people's comments. And I feel that when the carbon producers are taxed, like we all know, these costs are simply going to be passed on to us, which we all know that's going to happen. And since energy is a part of everything we do, I don't know if I'm comfortable with having my electric bill go up, whether I'm comfortable paying more for my gas bill, which is astronomical and hard for me to pay as it is at the price that it's currently at, or gas, anything like that. Everything's going to be more expensive. And once the federal government becomes...
But you won't be paying sales tax on food.
Yeah, that's
Correct, but that almost doesn't seem like it's an even... I'm still going to be out more money with the carbon tax than I would without it, either way. With everything that it's going to be hiking up.
It's been pretty well fine-tuned such that for
middle
my
and lower
understanding that particularly low-income people would be better off.
See, I'm
And
seeing
then it'll hit higher income people harder. I read some of these analyses, and this is not something that somebody just thought of last week.
No, I understand.
Yeah. But also, you're not thinking about, okay, are you aware of the state money now to replace wood-burning fireplaces with gas inserts, $3,800? There's lots of ways.
Because I'd like to keep my wood-burning stoves.
Well, if you have a wood-burning stove that's more than just a few years old, you should get a new one, courtesy of the taxpayers of the state of Utah, so that it's as clean as possible. There's a lot of these programs that are already in effect that are helping clean up the air in little bits at a time. And if you have an old wood stove, you should be getting, this program's been going on since last year.
I don't have any wood-burning stove, but I would
okay.
love
Right.
to be able to invest in one and stop paying the gas company.
Well, I mean, do you need, insulation for your home? Do you need better windows? These are all some of the programs.
Oh yeah, I've utilized them.
Okay.
The weatherization program.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then I also have a concern that once the federal government becomes involved, the taxes are just going to continue to hike up when they get in there on top of what the carbon tax is already going to be. And I know that they're going to have a dividend where they're going to go ahead and pay us back a portion of what we've been paying out. Now the poorest of us, and this is where just my personal opinion, those who spend the highest, which are the people who spend pretty much the highest percentage of their income on energy, I think is going to get hammered.
I think that has been incorporated into the bill, into the process. Let me repeat again that it is structured so that low-income people will actually be better off. Higher income people.
I just need to see it to believe it.
Okay, well, I can't convince you.
Yeah,
but
no,
I'm
not
just
until I
saying that
actually see it in action.
Okay, well.
It's well understood that a carbon tax is inherently regressive. And so any attempt to price carbon emissions has got to address this regressivity and make it a progressive tax. And they've done that. I mean, this is crafted to do that.
Jack said if there's any money left over, money goes to additional tax cuts. But does that mean we have to find the tax cut form and apply for it and prove that we want a tax cut?
Just give it back to the people. Give the venue back to the people, the extra excess.
The legislature would cut taxes somewhere.
Well, I think if you do a little more research on this, you'll see that it's very, very much geared. I'm a family economist, and so I looked into this, that it's very much geared towards being beneficial to low-income people and costing more for high-income people.
Because that's the only way it's going to work. It has to be.
Middle income, they're in there too, right?
Well, it just sounds like that what we've got going on here, especially with like the poor is going to get back more than the middle class with the carbon taxes, is like there's a wealth redistribution scheme going on again, just like it happened with our income tax returns and stuff and whatnot. Maybe I just see things differently. And of course, anyone who's ever witnessed government in action knows that there's a giant cost to any program that bureaucrats administer.
Well, actually, the Social Security program is one of the most inefficient programs in the country. It is incredibly successful at a minuscule cost. So I know people have these stereotypes and they have these beliefs, but if you actually look into it, some of these government programs are incredibly effective.
So the Social Security is incredibly effective if the government and other people stop stealing from it to pay other things with it, leaving no Social Security for those of us down the road when we need it.
Plus the fraud.
Yeah. Almost done here. So now there was a study commissioned by the National Association of Manufacturers that found that carbon tax would destroy between 4 and 20 million American jobs, probably as they're reducing all that bad emissions that our people, companies produce. But there's also that aspect that we will lose jobs, and oil companies use climate change to extort money. It's a known fact. Lawsuits have been filed about this. And I just think it's like a large-scale public deception that's going to take time for it to take effect. And there'll be loads of carbon tax BS in the months and years to come. So I have a lot of concerns surrounding a lot of different issues about it.
There'll be a lot of jobs created in the newer forms of energy. If you look around and see how few homes have solar panels now, there will be more jobs in solar panels installation as opposed to getting black lung in the coal mines. So people talk about job losses in some area, yes, and a lot of this is going to happen regardless of whether there's any carbon tax implemented. The reasons for the job losses in the coal industry is natural gas is so incredibly more efficient and less expensive. So economies are very dynamic, and when you say, oh, there's going to be all these job losses, you're not looking at the other side of the picture where there's going to be a lot of creativity and improvements in efficiency and new jobs. So it's
just not seeing that big picture of all that opportunity.
I suggest reading the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Salt Lake Tribune, understanding some of these issues from that perspective of just educating yourself about what's going on in the economy. Is it still working?
It's still working.
Are we done? Are we done yet?
I'll sit up here for a minute.
Oh.
My name is Jo Leary, and I'm a CPA here in Logan. So from the tax side of things, one thing that was mentioned was an earned income tax credit, like the federal earned income tax credit, where it's a refundable tax credit that can be given to people who have low incomes.
Who are working.
And that is something that could help mitigate those higher costs. Also, just in my lifestyle, I eat every day, and I go to the grocery store almost every day. But I don't buy gas every day. In fact, I don't drive every day, but that I understand that people have different lifestyles, and that for some people it would make their lifestyle more difficult to maintain. But I do think that incentives like this to move away from things that are harming us in other ways, in costs that we don't see in our pocketbook, but we see in our health, and physically see in the air during the inversions. I think that having incentives, especially for businesses, because they have the greatest impact, having those incentives in place so that they do change to the more renewable sources of energy and do, make the investment into their companies so that what they're spewing into the air is cleaner. I think that is very beneficial to everyone involved,
And just there's been a lot of tax things going on in the state, and the whole Let's Tax Services all of a sudden was quite a surprise to a lot of people. And I think that finding different ways that are not quite so extreme to raise revenue for the state might be more beneficial. I have my daughter here also. I'm going to protect her so she doesn't have to say her name, but do you have any thoughts?
Oh, can I say my name?
You can if you like.
All right,
You're,
I'm Lucy Leary.
you're just a minor, so.
Just a minor. I'm gonna have to try to remember what I was thinking about. So I did want to address what you were talking about with the food, like raising taxes on like grocery store products. I mean, decreasing them, lowering them. Sorry, yeah, and increasing on carbon. Do we have like a specific number on that? Because it would be nice to like see.
The state sales tax is about 6%, and it varies from county to county.
Mm-hmm.
So Utah is one of the few states that actually taxes food. A lot of other states, you go to the grocery store, there's no sales tax on food because sales tax on food is incredibly regressive. It hurts low-income people far more than middle and high-income people.
Yeah, and also what we were talking about with the carbon, well, like fossil fuel and buying words, the fossil fuel prices changing so drastically. I feel like it won't, because they already are so, they fluctuate so often that it is a pretty small tax. I don't know, we're affected by a lot of things in other countries as well in that, and so I don't think that it'll have, of course it will have an effect on people, but not as much of an effect as many other things, and we'll be able to fix so many other issues. So, yeah.
An answer to your question.
Yes.
And again, this is from the Briscoe bill. So the first year that this kicks in, eliminating state tax on food, 59 million would go out to consumers. That is, it would reduce their food tax by $59 million. And I have no idea, how many are buying food, and you figure all that out. I guess as to what it would mean to the average household on that. But
yeah,
that's just a figure. And then the second year, it would pick up dramatically to 147 million going out to food to reduce, that tax.
I have a question
So
then.
that's, yeah.
So if
Yes.
people don't use their cars as much, or they don't buy the gas and they walk, or they use bikes or public transportation, which we're lucky in Logan, it's free, or they don't, so the companies, they go more solar, more wind, more whatever, then they're not gonna have the revenue coming in.
Right.
Then they won't be paying the taxes that they're counting on will come in. What about that?
Yeah, so part of the income, this roughly 700 million a year that comes in from this tax, a fair chunk of that goes in to equal the amount that has been coming in from those fuel taxes into the state coffers, so they will still be able to cover those expenses for maintenance and improvements in transportation system.
So you're saying that there's an excess now that will cover a decrease in the amount of taxes
Right.
coming in later?
Right, that's all figured into this budget, yeah.
So
Yeah, I'll
that's,
have to give you a copy of this paper.
or if it's on the internet, I can find it.
Yeah, well, I got it at one of the meetings, so, but I could get Joe, he's a personal friend, I know, well, and the PR has those. So, but thanks, these are great questions. That's where your concerns are real legit, and a lot of people have them, so thanks.
And okay, also I wanted to talk about, so I know that a lot of people have lifestyles that are very different to my family's, and I know that for a lot of people it's not possible to cut how many fossil fuels they use, because lots of the time people have to get transported very far away places. But for people who do have the opportunity to start using public transport more often and walking places, I feel like it'll be really good to make people aware of that there is a carbon tax, and help people become educated on how they can get to different places and find transport. So I think that that's really important, that it's going to help raise awareness about carbon issues. All right. Okay.
Is this proposed carbon tax gonna show up on an electric bill, or we get a separate bill, or does it come where?
I don't think it goes to the public. I think it's taxed by the industry, right? Or right at the oil well, at the coal mine.
Well, it's gonna filter down to.
Well, so yeah, of course it will filter down to you. And
Yeah,
so,
for gas and electricity. Natural gas as well as gas.
but then one way to beat that is to get an electric car and put solar panels.
I mean, that isn't always possible for everybody,
Yeah.
especially like the lower income.
But it's gonna be increasingly possible because, you know, at a certain tipping point, electric cars will just plain flat out be cheaper, period, you know?
And I think that I'm gonna just say most people in Logan could be using less fossil fuels than they are. And a lot of people don't, again, with the education thing, they don't know how to do their daily activities without using their car for everything.
Yeah.
I think that they should.
But there's only 2 places you can plug in an electric car. You know that? There's only 2 places. to plug in.
Everywhere, everyone who has a house with electricity can plug their car in.
Yeah,
In the garage.
In their garage or in
If you're
their.
around town.
Yeah.
Around town, there's only 2 places where you can plug in.
Right.
Yeah, but remember the turn of the 20th
And this will
century?
change. What,
Yeah.
you know, you have to have
Well,
some
that costs
vision,
money.
and you
It's
have
still
to
gonna
have
cost money.
some understanding of, we are not locked into the 20th century way of doing things, that
Yeah,
business in the US is very creative. There will be.
think of New York City in 1900, and then think of New York City in 1920. Just a completely different infrastructure, you know. Over here you have horses. Over here you have Model T Fords, you know.
And trolleys.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the jobs are gonna come from creating that infrastructure. I mean, we've got most of it, look where the gas for fossil fuels are right now, we've got the infrastructure kind of laid out. And I mean, it seems to me it's just kind of got to get switched over.
Yeah.
The technology, it's in existence, kind of in existence, the outlines are already there. That's where those jobs are gonna come from, I think.
Why don't we get some wind turbines and stuff here?
What's
We
that?
don't have enough wind.
There's
That's
some
why
like-
we have these inversions in the wintertime. There's not enough wind here.
Blacksmith, Fort Canyon, Heights, and Turbines.
Yeah, Millard County is pretty
Yeah.
big on them.
Yeah, wow.
Well,
They're
yeah.
huge.
Well, anyone else, or should we call it a night?
Just starting to have fun now.
Yeah, well, thank you, Charles, for doing this.
Thank you, Charles.
Are we gonna make sure that this actually recorded and is able to be played back?
Yeah, geez, if this didn't record, I will just weep.
We can say it again.
Yeah,
No, I-
would everybody please remember what you said, because you may have to come back.